Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on four po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is my great pleasure to bring you some more Ford Futsal SuperLeague action live here from Ākau Tangi Sports Centre for the final week of the 2023 Ford Futsal SuperLeague. Today, Saturday 1st of April, we've got a pretty jam-packed schedule for you with lots of futsal action coming up. First up on the live stream, we'll see Southern United playing Papakura City at 11 a.m. And on the secondary court is Auckland City versus Southern United, also but in the men's competition. 3 p.m. 1 p.m. WaiBOP Power versus Canterbury United Pride on the live stream, and Waikato Rapids versus Capital Futsal over on court number 2. At 3 p.m, we've got Papakura City again playing off Capital Futsal. Good game, that one, you don't want to miss that. And on court number 2 is Bay of Plenty Surge playing Hawke's Bay Futsal. 5 o'clock, first men's game of the day on the live stream. We'll see Canterbury United Dragons facing off against Waikato Rapids. And on court 2 at that same time will be Central Futsal versus WaiBOP Power in the women's competition. For the last game of the day today at 7 p.m, we'll have Auckland City playing Capital Futsal. A really exciting game to round the day off. And following them on court number 2 is the Bay of Plenty Surge versus Southern United. Now don't fear, we'll be bringing you live updates from the games not appearing on the live stream court Sport today, so you'll be up to date with all of the action as long as you stay tuned to the Ford Futsal Super League live stream. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day. Let's throw it over to Jack Stenning on the commentary bench to read through the starting team list for this first match. All right, thanks Jack Stenning. This is Jack Stenning reporting live from the commentary bench for the first game of this Ford Futsal Super League finals weekend. We've got Southern United versus Papakura City in the women's competition. And let's have a look at those starting lineups of both teams. For Southern United, starting 5, Amelia Simmers in goal. Katie Mordersley, number 6. Freya Disfountain, number 8. Abby Nielsen, number 15. And Anna McCarthy, number 20, are your starting 5. And looking through the substitutions, we've got Book Jarivas, Yui Ishikawa, Chelsea Epsom, Maddie McLean, Abby Nicholson, Sophie Boddy, Margarita Diaz, Eloise Robinson, and Denise Gumabi. Taking a look at the Papakura City starting 5, Karina Brown, the captain in goal, Shivy Anthony, number 2, Nikki Buckley, number 4, Kat Pretty, number 15, and Amy Waters, number 16. And on the subs bench, we've got Danielle Bradley, Joyce Barroso, Hannah Reddy, Abby Wright, Maxine Cooper, Abby Venmore, Sophie Williams, Ella James, and Jordana Bremner. As you'll see, the action is already underway. Papakura City starting us off with the kick-in. And an early shot from Anthony there, but we'll roll up for a goal kick. So an exciting week of futsal ahead. Action-packed day today. 5 games on the live stream and 5 not, but we will be bringing you live updates from the game happening in the far right of your screen there throughout the day. As a good breakaway here from Southern United on the right flank. But comes to nothing. Well defended and in the safe hands of Karina Brown there. Papakura City look to just get a bit of possession, build their play up. Anthony finds Buckley on this left flank. Searching ball through there for Amy Waters, but possession turned over to Southern United. And now a bit of space in this mid-court to drive into. That's Nielsen linking up there, and a shot comes in, but flashes across the goal. As the substitutes just try to find the ball. Almost rolled under the advertising boards, but Cooper does well to get that back in play for her team. And a throw in now from Karina Brown. Falls back for Anthony. Just rolls it off for Pretty. And a driving run there, pushed over into the Southern bench, and that does not look good. Not sure if there's anything malicious in that one, but an unfortunate challenge. Teammates just checking if she's all right. She looks good. Shrugging it off, but that was nasty. See the result of that, a good run. Just tried to get on control of that and goes crashing into the Southern United substitution bench there. She looks all right. Hopefully she's all right. Physio's happy with it, and play restarts here as Papakura rolls it off with a long shot, and almost a goal there in the first minute and a half of the game. A good save under the legs from Simmers in the Southern United goal. Rolls out for a Papakura City corner kick. And it's Buckley to take it. She rolls it off to Anthony, who rips a shot in, and another good save from Simmers there. 2 in the space of 5 seconds. Knew a bit more about that one than the last one, but a save's a save nonetheless. Another corner here. Opting to go central this time. And after a scramble, falls into Simmers' hands, who throws it long for Disfountain, but can't quite link up. And ends up in the hands of the opposing goalkeeper, Karina Brown. Waters trying to run on the left flank, but turned over to Southern as she traces back to get possession. A great challenge from Anthony, just to break up that attack there. And Papakura City getting back on the ball now. We'll slow things down a little bit. Stops with Pretty. Assessing her options, rolled it off to Anthony. Anthony, a good ball, finds Pretty. Pretty shoots, and another save from Simmers. Papakura City here testing the Southern United defence. 3 shots in the space of 30 seconds. A good start from this Papakura City side, but Southern United holding strong. Good press there from Disfountain, but Southern United, they do come away with it now in a rather tame shot there. Maybe a pass caught out in the middle by Waters. And they'll just look to drop it back off, try to gain a bit of possession, but that press from Southern United coming in strong there as captain and goalkeeper Karina Brown gets on it, and a long ball searching, but cut out well there by McCarthy and the Southern United defensive line. It's Buckley to get us underway as she rolls it off for Waters and rips a shot in. Pretty tries to get possession under that one, but can't quite hold on to it. It's Papakura City kicking on the far side as 4 rolling subs come on and off for Papakura. It's Hannah Reddy, Sophie Williams, Abby Venmore and Jordana Bremner now taking the court for this Papakura City side. Drops it off to Williams. It's Bremner on the ball now. Driving, finding Williams, who lays it back off. And Williams now finding Reddy on this left flank. Tries the through ball along the side there, but cut out well by the Southern United press. Papakura City on the ball again. That press not really engaging from Southern United. They're happy for Papakura to have the ball in those positions, but as soon as that ball gets played forward, they look to engage in a great last-ditch defensive tackle there from McCarthy. But the ball results in Papakura City possession again, and Hannah Reddy doing very well there to hold the ball and drive forward. A few ball rolls and goes down in the box, but nothing doing from the referee as it ends up in the hands of Simmers again. And McCarthy, restart play there. Plays it out to Nielsen, who drops it back off for McCarthy, and a long ball. Didn't really find the feet of anyone there. A bit of miscommunication, perhaps. Ends up in Papakura City possession. Patience to call from coach Marvin Eakins as they look to find that piercing long ball. Sophie Williams drops it off to Hannah Reddy now. There's a bit of space, 2v1. Williams on this left side, she shoots. And a great save there from Simmers initially. And the follow-up defensive clearance. Papakura City asking lots of questions of the Southern United defence in the first 5 minutes here of game 1 of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague final weekend. Drops it off to Bremner, bit of space for a shot. And a good effort. But Simmers equal to that again. We'll have a corner on this near side. Williams to take. Drops it off in there for Reddy with the back heel, finding Williams again. Williams still on the ball now, but turned over to Des Fountain, who tries to find the feet. They've done well to hold on to it there, and a run comes in on that left flank from Southern United. But turned over. Reddy now in the middle. A few ball rolls, looking to beat one. She does so. Bit of space on the right flank for a shot. And not her best work there. Just pulls it wide of that near post. And we'll see some rolling substitutions here for Southern United. Sophia Body, Abby Nicholson, Margita Diaz and Eloise Robinson now taking the court for the Southern United women's team. Obviously here, Saturday in the Ford Futsal Super League National Series 2, this is the last round of pool play. So the last opportunity for these teams, obviously they'll have a few more games throughout the day, but after today, the final placings get locked in, and all the teams in the top 4 will be qualifying for the semi-final. So Southern United currently find themselves just out of that top 4 with 7 points, trailing to 2 behind WaiBOP Power, who are in 9 on 4th place. So a massive game here. They'll be wanting to start the day off well with a win and with 3 points to put themselves back into contention as a shot comes in there, but again, comfortable for Simmers. Meanwhile, Papakura City, they find themselves in 3rd place, sitting relatively comfortable. 7-point buffer ahead of WaiBOP Power with 9 points there. As a good turn from Reddy comes in, but can't quite find the space for the shot. And Southern United look to counter. And a bit of miscommunication there. Can't quite get on the ball. Was Sophia Body. But as I was saying, Papakura City currently in 3rd on 16 points. So playoffs look a bit more comfortable for them, but they won't want to be resting on their laurels. Want to be getting as many points and goals as they can from these games to set themselves up as well as possible for that final playoff, as Reddy does well to shrug off a few challenges and rip the shot away. Simmers again equal to it. And that's Bremner on the far side now, trying to find a bit of space. Drops it off for Williams, who finds Bremner again, and a good one too there. Reddy trying to get on the ball, but defended well from that Southern United back line. Nicholson in there, getting the touch to knock it out for a Papakura kick-in. So roll it off there to Williams. Drops it off for a long shot, and Simmons didn't quite see that as it came in, but did well to hold on to it. And now Southern with a counter-attacking opportunity, but just cut out there by Venmore. And we'll have a Southern United kick-in a relatively dangerous position on this near side. Just over 6 minutes gone here in the first half. Both teams still equal. Almost half opportunity for Southern United's number 10 body there. Both teams equal, 0-0 still. Papakura City, you would say, potentially the share of the chances. But Southern United have been setting up well defensively. Simmers equal to every single shot so far. But Papakura City still searching. Looking for that space. It's Bremner. Drives in, drops it off to Venmore, who tries to find Bremner again and cut out well there on the far side by Nicholson for a Papakura kick-in. Nicholson not quite sure the call there, but referee's seen it, clear as day. And it's Williams now in the mid-court, trying to find Reddy. Reddy on the ball. That's good hold-up play there from Reddy. Drops it off. And a relatively tame shot there from Venmore, again in the hands of Simmers. And Southern now will look to get on the ball, build a bit of possession. Look for the counter, which, well, attempted long ball, bit of miscommunication there potentially. The thought was there, didn't quite come off, and all the way to Karina Brown in goal, who gets Papakura City restarted. That's Venmore now on the ball. Looking for options. It's Williams on that right flank. Long ball there to Reddy, who just can't quite get a hold of that. Southern United now. 2v1, Reddy. Little roulette, comes away with it, drops it off for Bremner, who tries to fashion the shot, and a shot comes in. Great effort there from Bremner. Rattles the crossbar. It had beaten Simmers, but couldn't quite find the back of the net now as Southern United. Good bit of footwork there from Diaz, but rolls out of play. Southern United kicking on this near side. Building now, good press there from Papakura as Venmore on the far side does well to win the ball back in a 2v1 situation now. Reddy, brilliant back heel through the legs there, and the shot comes in and it's a goal. First goal of the day here. Great bit of link-up play between Venmore and Reddy. We'll get a replay of that shortly, but that's what it took to unlock the Southern United defence. Good bit of creativity you see there, the challenge, and that's the meg, that's the pass. That's what the bit of creativity that Papakura was looking for, as Venmore gets back on it from the 1-2 and slots it home past Simmers for the first goal of the day here. 1-0 to Papakura City. You could say it was coming, say it was deserved. And it was a great goal there, one for the highlight reel for sure. That nutmeg assist from Reddy. Good bit of footwork there, baits the challenge from Barroso. Seen a few more substitutions in that break of play from Papakura. It's Barroso who committed the foul there on the far side. Ella James, Maxine Cooper, and one more player we'll get confirmation of for you very, very shortly. But Papakura City now sitting up relatively deeply. They're compact four. Press comes in straight away. Robinson on the ball. Tries to find that searching pass forward was Nicholson. Looking for the link up with Body up front, but again, couldn't quite pull it off. It rolls all the way out for another Papakura restart. Just confirming there that the fourth change from Papakura was Abby Wright taking the pitch now. So, I believe as it stands, all the players in this lineup for Papakura City have seen the court, barring Danielle Bradley, the other goalkeeper. But we'll see how those minutes get shared between the two keepers there. As a good run on that right flank comes in. Abby Wright earns a kick in on that far side, did very well. Shrug off a couple challenges from Southern as she drops it off for Cooper, who gets a shot in, and that's come off a Southern United player. It will be a corner on this near side for Papakura City. That's Barroso to take. Drops it back to James, who gets a shot in, a good save from Simmers again. And what's the call there? It's come off a Papakura player last, and it will be a Southern kick in. Robinson to restart play here. Finds Diaz, who can't quite get a hold of it, and it's turned over to Cooper in the middle. James now on the ball, drops it off for Barroso, who tries to find James again, but can't quite pull it off. But that challenge straight in there from James, getting the ball back and rips a shot. Not far off that top right corner. I think Simmons had it covered, but real quick, dangerous turnover there from Papakura. They look to pounce on it and instantly make something of it as James comes in again with a shot, but I think the referee's seen a rolling ball there from the sideline. So it will be a Southern United restart as we see a few more rolling substitutions here for Southern United. Nielsen taken back to the court in that pivot position up front. Mordersley on this near side, on the ball now. Lays it off there. Mordersley almost getting back on it. But cut out there in the mid-court by Papakura, and it's Cooper on the ball now. He'll just lay it off to Barroso. Barroso trying to find that ball up to James, who almost gets onto it. But we'll go all the way through for a Southern United restart through Simmers. Southern United now, what can they do with this bit of position? Drops it out for Mordersley on this near side. Couple rollovers. Finds a teammate on that far side, but can't quite link up the 1-2 in the middle, and Papakura come away with it again. James does well to turn the ball around and get back on position. And it's Cooper now. Again, Papakura City doing well here, just patient along the back line with the position, looking for those searching balls forward. Cut out there and turned over again from Papakura. As almost a great ball, but cut out by McCarthy, who tries to find the feet of her teammate Des Fountain. Can't quite do so. It's out for a Papakura City kick-in on that far side. Cooper to take. A long ball comes in there from Barroso, and that's great hold-up play from James. Can she hold on to it? She manages to find the feet of Abby Wright, but can't quite do anything with it. And it's another turnover for Southern United, who will just look to play it back and, again, get a bit of possession on it. Comes out to Mordersley. He drops it off there. Good press there from Barroso, straight away asking questions. Mordersley on the ball again. Does well to beat James, but can't quite link up with a teammate, and it's turned over again. Cooper now on the ball. Finding the feet of James. James now looking to link back up with Cooper, but she'll rip a shot in. Straight at Simmers, though, who does well to save the corner kick from her side. And just cleared out defensively there from Southern United. Familiar situation here. Papakura City with a bit of time on the ball along their back line. Happy to knock it around here, waiting for the right pass to open itself up. Tries to find the feet of James, but cleared out there from Southern United, and will roll back for another throw-in from Brown. Again, Cooper on the ball now. Wayward pass. The thought was there, looking for a bit of hold-up play from James, but couldn't quite find the feet. Goes all the way behind for a restart through Simmers, who struggling to find the ball there underneath the spectator seating, but does well to pick it up eventually. Just past the halfway mark here in the first half. 8.5 minutes to go. Still a close game. 1-0 Papakura. You could say Papakura have had the lion's share of chances. But still at only 1-0. Southern United will be quite positive with that. They'll be happy. They'll be wanting to pick up a goal in this first half to give themselves a chance heading into the break, as James does well to get possession and test Simmers. Southern United still find themselves very much in this game. Again, important game for them to win. They're currently just outside the top 4 on 2 points. They'll be wanting to pick up as many points as possible on this Saturday to see if they can sneak themselves in ahead of WaiBOP Power in that 4th place for a playoff spot tomorrow in the Ford Futsal SuperLeague finals. We've got a corner kick on this near side for Papakura City. Buckley, who takes it and drops it off there for Waters, who finds a bit of link-up play, and it's Anthony with the shot. Just wide of that far post. Good bit of play there from Papakura City. Shifts the ball across. 1-touch, 2-touch passing. Just lacking the finish. Anthony now with the defensive header, trying to find the feet of her teammate, but can't quite do so. And Southern United come away with the ball now. And cut out well there in the middle from Buckley. turned over there. Papakura City now in possession again. It's Anthony who just finds the feet of Buckley. Plays it cross field. And drops it off again for Anthony. Looking to get that screen in there. Not entirely legal in futsal, but it passes. As Southern United now get a bit of half opportunity. Bit of time now for the shot to come in, and Karina Brown had it covered. That's Pretty on the ball now, trying to hold possession. Can't quite do so, and it's 2v1. Southern United now. It's just caught in two minds between the shot and the pass there was Des Fountain. It rolls out for a Southern United kick in a relatively dangerous position here. Drops it off for the shot, and it comes in, and a good save in a crowded box there from Brown. Southern United starting to ask a few more questions of this Papakura City backline. Another long shot comes in, but well stopped was Buckley there, well placed. And Papakura City come away with possession again. Anthony now evaluating her options. Rolls it off on the far side there. Good searching ball there. Cat Pretty can't quite link up again with Anthony and tries to steal it back, but Southern United do well there through Des Fountain, maintain possession. As we see 4 rolling subs again for Southern United. Let's see if this group of players have what it takes to find the equaliser here. Comes out to McLean on this near side. Trying to beat Buckley, and they still manage to hold on to it. Do Southern United. But the press in there, great turn on that near side, far side from Ishikawa, who finds the feet of McLean on this far side, but referee has seen the whole ball just roll out of play there. And all that work for naught as Papakura City get a kick in now and an opportunity just to restart play. Get a bit of possession on it. It's Anthony on that far side, cuts inside, finds the feet of Pretty, who does well there to come away with the ball, touch it past the defender. Bit of space for a shot, but closed down well from Southern United. Not many options in the middle there, so she'll have to go back, and I would touch there on the far side from Waters. Just rolls it out for a Southern United kick-in. 6 minutes to go here in the first half. 1-0, Papakura City. And turned over through Waters, who links up with Pretty. Pretty to Buckley on this near side. Buckley, a bit of fancy footwork and a long shot. One for the highlight reel, that one. Just wide of that far post. And we'll have Simmers to restart play here. They dropped it off to Emson. Finds McLean. And attempts to play the through ball forward for Ishikawa, but not quite on the same page there with the 2 Southern United players. Rolls out for a Karina Brown restart, who goes all the way up to Pretty. Good bit of target play there. Finds Anthony in the back line. We'll just roll it across there. And another good ball there. Pretty in a bit of space. Takes the ball, turns, shooting opportunity, and off the post there. On the near side. Did well to create that chance, did Pretty. As she's almost on the ball there again. And as the clock ticks over into the final 5 minutes of this first half, we'll have a timeout sheet handed to the desk by Papakura City head coach Marvin Eakins. Good little chip ball attempt there on this near side. Doesn't quite come away with it, but earns your side another kick in, does McLean, who just drops it back off there for Epsom. Good forward ball, almost finds Ishikawa, but couldn't quite get the right distance on that one as it rolls through to Brown, who through Buckley restarts play. Trying to find the 1-2 with Pretty, but she'll just lay it off on that far side there to Waters with a good bit of footwork. Cut out by Epson. And we'll get that timeout there. Called by Papakura City. So on the face of it, so far, 15 minutes gone. This first half of the first game of National Series 2.
Papakura City definitely with the lion's share of chances and possession. They're finding their pivot well, usually Pretty or James up there and looking to run off them, playing a few 1-2s or just taking it themselves and fashioning chances through that. Southern United not quite that same efficiency in looking for the through balls. They're defending well, and Simmers has had a good game so far, equal to the majority of chances that Papakura City have put forward, but not quite offering too much in the way of goal-scoring opportunities outside of long shots out the area, which Papakura City will be happy with. But both coaches now get a chance to lay some instructions out to their team, maybe slightly tweak how their side have been operating so far in this first half. Get a new lineup here for Papakura City as some rolling subs come in. It's ready, Bremner, Williams and Venmore. And let's see now if those coaching instructions will pay dividends for either team. As Williams to get us restarted here, drops it off to Bremner, who does well to find the feet of Williams again, and they'll lay it off to Venmore, who just trying to find that right pass. Doesn't quite find Bremner in there, but it's cut up by Reddy, who looks to take a shot and rips one in and just wide there. Not far off on that far post. Promising signs in the first phase of play after that timeout for Papakura City. And it's Southern United on the ball there. Ishikawa tries to just lay it back off to her back line, but can't quite link up with McLean on this near side, and it'll be turned over for a Papakura City kick-in through Bremner. She drops it off there for Venmore. Back to Bremner. All the way back to Williams. Bremner on the ball again. Thought about playing it through the ready, but opts for the safe option. Back to Venmore. Good rotation here along the back line. Just keeping possession up, Papakura City. And there it is, the space opens up. Bremner now with the 1-2 off Reddy, finds the ball, thinking about a shot, trying to fashion it, and it comes in, but blocked well over there by Jurivis on the far side for Southern United. And Venmore now the chance for a Papakura City kick-in. See what they have here. Hold it back to Williams, who a great through ball there. Finds the feet of Venmore, who lays it off to Reddy. And that shot potentially knocked onto the crossbar there by Simmers. We'll get a replay of that. Let's see. There it is. Oh, no, yeah, just a good save from Simmers. Does well. And again, Papakura City now, bit of possession. It's Karina Brown coming out with a flying keeper. It's adding to their options in the attack as the shot comes in, but closed down again by Jurivis on that far side. As Reddy attempts quite an ambitious back heel, does well with a bit of a roulette, bit of trickery to keep that ball in play. They find the feet of Williams on the mid-court there. So they link up with Reddy. Williams running off it, looking for the 1-2. Williams now with a shot, and equal to it was Simmers. And Southern United now with their first flash of possession since that timeout. Mr. Evers on the ball. Drops it off there for Epson. Andrew Evers finding the feet of Ishikawa, who tries to run straight through Reddy, but she was equal to it. A 2v2 now. Reddy with a shot, and it finds the way in. A deflection inside the leg of Epson, but a powerful shot there from Reddy. Does well to get the second goal for her side. We'll get another look at that. Created it. A great challenge there in the middle, and just waits for it. And you see that deflection there, but take no credit away. That was an incredibly well-worked goal through Reddy. The challenge in the shot. And Papakura City find themselves 2 goals up with just under 3 minutes on the clock here in this first half. So United trying to put a bit of pressure on that deep kick in there, but they've done well to find the feet of Reddy, who holds it up very, very well. And it's Bremner now, looking for Venmore, who tries to play it across to Reddy, but can't quite get onto it. Promising signs again for Papakura. So maybe early start here. Maybe just waking up a little bit in that first half, but they've certainly found their stride. Some good combination play, especially around their pivot there at Papakura City. patient in the back line, and then when the opportunity presents itself to run off their target player, they do so with very efficient play. As 4 substitutions come in for Papakura City again. I like to see the first half out here. The style of play doesn't change much with these rolling subs. There's a great ball there from Cooper, finds the feet of Wright, and Simmers had to rush out there to shut that down. Light corner, earns a goal kick, or a kick in, sorry, for her team. Southern United now, let's see what they can do. Trying to beat Wright on that far side, but held up very well. Did Wright, and the referee's seen something in there. Maybe a pass back to the keeper? I'll be honest, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, I was looking at the team sheet there and haven't quite caught what this call is for, but it will be a free kick, it looks like, to Papakura City. As Karina Brown comes up. Oh, and it's a 6-metre penalty here. Cooper lines it up. Group of Papakura players on that back post. Set play opportunity coming in here. Let's see what Papakura City have worked up. The movement comes in and rolls across to James, who rips it in, and Cooper again tries that secondary shot. Still there. Oh, not quite. Simmers just knocks it out for a kick-in on that far side. Well-rehearsed routine there from Papakura City. Didn't quite get anything away from it, but Cooper, bit of footwork there, does well to retain possession, and Brown in the right place at the right time to just recycle that. There's another kick in here. Wright just drops it off to Cooper, who didn't quite get the final touch there as it rolled out of play, to the amusement of the Southern United players on that far side. And Southern United with a attempted run on that left flank, but Cooper does well to shut it down. Southern United coming away with it. 3-1, 3-2, and Cooper again tracking back well, just to put an end to that counter-attack. And it's Southern United now with the kick in on that far side. What have they got here? It's Robinson who attempted the pass, but just cut out again from that Papakura City backline. And a bit of a press coming in there from Diaz on the far side, but they do well to find the feet of James, and a great challenge there from Robinson. As Diaz will just lay it back off. Comes out to body on this near side. Back into Nicholson. Back out to body. That press, relentless from Papakura City, not giving Southern any time to pick their passes along the back, and it proves fruitful for them as they've got almost a 3v1 situation there. Couldn't quite link up with her teammate there in the mid-court. They had we enter the final 40 or so seconds of this first half. Is there any late drama to be had? The final 30 seconds here. Body now, a bit of time. But a great challenge there from Wright, I think it was, and Cooper now driving forward, finds James. Does well just to put her foot on the ball and fashion a bit of space. Oh, and can't quite link up with her teammate there. And it's Nicholson now driving forward. 10 seconds on the clock. What does Southern United have? Wayward pass is the answer to that question. And 7 seconds on the clock here. Papakura likely just to knock it around. See this half out. And head into the break with a 2-second advantage. A 2-goal advantage. I apologise. And there it is, folks. First half of this first game of National Series 2. Done and dusted. Papakura City definitely the stronger of the two sides. And they take a 2-goal advantage into this break over Southern United. Southern United not going to want to change things up. Sorry, not change things up. They're going to want to change things up a little bit, as every point that they can manage to get in this first day is important to their playoff hopes. Again, currently sitting 7 points outside in 5th place on 7 points, just 2 points outside of that top 4, the playoff positions. They're going to want to throw everything they have at this Papakura City team in the second half to try and get something from this game. But that's the first half here at Ākau Tangi Sports Centre. Game 1, day 1 of National Series 2. We'll do a quick commercial break and we'll come back to you with some more Ford Futsal Super League action in just a moment.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
And we're back here, ladies and gentlemen, in game 1 of day 1 here in National Series 2, the final round of group play here at Ākau Tangi Sports Centre in Wellington. Papakura City currently sitting the 2-goal lead over Southern United. Pretty interesting matchup here. Different things at stake for both teams. Southern United obviously sitting in 5th place currently, 2 points off their coveted 4th place playoff position. And they find themselves trailing 2-0 against the Papakura City side who are in 3rd place with 16 points. So to Southern United, this is one of their final opportunities to earn some much needed points to claw themselves into a playoff position. For Papakura City, a good chance to just continue working through their setup, their style, refining things ahead of tomorrow's playoff position. Chance to get a few more goals on the board, climb themselves up those Resene Golden Boot rankings. And obviously as well hoping to finish as highly as they can on the Ford Futsal Super League table. We'll have updates for you from game 1 over on court 2 very, very shortly. But for now, with 5 seconds left on the halftime clock, we'll turn our attention to the second half of this first game of the day. That's Southern United here to get us underway. Didn't hear much from the coaches' team talks, but they both had a lot to say, so be interesting to see how Southern United approach this half, whether they change their style of play a little bit, whether Papakura City look to change it all as well. I don't think Papakura City would want to change. They've been cutting Southern United open with their through balls, a patient possession along the back line, and when the space opens up, they go for it. And Southern United just not necessarily looking like they have the answers to it so far. As possession turns over there to Papakura City again through Venmore, who drops it off to Pretty. And again, here it is, much similar to the first half that we saw, just patient build-up play along the back line, not wanting to force anything, Papakura. And Pretty up top in that pivot role, just looking, searching for the ball at her feet. As soon as that space opens up, they look to hit it, but they're not looking to rush anything, Papakura City, as the rotations come in here. Well drilled. Good ball up there to Venmore, but Southern United almost do well to get the challenge in there, and a shot from Pretty just wide of that near post. Early warning signs for Southern United for the second half here. Gumabi in goal for Southern United, replacing Simmers, who had quite a good first half in goal for Southern United. Lots of shots came in from Papakura, but speaking of shots, a chance here for one from Southern, but cut out well there on that near side. Papakura City over to it. And also confirming a change of goal for Papakura City is Bradley takes the field over Brown. Bit of a quiet first half for Brown. Southern United will be wanting to test Bradley a bit more, as a good ball there to Pretty, who gets crowded out 2v1 from Southern and still manages to get a shot away, but not too convincing, as a counter-attacking opportunity opens up through Des Fountain, but cut out well there. Pretty on the ball now. Drives on that right flank and looks to get across, and Des Fountain again does well to track back and put the challenge in there. Be a kick in for Papakura City on this near side. Anthony to take. Drops it short. Almost cut out there by the Southern defender, but Papakura City again in possession in the mid-court. Back heel to Anthony. He'll just bring it back now. Again, not wanting to force anything, just looking for those open balls, open passes. Good bit of footwork there on that far side. Finds the feet of Pretty. Let's drop it back for Anthony. Thought about going long, but rolled it back off for Venmore. And back to Venmore now. Southern United doing well to get across and shut down those lanes on either flank in numbers. And it's Pretty now. Body feint finds the feet of Buckley on this near side, who tries to get past McCarthy, but she does well, equal to it. Can't quite find the feet of Des Fountain, as Anthony gets on it and rips a shot. First save of the half for Gumabi. Good save it was too. As Anthony tries to battle there, but Southern United come away with it. And crowded out, but she's still in possession, was Nielsen. Does well to pick up a kick-in on that far side. 3 Papakura City players around her. Maintain possession. She just drops it off there for a shot from McCarthy. And for the effort. Execution, not quite there. But better from Southern United in the second half. As Bradley gets the first touch on the ball with a restart, and she'll go long up to Pretty, who Big Jess brings it down and also brings the Southern United player down on that far side, McCarthy. Bit of a talking to from the referee. Not sure if there's anything necessarily malicious in that one, but good to be reminded. And a kick in now for Southern United. Goes for that long ball pass, but it was cut out well there, and it was dropped back to Anthony, who finds Pretty. And again, this patient build-up play from Papakura City. Comes out to Venmore on the near side, who rolls it across to Anthony, who asks too much of Buckley to get to that one. Apologises. turned over for a Southern United chance to get a bit of possession in. Comes out to Des Fountain on this near side. Drops it off to McCarthy. Links back up with Des Fountain. Good through ball there. Cuts inside, but shut down by Anthony. And Pretty with a counter-attacking opportunity here. McCarthy tracking back, and anywhere will do. Does well to scramble across there to get cover him. Substitutions, 2 for Papakura City. Buckley and Anthony, replaced by Williams and Bremner. As Venmore has the ball. Restarts play. 1-2 with Bremner and gets a shot in. And cleared over into the broadcasting booth from the Southern United defender. We'll see the other 2 substitutions there. Pretty and Venmore replaced by Reddy and Waters, who restarted play there for us. Despite the personnel, the game plan stays the same, but a surging run there from Waters, beats past 2 players and gets a good through ball, but a great save across there from Gumabi. Needed to be made and does well to hold on to it there. And she rolls it out to Des Fountain, who just drops it off to McCarthy. Oh, and a bit of space here for McCarthy again on the far side. The shot comes in, narrowly wide of that far post. Promising signs for Southern United as we encroach the 15-minute mark here in the second half. Bradley goes long to Reddy, who does well to maintain position there. Shrug off the challenge from McCarthy. Gets a foot in though, she does. And it's turned over for a 2v2 for Southern United. Good bit of footwork there. Links up with Des Fountain. And they'll drop it off as a shot comes in there, and the save needed to be made from Bradley. And it's a Southern United corner. Not quite a corner, a kick-in. Intention stays the same as a tame shot there from Southern United. Rolls all the way back for the keeper. We'll just play it out to Des Fountain. Sorry, Mordersley on that far side. And McCarthy now finds Des Fountain. Mordersley almost gets away with it with a bit of a run on that right flank, but cut out well there by Waters. And she'll really start play with the kicking on that far side. Southern United's line starting a little bit higher. Oh, but a good ball there and a good turn from Reddy. Links up with Bremner, who goes for the nutmeg, but can't quite pull it off. Well defended again by McCarthy. Few substitutions ready here for Southern. But before those come on, we'll get another kick in from Bremner, who dropped it off for Williams. He took a shot straight into the face, it looked like, from Nielsen. I saw one, but a sacrifice that needed to be made, and a repeat of that kick in. Bremner finds a deflection off Nielsen, and it will be a Papakura City corner over on this near side. Drops it off to Reddy. He does well to find the feet of Bremner. That'll be another corner. Shot comes in from Williams there. Nothing too difficult for Gumabi. Southern United now. It's McCarthy on the ball. Good long ball down that right flank, but not quite finding the feet of Nielsen. Ball seems to be lost inside an advertising board. There it is. Let's play restarts now for Papakura City. Through Waters. Drops it off to Bremner. Back over on that far side to Waters, who does well. 1-2 with Bremner, and again, good combination play on that left flank. And they've maintained possession despite a few challenges in there from the Southern United defence, but Bremner just forced out a play there. And now we see the substitutions coming in for Southern. By my count, there's Body, Diaz, Robinson, and Nicholson taking to court for Southern United. Nicholson on the ball now on this left flank. Long ball through, but cut out there by Bremner. Can't quite find the feet of Reddy, and it rolls out for another kick in. Nicholson to take. Referee counting it down. She'll have to move quickly. The last second there. And Southern United now. What have they got? Opportunity to go forward. Drops it off there for Nicholson. And that's good pressure from Papakura City, not giving them the time that Papakura City have been awarded. Almost there, turned over. Sophie Williams now with a run and the shot. And comfortable in the end for Kumabi. Just goes short there. To Robinson, who found Nicholson on that fair side. Dropped it back off to Nicholson. It comes across again to Robinson. No time to think about it as Reddy was hunting. That's a bit of good play there from Southern United. Good combinations here. Trying to find the feet of Nicholson again, but just not quite on the same page there with those two players. And Reddy mopping it up, finding Bremner, who gets a shot in. Kumabi had it covered, but good turn and did well to find a bit of power behind that one. We get play restarted here from Southern United. It's Robinson on the ball, plays it across to Nicholson, who tries to find the feet there of Body. Can't quite get onto it. Papakura City mopping it up now. Bremner coming forward on this right flank, does well to find Waters in the mid-court. She rolls it off to Williams, who plays it across for Bremner, and a good challenge there in the end from Robinson. Will be another Papakura City kick in on this near side as we see another 4 rolling subs coming on and off for Papakura. Spin more to restart play. Drops it off to Cooper. Brings it across. Good bit of footwork there. Can't quite get onto it. Was Barroso on the far side. Let's see what Southern United have here. We got a kick in. Smack bang on the halfway line. Robinson. Press straight away from James. And the turnover there. Tries to find the feet of Body. Can't quite get on it, and Cooper does well to hold off that pressure. Lay it back off to a goalkeeper, Bradley. Cuts inside, plays across goal. That press from Southern United, looking to pounce on the mistake, but Papakura City do very well there. Find James, who couldn't quite bring it down, and Kumabi came out, swept it up, covered it. It's Cooper on the ball now. Crossfield to Venmore, who forced to make an inaccurate pass there by the Southern United press. Again, another kick in now. Goes back to Robinson, who finds Nicholson. A great ball there. Across the court, finds Diaz, who can't quite bring it under control. You get play restarted there through a long ball up to James. Good target play there. Drops it off to Venmore. It comes out to Cooper. A bit of time here for Cooper just to lay it across. And trying to find the feet of James, but cut out well there from Southern United. Counter-attacking opportunity here. Nicholson with a shot, and Nicholson with a goal! That's what Southern United needed. 11 minutes into the second half, and the gritty come out from Nicholson. That was a great finish there. Rapid counter-attack. Does well for the pass, and the first time toe poke finish just past Bradley. Nestles into that far corner. Well-worked goal from Southern United. Now Papakura City find themselves with their 2-goal advantage turned into a 1-goal advantage. With still 11 minutes to play in the second half, Southern United will be incredibly happy. They picked one back. And still plenty of time for either team to take control of the game. Good long ball there, trying to find Body, who can't quite get underneath it, under control of it. Rolls out to Bradley, who plays it off to Venmore. Searching ball up for James. Not quite to the feet, and it rolls all the way down for a Southern United kick. Nicholson now, the goal scorer. far side. Calls for handball from James in the middle, but nothing doing. Cut out there and dropped it back to Cooper, who plays it out. Great bit of play on that left flank there from Barroso. I think it was a nutmeg. Cheeky. Looking for the 1-2 off James, but couldn't quite link up there. We get another Southern United kick in. Approaching the 10-minute mark here in this second half. Nicholson now on the ball. Well played by Barroso to win possession. And a foul called on Nicholson, it is. I think maybe a bit of a... I'm not really sure what happened there, to be perfectly honest. Referee's seen something he doesn't like. Nicholson looked guilty coming away from it, so all's fair. Second foul for Southern United in this half. As James rips a shot in and not far away there at all. Inches on that near post. Gumabi restarts play here, drops it off. Nicholson finds it and finds body. But James does well there just to knock it back to Cooper, who, good bit of footwork pulled out here, maintains possession. Plays it mid-court, but just gets underneath that one. Just reminded though, it's a Papakura kicking on that far side. Just past the halfway mark here in the second half. Game's opened up a little bit. Southern United finding their rhythm. Obviously finding that goal, well-placed goal through Nicholson. And still anybody's game here. 10 minutes to go on the clock. A kick-in on this near side for Barroso. Papakura City drops it off to Cooper. Does well there, cuts inside, opens up for the shot, finds the feet of James. Beats one, beats two, James off the post! And collected by Gumabi. Great bit of play there. Again, Papakura City, I think that's the third post they've hit throughout this game. They'll be feeling unlucky they haven't got more to show for their chances in this game. But it's a game of fine margins sometimes, futsal. Oh. It's Papakura City now. Bit of time at the back line. Southern United not too concerned about pressing that possession line that Papakura City have got along the back. Long ball. Searching. Not quite linking up there as we see some more rolling subs here for Southern United. And Maudsley trying to beat James, but James equal to it. Wins possession for her team and lays it back now. Cooper driving forward. Drops it off. Cooper. And then we're on the ball there, I believe. Bringing it across now to Barroso. Barroso, cross court. Cooper tries to run it past Maudsley, but not quite enough space offered to her on that far side, and it rolls out for a Southern United kicking. See some more substitutions getting ready. Coach Marvin Eakins for Papakura City. Looking just to change things up a little bit here. I don't think they want to change their style of play too much with Papakura City. It's working well for them. Definitely the lion's share of chances, but just can't quite find that finishing touch that they so need to put the distance away from this Southern United team who are asking lots of questions. Still definitely have goals in them as we enter the last 8 minutes here of the second half. We've got a goal update for you over on court number 2. Game between Auckland City and Southern United men's. Currently 3-0 to Auckland City. They'll be happy with that one, Auckland City. They are, I believe, still top of the table in the men's competition. They've had a great campaign so far. I'll confirm the standings for you in just a moment. But meanwhile, the game that we're watching here, Papakura City have made their substitutions, and Anthony's come off the bench, finds the feet of Pretty, who does well to turn there and hold up play, and can't quite get herself in the position for the shot that she wanted. Rather tame effort in the end. Rolls through the Gumabi. Southern United now, bit of possession through McCarthy. Backline plays out to Maudsley. who looks for Des Fountain on this near side. And again, dropped off to McCarthy. Des Fountain now and Papakura. That press not quite as intense as it was in the first half, waiting for them to cross into the mid-court before engaging, and Pretty does just that. Knocking it out for a kick-in on the far side. As a bit of miscommunication there, can't quite fashion the touch, and it rolls out for Bradley, who looks to go along to Pretty, does well to bring that down and drop it off for her teammate in there, Venmore, who just can't quite link up. And it rolls out of play for another kick in on that far side as got Des Fountain. Restart play for us. And Pretty just nudged off the ball there from McCarthy. Looks to be a Southern kick-in. Good bit of play there. Pretty looking for the 1-2 with Venmore, but just a little bit too much on it for that return pass. 6.5 minutes to go here, folks. Incredibly tight matchup between two good teams. Papakura City may be disappointed. They haven't got more from this so far, especially in that first half. They were peppering the Southern United goal. But things have opened up a little bit more now. Southern United coming into their stride. Certainly since that goal, they'll be teaming with confidence, knowing that it just takes one more. They're straight back in this game. There's a good ball there to Pretty. Drops it off now, Buckley. And Anthony now at the defense, looking for that ball forward. Venmore now, a bit of space to drive into on this right flank. Through the legs, trying to find Pretty, but just a little bit too much on that one. Good bit of play there from Papakura City. And does well to beat Pretty. Mordersley now, a bit of space on that right side. Plays the ball across for Des Fountain, who, wayward shot, comes off the shoulder of that Papakura City player, and Southern United end up with possession again as a long shot comes in there. And the follow-up, and Bradley equal to both attempts there. Well played. And Anthony, ball forward to Pretty, but mopped up. Great play there, just letting it roll out for a restart. Southern United get us underway here again through McCarthy. Comes out to Des Fountain, who drops it off to McCarthy, and a good bit of forward play there, hold-up play. Brings it back down to Mordersley, who just recycles to McCarthy. Back wide for Mordersley. Good cross ball there. Cut out by Venmore, but can't quite hold on to it. Pretty with the second challenge. And she'll just drop it back off there for Papakura City. Bit of time now, recycle possession. They won't mind this. That press not really coming in from Southern. They're just waiting for the offensive runs to be made, and then they go shut it out. Screen there. Yeah, referee doesn't like that one. Bit too obvious from Venmore on the far side, as a timeout here is called by Southern United. Be interesting to see what both teams have to say. See Papakura City playing well, fashioning the chances, and in my opinion, I don't think much needs to be changed apart from that finishing touch there defensively. Looking for it, looking good. But they've just honestly been quite unlucky with some of their finishes. Could be a few more goals up on another day. But Southern United find themselves now 1 goal down with just over 5 minutes on the clock, and they're going to want to throw everything at this. I believe they've got, this is their first of 2 games on the day, 2 opportunities to claw themselves back into 4th place playoff position as timeout's done here, and let's see what effects it has on the rest of this game. Again, just confirming that update for you over on game 2 between Auckland City and Southern United men's. Auckland City currently leading in the second half, 3-0 over Southern United men's. Play restarts here. Mordersley on the far side, looking for a shot maybe, or a cross ball. Almost on that one was Nielsen for Southern United. Would have been a goal for the highlight reel if she managed that back heel off. But in the end, nothing doing as Papakura City build again. Good long ball there, but cut out from Southern United well. Possession regained. And Venmore turning on the ball, does well to find Anthony. Slow the game down a little bit more. Again, Southern United just waiting for Papakura to come forward. Buckley, bit of space to run into now on this far side. And finds Anthony, a good ball there to Pretty. Good first touch, tries to drop Anthony through. Still with possession there, Pretty, and a shot. Ooh, not far off there from Barkley. And again, that's Papakura City. That's been the game so far. It's something there the referee doesn't like. Play restarts. But yeah, they've got those combinations in there, do Papakura. They're patient play and looking for that killer ball, which they're pulling off more often than not, but just can't quite find the space or the quality of the finish that they're looking for. Whereas Southern defensively doing well, setting up. As a wayward long shot comes in there. And as we enter the 4-minute mark here on the second half, we see 4 rolling substitutions come on for Papakura City. And really, one of them trying to get involved straight away, but not quite tall enough there to bring that down with the head. Just confirming those subs there for you. It's Reddy, Bremner, Williams, and Waters on the court now for Papakura City. As Reddy does well, turns off one challenge and gets the shot away, but defended well from Southern United. And we have what looks to be a corner now on this near side. Williams getting across to set this one up. Drops it off to Reddy. Good back heel play there, but straight into the arms of Gumabi. And she goes short to Watersley on the far side. Watersley long ball, but cut out by Bremner. Rolls all the way through for a Southern United corner. And again, it's Watersley to take. Now counter-attack on, 2v1, Reddy. Can't quite find the feed of Bremner. That was on there. But Papakura City still maintain possession through Waters. Drops it off for Williams. And finds Bremner. Again, with a bit of time in this mid-court here. Their defensive third. The press isn't too engaged there from Southern. They're waiting for them to come attacking before pouncing on it. And another attempted screen there. Cheeky. Papakura City now building through Williams. Links up with Bremner. Good turn. Fashions the shot and a goal! There it is. Bremner with a great far post finish. We'll get a replay of that one, but that was a brilliant turn. Fashions the space with wayward touch. There it is. Turn, touch, bang, goal. And that certainly changes the complexity of this game. 3 minutes left. 2-goal lead reinstated from Papakura City. 1 goal down. Southern United were surely confident, positive of getting something from this game, but they need at least 2 goals to get some points from this one in the last 3 minutes here against a very well-drilled Papakura side. It will be quite a challenge. Certainly exciting 2.5 minutes to go here, folks, in Game 1. National Series 2 in the Ford Futsal SuperLeague. It's a good long ball there to Reddy, who holds it up well. A few ball rolls, doing what she does best. Drops it off there for Waters, who sizes up the shot, but charged down there from Robinson. Good defence. And it falls there for Body, who plays it straight into the head of Bremner. It clears it out for a kick-in. As the ball just gets lost a little bit behind the advertising boards there. But is found in the wrong position. And now Southern United get us underway. Good cross-court ball there to the goal scorer Nicholson, who potentially looking for a shot there. Didn't quite come off. Block in from Papakura though, so it rolls out for a kick in a pretty dangerous position here. Papakura City getting the wall set up and a cheeky ball in there. Nicholson just running in from the back post, trying to get on that, but well defended from Waters. And it looks to have come off a Southern United player last, so it will be Bradley to restart play for Papakura. And there's that press from Southern United, forcing the mistake from Papakura City. It was well drilled. Nicholson gets us underway with a good ball in the middle. You can applaud the intention, but Papakura City, alert, equal to it. And now that line's starting to creep up a little higher from Southern United. I think they're aware 2 minutes to go in this half. They can afford to take a few risks with leaving their back line exposed. They need goals to get back into this one. 2 minutes on the clock. Papakura City kicking on the far side. Williams to drop to Bremner, who cuts inside now and just lays it across there for Waters. Looks forward. Bremner attempted 1-2, but again, well cut out there from Nicholson. She's had a good game. And ready now on the ball. Good back heel there. Cheeky, but Bremner not quite up to it. And I think, what a goal that is! Ready. That was a very interesting passage of play there. Bit of futsal. We'll get a replay of that just to confirm exactly what went down, but no mistaking, a quality finish from Hannah Reddy. Great challenge from Reddy. Again, similar to the second goal, first goal that she scored of this game. Wins possession back with a strong tackle and then just rips that one far post. As we're looking at the replay, another goal comes in, this time from Waters. Straight off the restart, Papakura City pounce into possession, and in a matter of minutes, they have surely taken this game away from Southern United. 5-1 here from Papakura City. You look at that good 1-2 play there from Reddy, and a good finish underneath Gumabi from Waters. Futsal can change in the blink of an eye, and we've just seen that happen here, folks. 3 goals scored in potentially a matter of 1 minute from Papakura City. And Southern United now find themselves 4 goals down, the minute 20 on the clock. A difficult task, potentially made impossible. It's a good chip there from Gumabi. Good turn as well. And the shot comes in, but Anthony across to it. And we've got some substitutions coming on here for Southern United. As it's dropped back there for McLean. We'll turn and opt to go back to Jarivas, back to McLean. Cooper with that press, almost pounces on it. Falls back all the way to the goalkeeper, who rolls it out for Diaz on this near side. Drops it back off for the Jarivas, trying to find Diaz there. Back on the ball now, but that press straight away from Papakura City. And the shot comes in, but straight into the hands of Gumabi, who rolls it out now for Diaz. Trying to make something, get something back from this game, Southern. But Papakura City back on the ball now. And a good forward ball there from Cooper. Does well to fashion a bit of space on the inside there. Back on the ball now. And drops it off to Anthony, who plays it forward to Barroso. And Anthony back with the ball now. Back to Barroso. Good bit of play there. Shot comes in and a good save, and close down the angle. Did Gumabi to force that shot wide. 8 seconds on the clock here, folks. And a Papakura City kick in. Is there any drama to be had in the final 8 seconds of this match as a shot comes in and almost Zlatan Ibrahimovic-esque goal for Venmore. Good volley opportunity, not quite coming off. 1 second on the clock here. You would say Papakura City going to be taking away the 3 points from this first game of the day. A tight game for the majority of it. Southern United made things difficult for Papakura as they equalised there through a great finish from Nicholson around the 11th minute. But as we know with futsal, there changes in the blink of an eye, and Papakura City with 3 quick-fire goals in the final few minutes of that match to seal the deal, earn themselves the 3 points. And you would say on the amount of and quality of chances that Papakura City created during that game, I wouldn't necessarily say that's an unfair result for Papakura. Now Southern, big task here ahead of them for the remainder of this competition. They needed those points there to claw themselves into a 4th place playoff position. Papakura City now with those 3 points will be taken to 2nd place, 1 ahead of Capital Futsal, who they play, I believe, at 3 p.m. today. And that game will confirm who of the 2 teams end up in 2nd and who ends up in 3rd. So, Game 1, National Series 2, all done here. Ākau Tangi Sports Centre, Wellington. Up next, we've got Canterbury United Pride playing WaiBOP Power. Going to be a good game, that one. again, followed by Capital v Papakura, game I was just talking about. And then into the men's competition from 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock with two exciting games lined up there, with the Rapids playing Dragons and Auckland City playing Capital. So don't go anywhere, folks. Roll some commercials, do some interviews, and we'll be back very shortly for the next game, which is Canterbury United Pride playing WaiBOP Power.
Ford, long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in for Game 2 here on Day 1 of National Series 2. Looking at an exciting matchup today, Canterbury United Pride, first place, currently on the table with 8 wins and 1 draw, unbeaten so far in the competition, 60 goals for and 10 goals conceded. So very, very positive form heading into this match against WaiBOP Power, who are sitting fourth on the table. 3 wins, 5 losses, 16 goals for and 29 goals against. So quite a disparity in records between the two teams, but WaiBOP Power will be looking for a big upset here, potentially causing the first loss of the competition for the Pride heading into tomorrow's playoff finals. To give you an update on the scores from the previous round, obviously on the live stream here we had Papakura City playing Southern United, and that ended in 5-1 to Papakura City with 3 quick-fire goals coming in the last 2 minutes of the game to seal Papakura's 3 points there and unfortunately knock Southern United, unfortunately for Southern United, knock them out of the playoff spots, landing them in 5th place on 7 points. So both teams in the game we're watching today are confirmed to be in the playoff spots, but certainly still a lot to play for in the way of Golden Boot rankings and final playoff positions. Over on Court 2, we'll look at the team lists. I'll tell you about Court 2 later. First up for Canterbury United Pride, we've got the starting 5 here. Mackenzie Falco in goal, Jennifer Merkin, Serena Patel, current Resene Golden Boot leading goal scorer, Frankie Morrow, and Brittany Lee Nicholson, the captain for Canterbury United Pride, coached by Ronan Nika. And on the bench, Scarlett Gray, another goalkeeper, Samantha White, Elena Firth, Lily Fisher, Elise Jackson, Rachel Brody, Daisy Myers, Darsha Keegan, and Petra Boyk. Now for WaiBOP Power Women's, don't have the starting 5 for you, but I'll tell you that as soon as the teams take the court. But their team list is looking good as well. Nikki White and Kate Snowball are the keepers for this WaiBOP Power side. Courtney Stone, the captain. Fatima Hussein Ali, number 4. And Brooke Barclay, Stevie Lee Tiller, Neve Simpson, Jamie Evans, Neve Carter, Morgan McCormick, Emma Brown, Eve Miszczewski, Lossie Bloomfield, and Lily Musprat rounding out the players for this WaiBOP Power side, coached by Kieran Miszczewski. Exciting game coming up here for you folks. Lots of goals, lots of action guaranteed from these two sides. Over on Court 2 currently we've got Waikato Rapids playing Capital Futsal in what's bound to be an exciting game over there. We'll bring you live updates as they happen from Court number 2 in that game. And as we see the players take to the court here, I'll just run through the Resene Golden Boot goal scorer list for you. Very Canterbury United Pride heavy. Currently on 13 goals is Pride talesman Serena Patel in first place, followed by Frankie Morrow with 9 goals in second place. After this morning's game with Papakura City, is Hannah Reddy scoring 2 goals. That bumps her up to 3rd place on 8, joined by Brittany Lee Nicholson, the captain for this Pride side. And in 4th place on 7 goals is again Ella James from Papakura City and Jennifer Merkin from Canterbury United. So they've got goals in them, this Pride side. WaiBOP Power will know that, but WaiBOP Power are also no strangers to an upset, beating better teams, higher ranked teams than them. Obviously a couple weekends ago in National Series 1 we saw them with a resounding victory over Capital Futsal, who on paper were much further ahead of them. So they'll certainly be looking for a repeat of that, again wanting to cause Canterbury United Pride's first loss of the competition so far. And Pride will be looking just to solidify their strategy, finish the pool stages of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague strong with another win, and enter into the playoffs full of confidence and full of goals ahead of tomorrow. Just to run you through the current standings of this women's competition, obviously Canterbury United Pride, as I mentioned earlier, clear ahead by 6 points in first place. Papakura City, after this morning's win, bumps them up to 2nd place, 1 point ahead of Capital Futsal on 3rd. Those two teams play each other at 3 o'clock here on the live stream, so make sure you're there for that one, which will be a very exciting game. And WaiBOP Power currently sitting in 4th on 9 points. As we get underway with the Lossie Bloomfield taking the kickoff. confirming this WaiBOP Power starting 5 here for you folks. Lossie Bloomfield, obviously, leading in that target role, number 16. The captain, Courtney Stone, number 2 there on the right of your screen. Got Jamie Evans over on that far left flank, number 8. And Lily Muspratt, just in that holding defensive role, number 17. In goal for WaiBOP Power is Nikki White, the number 3. And we're underway now in the second game of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague National Series 2. Good bit of link-up play there between the two Pride players on that far right side, but can't quite find the feet of Patel as that goes all the way behind the advertiser board for a restart from White. And she'll just drop it off there for Muspratt. Picked up well there in the defence, and a shot comes in there. Early warning signs for WaiBOP Power. Shot from Merkin, but comfortable for White. It's a great through ball there. Now sees Power on goal and forces a good save out of Falco. And that's the danger of this WaiBOP Power team. They can find those chances as another one comes in there from Muspratt. Just skewed it a little bit wide of this near post. But positive signs for both teams. I think setting the tone very much for this game. They both going to want to come out and attack and put goals on. There's a good turnover there. 3v1 from the Power and just can't quite find the feet there. That was Stone to Bloomfield, the attempted pass. Cut out by Falco. Nicholson on the ball now. Drives forward. Finds the feet of Morrow, who tries to square it across for Patel, but Muspratt in the right position just to tidy that one up and drop it off to her captain Stone, who plays a lovely chip ball down there on the near flank. Muspratt can't quite come under control there as Patel attempts a surging run forward. Cut out there by Stone for a kick in, which Patel will take and just roll it back there to Merkin. Plays it out wide to Nicholson and back to Merkin. A 1-2 gets the Meg on Muspratt, but Stone in there to cover it up and a shot comes in, but blocked. And Bluefield attempting to regain position, does well to keep that in. Beats the player, but can't quite get around her. And Patel, just a bit of unfortunate footwork there. Gets caught on top of the ball and possession turns to WaiBOP Power. As Stone now attempts the through ball. A little bit too much on that for attacking player, Jamie Evans there. And Falco now will just go grab the ball and restart play. Goes long. Finding the feet of Nicholson, who plays it over to Morrow. Brings it down well, trying to find Nicholson again, but a good tackle in there from Muspratt, who plays out wide to Stone, who just can't quite get her feet on the ball. Knocks the sideline camera there and goes out for a kick in to Patel. Rolls it off to Nicholson, recycles it. Out to Merkin. And brings it back now to Morrow. Drops it off to Nicholson. Bit of space for a shot. And Serena Patel looking for any scraps, but White jumps on it, claims it. Smiles from both players, nothing malicious there. And a good through ball there, but Patel gets something on it, making it bubble for Stone, and she just gets a bit too much underneath that ball. Good press there from Canterbury United Pride, forcing a kick in now. On the far side, which I believe it's Evans, will take and roll after Muspratt. Patel right in the face though. And look at that, 3 Pride players all the way up. Engaging in that press, very, very high line. And winning a turnover, which Nicholson will take. And straight to the feet of Evans. Patel now. Nope, not Patel. Merkin does underway, drops it off to Nicholson. Takes a touch, shoots. And blocked out there by Pride. Power. Muspratt coming away with it, but losing possession and resulting in a kick in on the far side there for the Pride. Nicholson just ripped that shot in there, but comfortable for Muspratt in defence to clear that away. And Pride now with a bit of time at the back. Surging ball on this left flank to Patel. Bit of footwork, finds the space for the shot, and blocked out there by Stone. Falls out to Merkin, I believe that was. He ripped the shot from deep, but not troubling White as it just sailed wide of that far post. See a substitution here for WaiBOP Power. Number 9, Neve Carter, coming on. Replacing Musprat. So they have a kick in now. Soft chip ball for Bloomfield. Can't quite get control of it. Patel does well to clean that up and drop it off for Nicholson, who finds the feet of Patel again. And now, bit of space out on the left flank for Merkin, but White claims that one. Does well, rolls it off to Evans. That press straight in there from Pride. Battling for it. Patel drops it off for Morrow, and the shot comes in. And White again called up for a save. And these Pride players staying very, very high, not giving WaiBOP Power any time to think about their options. Forcing the long ball and doing well to get a kick in there off a defensive error from the Pride. They'll evaluate their options here with the Pride, with the Power. As the long ball just can't quite find the feet of Brown up front. As Morrow brings the ball down, tries to beat her player, but just dribbles that out of play there in front of the referee for a WaiBOP Power kick in. And an attempted long ball there, not quite on the same page as her teammate. Rolls out a play for a kick in, just as the subs roll into play for the Pride. Lily Fisher on this near side. Samantha White on the far side to restart play with the kick in, and drops off to Elena Firth, who brings it out wide for the 4th substitute, Petra Boyk. And a good bit of hold-up play there from her. Tries to find the pass across, but a good tackle from Power, and they clear it. Positive signs from both teams here in the first 5 minutes of this game. Still 0-0, but plenty of time to be played here in this match as the Pride look for a bit of combination play on that right flank. Can't quite pull the 1-2 off. And Power now, 3 Pride players all the way up, forcing that long ball and cut out well. Can't quite keep possession there though. As the Power get another kick in and trying to play out, but the Pride giving them no time to think about it, forcing the mistake and turning over possession through a kick in for the Pride. Pressing as a team there, very effective. Forcing mistakes and long balls. They'll be happy with their setup. As a good ball there, finds White in the middle and saved by White, out for a corner. Just confirm that's Nikki White there in the Power goal, and Samantha White there for the Pride, both wearing the number 3 shirt, so apologies if there's any mistaken identities there as the corner comes in and a good shot from Firth. Dealt with by the Power. And again you see that Pride pack just hunting, and another mistake forced out. Power just given no time to breathe there in the defensive line. We'll see what they can do with this kick in here. As a turnover now for the Power. The shot comes in from Emma Brown, but didn't quite get much purchase behind that one. Just rolls out for a restart through Falco. And does well to find White up front, but can't quite bring it down there. The Pride still though, earn a kick in. Relatively dangerous position here. Fisher to take. Drops it off to Boyk, who blocked out well there from the Power. Forced back to the goalkeeper Falco. And turned over now. The Power beats one. That's well played there from McCormick. Tame shot in the end though. Comfortable for Falco. And White now on the ball with a bit of time to drive forward. Finds Boyk on this near side. Back to White. Left flank. Good cross-court ball there. Just moving forwards, building possession. A good opportunity there on this near side for the spectacular finish, but it's a tough technique to have in your locker, that one, and in the end a relatively comfortable one for the Power goalkeeper. Good bit of combination play there as it spills out to Brooke Barclay, who rips a shot straight in the hands of Falco. And a good turn there from White. Can't quite beat the second player there. As the ball just spills out now for another, some possession now for the Pride. White's ball cut out there and turned over for the Power. Ball down this left flank, attempted 1-2 into the middle, but just a little bit too much on that from Barclay. And it rolls out for a Pride kick in down in their defensive corner. Falco now looking for the ball across the pitch to Firth, who links up well with White. Finds Firth again. Good shot there, just too much underneath it though. Flies over the crossbar. Couple substitutions here for WaiBOP Power. Fatima Hussein Ali on the ball now. Passes to Barclay, who took that shot. Again, Falco equal to it. Petra Boyk now on the ball, drops it off to White on this left flank. Attempts for the 1-2, but forced out of play there. Good press from the Power as a shot comes in. Had Falco worried there for a second, but sailed over the bar. She'll just take her time now, coming into play. Looking to drop it short there for her six, who well positioned. A bit of miscommunication there from the Power, and the turnover is in vain. Pride back on the ball now. Boyk rolls it off. Comes deep for Firth, who long ball there again, cut out by Hussein Ali. And it will go all the way back to Falco in goal, who assessing her options, decide to go safe down to her left. Boyk, but Neve Simpson there, well positioned to shut down any danger of a counter attack down this left side. Pride now again, building from the back. Finding their passes, and yeah, just a miscued ball there. Trying to find the feet of Elena Firth, making the run down that far flank, but couldn't quite pull it off as the chipped kick in rolls harmlessly. All the way back for another kick in for the Pride. As they restart play here, good play down that right flank. White turns and can't get past Tiller. Stevie Lee Tiller there, who knocks it out for a corner ball, I believe, for the Pride. And it's Samantha White who goes over to drop this ball off for a relatively tame shot in the end from Firth. Bit disappointed with herself there. She's got better in the locker. The Power gets us underway again. And that press from Pride, just not giving WaiBOP Power any time really to bring any combinations along the back line, build anything out, forcing mistakes. And they choose to go long this time. Bloomfield does well to get possession back for her team, but that Pride press too strong and turned over again. Back to Boyk on this far side, who drops it down to Firth. And White now, the right flank. Just rolls it across. Comfortable in possession here, the Pride are, but Bloomfield, good touch from her to just cut that passing lane out, and resulting in a kick in on this near side for the Pride as we see 4 rolling substitutions come on for the Pride. Rachel Brodie, Elise Jackson, Daisy Myers, and I'll confirm the 4th one for you there as Muspratt makes a good run forward, cut out from the Pride, but drops it off, and a good challenge there as White sliding out. Brilliant goalkeeper play there, had to be made, shut down the threat from the turnover there. And the Power now In a familiar position, 3 Pride players engaging that press straight away, and another mistake forced out from that high line. Well set up team here, the Pride. Know what they want to do, in possession and out of possession. It's a somewhat short ball there, dropped off, forcing the long ball from Daisy Myers. And White now just drops it off to Muskrat. Evaluating her options, plays it long for Bloomfield, who does well to maintain possession there. Found Simpson for the shot, but Falco equal to it. Corner ball now, as it comes out to Hussein Ali, who gets the shot away, but I believe it was blocked there by Jackson. We'll get confirmation, maybe just a miscued hit. Tough shot to get control under, about hip height. Pass cut out there again from Falco as it rolls out for a Pride kicking on the far side. We've got a run coming in here on that left flank, but another short ball from the Power, and the Pride are in trouble here. Hussein Ali gets the ball, finds a bit of space in the bottom right hand corner, and the Pride get across to it. Good tackle there from Myers, and it'll result in a corner for the Power as they roll it back. Muskrat prepping the long shot. Not a best work there, wide of this near post. Warning signs for the Pride here. They're not going to want to switch off, not going to want to get complacent. They've got their final playoff spot already booked in, but they'll certainly want to be getting in to that spot with the unbeaten record, as a brilliant long ball and collection comes in there, but the shot not quite there. It's a good turn from Bloomfield, good pivot play as the shot comes in, and a great goal! Alossi Bloomfield opens the scoring here against the Pride. That's some finish, 1-2. Lightning fast futsal we see here, holds it up well, gets a turn, couple touches in the toe poke. Just past Falco, too much power on that one. A great start for the Power as they find an early lead, 1-0 against Canterbury United Pride. You wouldn't necessarily say that's against the run of play. Power certainly dealing with the Pride's press. They are forcing quite a few mistakes out there, but they're still creating chances. And as we can see, those chances resulting in goals for the Power. As the scoreboard updates there, officially reflecting the scoreline. And good play there from the Pride, but Muskrat came across to shut down any threat. And we see that again here. Dasha Keegan just can't quite get that ball under control, and Muskrat came across well. Falco now on the ball. Just can't quite link up with Keegan on the right flank there, and it's a kick in now, which Muskrat will take for the Power. They do well there, 1-2 with Muskrat, but a good block in there. Instructions coming from the bench there, Coach Ronan Ākau just tidying up that press a little bit. Power now, what do they have from this kick in? Great challenge there, the shot comes in, and a brilliant save from Nikki White in goal. Rachel Brodie with the shot there, it's on target, had to be saved. And she will take this corner for the Pride as they drop it off for Keegan, who flicks it in, and almost there for the Pride. Get a little flick on, not worrying White in goal. Another corner, they'll lay it all the way back, and Muskrat does well just to get a foot on there. And they'll see this ball just roll out of play for another Pride corner. Plays it back to Keegan. Assessing her options, decides to go deep to Falco. Falco now plays long. Bloomfield with a strong challenge in there, deemed to be a foul. Came through the back of the Pride player there. And it'll be a free kick now. First foul of the half, 3 the team. And Daisy Myers to take the free kick, comfortable in the end for White and goal. And the Power pushing on that far flank, drops it off to Muskrat, who recycles out to Stone. 1-2 with the captain there. Good play, can't quite pull it off in the end. have a Pride kick in. A Power kick in. My mistake. Yeah, she saw the space in that far side there for her teammate Jamie Evans, but couldn't quite get it across to her as it was cut up by the Pride, and the long ball from the Power there. Ends in a kick in on this near side as we see Patel and Nicholson take to the field for the Pride. Just over 10 minutes gone in this first half here. Currently WaiBOP Power leading first place Canterbury United Pride 1-0, courtesy of a brilliant finish from Bloomfield. But Patel now on the ball does well to shake off her marker and gets the shot away. Low into the right of White, but she had it covered. Dropped it for Musprat, who can't get past Nicholson in the middle. And a bit of back and forth there. Patel trying to come away with it, earns the Pride a kick in on the near side, and she'll just lay it off for Merkin, who recycles out to Nicholson. Back to Merkin. Cuts inside, finds Nicholson, and not quite there for Patel. Ball played straight out, and the Power now in possession. And that press again coming straight in there from the Pride, shutting it down. The Power not entirely phased by the press. They're making it work. Tight spaces, not much room to work with there, given how relentless this press is coming out from the Pride, but they are finding a little bit of joy in these spaces here as the ball's turned over for Nicholson. Opportunity and a goal! Brittany Lee Nicholson equalises for Canterbury United Pride. Stole the ball with that tackle there, as we'll see the replay. Good challenge. And a finish similar to Bloomfield's. Toe poke down the middle. Just beats the keeper for Power. It's 1-0 here. The Pride equalise as they look to further their lead. Nicholson again. Shot rolls just wide of that near post. And Patel now trying to get on the ball, but smashed away there from Neve Carter for WaiBOP. And does well, actually, to get a deflection, earn a kick in. Smack bang on the halfway line there for the Power. The Pride sneaking forward, looking for the press, and it goes long, but cut out well by Patel in the mid-court there. Trying to hold possession, drops it off for Nicholson, who will recycle it across here for Merkin. And again, back to Nicholson, finds Patel on the left flank. Bit of room to drive at her marker. And in the end, they do well to shut that attack down. Rolling subs come on here for WaiBOP Power. Stevie Lee Tiller. One sub plays it up to Barkley, Brooke Barkley, the other sub. Can't quite bring it under control. Again, another chance at that to kick in on the near side. Till now, goes long. Straight into the head of the Pride player. Patel now with a bit of room, space. And a good save there from White in the end. You don't want to give Patel any time in that attacking D, but White did well to come out and just shut that threat down as they drop it off for a good shot in there from Merkin, and another save forced by White. And Patel now walks across to take this corner. We'll drop it off to Merkin, leaves it for Nicholson, who rips one and charged down there in the end by Eve Mischewski. Looks like that's rolled all the way back for Pride kicking in their defensive third, which Brittany Lee Nicholson will take. Quick 1-2 along the back line with Merkin. Bit of space to drive forward. Finds Morrow, who can't quite bring that under control. Slaps her hands, bit of disappointment, and we've got a timeout here by the Power. Opportunity, both coaches, just to relay their thoughts around the 8-minute mark here in this first half. Maybe not the start the Pride were hoping for. 1-1 against a WaiBOP Power side who, you know, are further down them on the table, but this WaiBOP Power side have been full of surprises. The Giant Killers this season. And deservedly, I would say, they're equal currently, both teams. That press from the Pride is looking strong and causing mistakes from the back line pretty much every time they engage it for Power, but they're not faltering and they're still finding a bit of joy, finding some spaces, still creating chances. And thanks to some good goalkeeping from Nikki White and a great finish from Bloomfield, the Power still 1-1 here. You see the tactical board there. Just relaying a few revisions to the plan is coach Ronan Naika, as is Kieran Miszczewski over on the WaiBOP Power side. So let's see what impact this has on the rest of the half. As we'll look to restart play with a WaiBOP Power kick in. Tiller goes long. Nobody in particular, and it rolls out for a kick in pretty much on the opposite side of the first kick in for Brittany Lee Nicholson to take. And she opts to go long. Morrow can't quite get on that. Another kick in here for Stevie Lee Tiller to take. And just miscommunication there. Brooke Barkley not quite in the position that the pass was aimed at. Nicholson now, little bit of time there to drive forward, but shut down by WaiBOP Power for a pride kick in now, which Morrow will take. Drop off to Nicholson. Tries to find the feet of Patel, but cut out well there by Morgan McCormick. Pressing this pride side and earning herself her side a kick in, which she will take. Looks to drop off to Stevie Lee Tiller, who beats Patel, does well, good footwork. Finds McCormick, and Patel back in there now. Nicholson gets across, trying to clear lines, but rolls out for a very dangerous kick in now, which Tiller will rip in, but straight into Merkin. Nicholson now, the bit of room to take away, and Brooke Barkley finds herself one-on-one with the keeper, and a great save there from Mackenzie Falco. Had to be made. Bit of back and forth now. Game's just opening up a little bit more. Tiller takes a long shot. Nothing doing. Out for a kick in, that is. Might want to see that one back on the replay. We have Morrow get us underway. Drops it off to a goalkeeper, Falco, who switches it over to Merkin. And Patel now does well. Finds Morrow with a bit of space on this left flank. Shrugs off her marker. And just drops it back there to Nicholson, who drives forward. Finds Merkin, who gets a shot away and just over the post there. Nikki White had it covered. She goes long, looking for Barkley. Merkin in a good position to cut that one out. Drops for Nicholson, who can't quite find the feet of Patel, and Barkley now. No time in the mid-court to make that pass as Nicholson was there. And Morrow mops it up, drops it back to Falco, who, again, just a bit of miscommunication there between the Pride players and the defence. Results in a WaiBOP kick in, which Tiller will get a shot off on and straight into the hands of Mackenzie Falco. Now Nicholson, bit of time to evaluate her options. She goes long there to Patel, who can't quite get that under control and ends up in the hands of White, who uses those hands to send it long to Miszczewski, who drops it up well there. But the shot from Miszczewski, apologies to McCormack, to Miszczewski, who took the shot, and just wide of that far post. Merkin now, Sabrina Patel dropping deep, good roulette. Create a bit of space for her. Morrow drops it off to Merkin, who drives forward now, bit of room. Finds Nicholson on that right flank, who gets a shot away and forces the corner off a deflection. Good block there from Miszczewski. And the Pride now. What have they got from this corner? Nicholson and Merkin attempting the 1-2, but just running out of play there. Deemed to go out by Charlie Brown, the referee, on that far side. And it is Stevie Lee Tiller, who is close to running out of time there. The whistle is in the mouth of the ref, but manages to get it away. And it's Falco who will restart play with a good long ball there to Merkin, who brings it down well, and a great challenge in there from Stevie Lee Tiller. Shuts down the threat And we've got Serena Patel, who takes a kick and drops it off to Nicholson, who finds Morrow on the far side. Morrow takes a touch, sets herself up to the shoot, and calls for handball there, but well blocked from Hussein Ali, and it's out for Pride corner with just over 5 minutes to go here in this first half. It'll be Morrow to take the corner, plays all the way back to Nicholson. Good touch there to bring it under control. Nicholson tries to knock it past Barkley, but can't quite. Patel does well, links up with the back heel, and almost a great goal there from the Pride as another shot comes in. That was good futsal there from Canterbury United Pride. Some cheeky combinations as we see that again. Does well, beats two players. Patel links up with the 1-2 and narrow there. Almost a goal to put her side in front and further her grip on the Resine Golden Boot rankings, but not to be. The post in the way of that decision as we now have another kick in for the Pride. Restarted quickly from Nicholson, who drops it off to Merkin and cut out well there by Brooke Barkley. 2v1 situation, tries to pull it across to Neve Simpson in the middle, but Patel well positioned to just mop that up and clear her lines. And the Power now. Good opportunity to restart play through Stevie Lee Tiller, who plays a quick 1-2 with Hussein Ali. Serena Patel tries to cut that out, but good footwork there. And Nicholson does well to fashion herself some space on that far side with a bit of clever footwork, and in the end a great block coming out from Tiller. We get a familiar side of a corner taken by Nicholson, who dropped it down to Merkin. Out to Morrow. Tries to find Nicholson, but Barkley in the way. Patel chases up the scraps and can't quite get through the wall of WaiBOP power players there as rolls comfortably out for Morrow. Good ball there, trying to find the feet of Nicholson. Can't quite do it, but Merkin now on the ball. Patel out to Nicholson, and a good block there from WaiBOP Power. Getting some good combination play in that final third from these Pride players. Starting to find each other's feet a little bit more. They had early start this morning, flying up from Canterbury. Maybe just shaking off some of the sleep from their eyes in this first half, but livening up a little bit more now as Frankie Morrow does well to cut inside and make a bit of space there for her team, and still trying. Shot comes in, but White across to it, picks it up. And that attempted through ball there from Tiller, just cut out by Morrow on the far side. Long ball comes in, but nothing doing. Comfortable for Mackenzie Falco and the Pride goal. And Nicholson to Patel, trying to find a bit of link-up play over on that right flank, but can't quite find the feet of her teammate as we see a rolling sub for the Power. Stevie Lee Tiller, replaced by Lily Musprat, on the ball now to Hussein Ali. And Musprat again, going long. Almost there, but just out of play. And 4 substitutions for the Pride, which sees Samantha White, Petra Boyk on the ball, taking that kick in. Number 7, Lily Fisher, and finally now on the ball, number 8. Sorry, number 6 there, I believe there, Elena Firth. The substitutions for the Pride as they earn themselves a kick in inside WaiBOP Power's half. Let's see what this group of players can make for the final 3 minutes of this first half here. Bloomfield also joining the play, and straight into that press. Not a pounce on any scraps there. Pride do well on that right flank to beat one Power player, but Musprat in the right position to just tidy that up, knock it out for a kick in on the far side. And another kick in, more or less the exact same position. Drops it off for Firth. Plays it across for Boyk. Good attempt there, but cut out by the Power, and Bloomfield now with a bit of time and opportunity finds Hussein Ali with a bit of space, who gets a shot away, and Mackenzie Falco equal to it. Asking questions of this Pride defence are Power. And they now have a kick in a dangerous position. Which they roll off for Musprat, who rips it just in the way of the player Bloomfield. Gets in the way there. Bit of miscommunication. Be a Pride kick in now on this near side. And they hear there on court number 2. Goal's been scored. We'll get confirmation of that. Looks like Capital take an early lead over Waikato Rapids. Not so early lead, sorry. It's close to half time in both matches. And we'll get confirmation of that score for you very shortly over on court 2. But as it stands here, 2.5 minutes to go. Pride and WaiBOP Power all tied up, 1-1. And White now to get us underway with a kick in. Searching long ball. Not sure if that's a pass or a shot there. Probably neither, as it rolls out for White in goal, just to restart play, and that press strong on the far side there from Firth. Does well to win herself a kick in. And she'll just lay it off now here. Who plays it across? Can't quite find the feet of Fisher. And that target position all the way through for White again to get us underway with the restart. And she goes long this time. Trying to find Bloomfield, but cut out well there. Bit of contact on the back, nothing doing from the referees. Firth did well to cut that out, good defensive header. And we see Muspratt on the ball now, plays a cross-field ball. And just run out of play there. Just under 2 minutes to go now. The Pride find themselves with a kick in. Shut down well there. Good shape. Good pressure from the Power. Relentless. Leaves a little bit in that challenge though, does Jamie Evans, and the Pride will get a free kick. One foul apiece so far in this half. And challenge again. Evans all over the court. Needed to be made, that one. White now, the shot. White with the save. Looked to be on target. Going for that top right-hand corner, so a good save in the end from Nikki White. The Pride now just discussing some tactics ahead of this corner. Possibly a pre-planned set-piece routine coming out. We'll see what they have up their sleeves. Power deal with it though. And Evans on that far side, forcing the ball out, winning a kick in. Just drop it off for Muspratt. Bloomfield offering options on the far side. Almost caught out there by Fisher. That Pride press again proving fruitful for them. And again, no time on the ball for Bloomfield to force it out, and it's a turnover from the Pride. Rolls out to White on that far side. Now the Pride get a shot away, and Bloomfield in the right place to block that. Roll all the way back. Ākau. Bit of time on the ball now in their defensive third. The Pride, as we approach the 1 minute mark. 1 minute to go in this first half. WaiBOP power now. Courtney Stone, the captain, drops it off. Lily Muspratt, who herself drops to the ground. Bit of slippage there, but fortunately came to nothing for the Pride, and they get another chance at a kick in. Stone and Muspratt link up well, but in the end it's cut out by Fisher, who plays it off to White, trying to find the 1-2 with Fisher. Can't quite do it, and Bloomfield now with an opportunity to run at the last defender. Bloomfield taking a one-on-one. Finds Stone, who does well to bring it back in for Bloomfield again. Cuts back, looking for options, drops it off to Muspratt. That press from White, straight in there, trying to pounce on any scraps. And still Muspratt now calls for a foul and a bit of time, and a goal! Courtney Stone, the WaiBOP Power captain, with 17 seconds on the clock, calls for foul from the Pride defence, and we'll take another look at that. Yeah, potentially a bit left in that challenge there. The referees not having a bar of it. And a good finish in the end there from Courtney Stone. Pride may feel a little bit hard done by. It certainly was a challenge left in there. But the referees did not see anything from that, as now the last 7 seconds. An opportunity and a great challenge coming in there from Muspratt just to shut that down. And with 4 seconds on the clock, unless we see some goal scoring action right off this kick in from the Pride, we will head to half time with the Power in front. We see there again that challenge from Muspratt, and the bench are loving it. As the attempted shot there from Firth just can't quite get the purchase that she was after. And with 1 second on the clock, that looks like that will be that for the first half here. WaiBOP Power 2-1 over Canterbury United Pride as we head to half time. Very interesting matchup here, folks. Good game. Will be interesting to see the review of that last goal. A great finish nonetheless. And we'll be back with you after a quick commercial break with updates from both games here at Ākau Tangi Sports Centre on National Series 2, Day 1, the Ford Futsal SuperLeague Finals weekend.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars, the power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in from that quick commercial break. We're here, half-time of the second game of the day. Canterbury United Pride playing WaiBOP Power. Canterbury United Pride find themselves 1 goal down to WaiBOP Power's 2. So currently score is 2-1, thanks to a goal in the last 30 seconds from WaiBOP's captain, Courtney Stone. Great finish as well. They first took the lead through another good finish from Bloomfield, which was equalled by the Pride. And now with 2 goals to 1, Coach Miszewski will be looking to hold on to this lead, but not drop off. I think the way that they're playing has served them well, defending well, countering the Pride's press well. But they certainly won't want to rest on their laurels. This Pride side are a dangerous unit with already 61 goals scored across the competition. So they will be certainly looking to capitalise and keep pushing. The Pride, however, task ahead of them to get themselves back into this game. They've been looking very dangerous. Lion's share of the chances, you'd say. Certainly more possession on the ball. Nevertheless, they find themselves 1 goal down at half-time. Relatively uncommon position for this Pride team. They've only conceded 10 goals before this game. So currently, as it stands, they've conceded a 6th of all of their goals in the Super League this season in that first half. So Power will be happy with themselves with how that first half has gone. But still 20 minutes of futsal left in the second half, and anything can happen. So very exciting half of futsal lined up here. Will WaiBOP Power be the team to deliver Canterbury United Pride their first loss of this 2023 Ford Futsal Super League season, or will the Pride kick into second gear and finish their last game of pool play strong? It's all to play for, folks, as we see Pride getting us underway with Nicholson on the ball now. Plays it across to Patel. 1-2 with Nicholson. Can't quite get underneath that one. It's turned over for Bloomfield. 2v2. Courtney Stone on the right side looking for it. And Bloomfield still maintains possession, but Falco there forced into the save. Relatively comfortable one for her. She just plays it short to Merkin. Comes across to Patel. Crossfield to Morrow. And back into Patel. She sees Nicholson long and tries to find her, but Mus Pratt also read that one. Right position, gets a shot away, and a good save there from Mackenzie Falco. Had to be made. Looked like from my angle that was going in bottom corner. Early warning signs for the Pride here. As WaiBOP's number 8, Jamie Evans, comes across to take this one. What they got, rolls it back, skips, and all the way over the bar, crashes into the scoreboard. Venue staff won't like that one, and neither will the player who made the shot there. Falco gets a long throw. Morrow goes for the spectacular to bring that under control, but can't quite pull it off. And Courtney Stone, Power captain, will get us restarted here as soon as she finds the ball. That press again, Pride looking to pounce on that. Almost a 2v1 situation there on that right-hand flank for WaiBOP Power. Cut down well by Jennifer Merkin there, as she will be the one to take this kick in to get play restarted. Across to Morrow. Morrow now. Looking for Merkin. Good press there from Power, forcing the mistake, the long ball. That was Courtney Stone on the far side there. As we see some rolling substitutions. 4 on, 4 off for WaiBOP Power. Morgan McCormick taking that pivot roll up front. Emma Brown, who took the ball there and is tussling with Nicholson, trying to maintain possession here. Nicholson keeping that press high, and Brown ends up drawing that foul. Referee well placed to see that one. And Evans, I believe, is the player to get things off. A great searching ball up there for McCormick, but can't quite bring it under control as it rolls out of play for a Canterbury United Pride check-in. Nicholson now on the ball. Good long ball up to Morrow. Good play there. Canterbury United Pride. Merkin on the ball, coming down the left flank. Drops it off to Nicholson again, who sets it up for a shot. And a good save in the end from Nikki White. Nicholson's got goals in her locker from that distance. We saw that. National Series 1 against the team. I can't quite remember the team, but you look back at that live stream and there was probably the goal of the weekend scored by Nicholson in a very similar position there. As it drops back to Nicholson now. Another shot comes in, relatively tame one there. Easy for White to pick up and distributes to McCormick up top. Can't quite bring it under control. Roll all the way out for Falco to get us restarted. Good long ball there for Morrow. Good turn by another good challenge there from Carter. And WaiBOP Power have a chance to break here. Patel does well to get back in and put a foot in to shut that down. And Morrow can't quite find Nicholson on the far left side there. Neither team really settling into position here, but back and forth so far in the second half. And Nicholson in the right place to cut that out. A bit of a skewed clearance there, but ends up working for them as it falls to the feet of Miss Chusky on the far side. She does clear her lines. We get a kick in now, which Nicholson will take and drop off for Merkin. Brings it across to Patel. Shut down there by Brown. And Nicholson. What can she do here? Beats one, but can't beat two. And WaiBOP Power find themselves 2-on-1 here. Good save. Mackenzie Falco. You could say that the ball square was on there to McCormick. Oh, not a save in the end, just naturally wide. But Patel now straight away on the counter. Canterbury United Pride squares it across and good block in the end there, but Pride still on the ball and Nicky White with the save in the end. 6s and 7s in the defensive line there, but they managed to get it out. And we'll have a kick in now for the Power as they go long searching for Brown, but safe hands of Falco, who rolls it out for Merkin. Bit of miscommunication between the two players there. Merkin with the back turned when the ball was played and just rolls out for a kick in. Good bit of interplay in the mid-court there from the Power, but Patel battling for it and crashing into the sign there. Sponsors won't be happy, but potentially broke the fall there from a more serious injury. So you've got to look on the bright side of life as she's in a bit of space here and picks up the ball and gets a shot away, but White again equal. She goes long there looking for the feet of Brown, who does well to bring that down and went for the spectacular. Didn't quite pull it off. Good touch, first touch there to get under control. But a shot, hard technique to make and not quite pulling off there. As Nicholson now found herself in a bit of space as she kept that in, she has, driving down the left flank. Patel on her inside, finds her, Patel turns and just ball scurries away from her first touch there. But they still have a kick in a dangerous position and Patel leaves it for her teammate. Nicholson with a bit of space in the middle. WaiBOP Power just fell asleep a little bit there about the defensive line. Nicholson went for the back heel. Didn't quite pull it off. Good long throw, but nothing doing. All the way out for a restart through Falco. And turn goes long. Nicholson lurking. Patel on the ball. Drops it off for Morrow. Players flying over the court there. No foul. We'll have a Pride kick in. Morrow to take on this near side. Drops it off for Patel, who rips a shot in and not far away at all on the near side there. Rattling the goal post. White goes long. Great touch there from Morrow, who finds Nicholson, who links up well with Patel. Not quite. Not quite. The idea was there. Good play. Final pass not quite there as we see some rolling substitutions. Book Barclay on your screen there, bringing it down. As a shot is blocked, I believe, from Merkin. I think the player was. He got the challenge in there. WaiBOP Power now with a corner kick. And they'll drop it off to Barclay, who leaves it for Tiller, who puts in a pretty wayward shot there. And Falco will collect this one from underneath the seating to get play restarted. Going long. Nicholson again in a bit of space. Good play there. Almost beats Humaka, but falls for Barclay, who tries to link up with Stevie Lee Tiller on the far side. Can't quite pull it off. And we'll have another restart of play here for the Pride. Nicholson, good ball there to Patel, but another good tackle there from Tiller. Finds Barclay with a bit of space on the left and almost a goal there. Not far off. Brooke Barclay putting it just wide of this near post on the left foot. Well, set up well there from Tiller, who put in a good challenge. Found Barclay on her left. And now it's Nicholson immediately down the other end of the court. Cuts inside, opens a bit of space. Cleared the lines there. Did Mischewski. And now Darsha Keegan for Canterbury United Pride to get us underway. Drops it back for Patel, who rips a shot in to the hands of Nicky White. And she'll just play it short now. Stevie Lee Tiller assessing her options. Comes out to Mischewski on this near side. Couple ball rolls. Tries to find player on the right flank there, but different wavelengths were those two players. And Falco again. No, a kick in on that far side. It'll be Elise Jackson who took the kick in there. Sub that I've missed, and Patel chasing the ball down, but all the way out. Calls for a corner. Referee's seen otherwise. And White now finds Hussein Ali, who does a good touch and a Good turn there. If she can maintain possession, that'd be good play. Not quite. Muscled out on this near side. And now Nicholson with not a lot of time there. Good press from Barclay, but she does well to find Patel. And Patel still battling for it now. Still with the ball, Patel. Great footwork, gets a shot away. That was almost a brilliant goal from Serena Patel. Shrugged off 2 defenders, couple roulettes. Love to see it. But in the end, shot goes wide. And we'll have a restart from Nikki White, who goes long to Barclay and does well to find a runner on the left flank, but just a bit too much on that ball for Hussein Ali. And Pride kick in through Jackson. Nicholson finds the feet of Patel. And again, just a bit of miscommunication there. Picked up by Barclay, who sees a runner on the right, and Nicholson with a great challenge there, driving. WaiBOP Power players back in number there. Attempted challenge, drops it off for Patel, who turns and shoots. And not much time for White to make the save there and react. She does well to get down. And now Barclay, muscled off by Keegan, drives forward. Tries to slip Patel through, but not quite well positioned from Stevie Lee Tiller, and comes away with it. But in the end, a kick in now for Nicholson. Keegan links up with Patel, bit of space now. Nicholson on that left flank, driving forward, ripping a shot away and shoving Tiller aside. Saw one there, earns their side a kick in now. Relatively dangerous position for the Pride. Let's see what they can fashion here. They play it square for Keegan, a good shot there, but wide, quite far wide of the post. You see Bloomfield take the court again for WaiBOP Power. Good throw there. Patel turns and goes down. There was contact in the back, but it was deemed by the referee not enough. And Muspratt now straight off the sub bench and into the fray. It does very well there to maintain possession. She's got an option on the left, but she'll take the shot, and a good save. Mackenzie Falco falls out to Power player. Bit of fancy footwork there from Neve Simpson. Drops it off for Muspratt. And Neve Simpson now on the ball again. Does very well to find Bloomfield, who the challenge goes down. And Pride now with numbers on the counter. Trying to slip it forward there, but can't quite manage the pass to Firth. And Power will have a bit of time on the back. Yeah, just get possession on the ball. That press from Pride coming straight away. And a deflection off that pass earns the Power are kicking on the far side. Just over 13 minutes to go here in the second half. Score unchanged from half-time. WaiBOP Power leading Canterbury United Pride 2-1. And never fear, folks, we're still chasing down those scores from the other court, where Capital Futsal are playing Waikato Rapids. And we'll have those to you very, very shortly. As Firth there looking for options. Saves the ball back again. Now White on that right flank, shut down. And Bloomfield getting the press in, leaving a little bit on that challenge. Referee's happy with it, and the attempted 2v1 between Keegan and White here, just on the near side, doesn't quite come off. And it'll be Hussein Ali to restart play with a drop ball there to Muspratt. And along the bottom of your screen there, we'll see some of the results and fixtures for the day. Obviously, 2 games gone so far. 5-1 to Papakura City in the live stream game, and 6-0 to Waikato Rapids. We see Capital Football to Waikato Rapids 21-1, which I'm sure is a spelling error there. We'll confirm that for you. And obviously the game here, 2-1 Canterbury United Pride. And keep an eye out there, folks, along the bottom as the game's upcoming on the 2 courts here at Ākau Tangi Sports Centre, as White comes out well there to clear a lines. Bloomfield nips it and beats Keegan, but can't quite maintain possession there. And we'll have a kick in now for the Pride. White does well there to drop it off for Geoghegan, but Barkley, anywhere will do, snatches it up. And that's well played by Jackson on this near side. Finds Geoghegan, who cuts inside and gets a pass away to White, but that's cut out there. And Bloomfield now deep with possession. From the ball, trying to find the right pass, and manages just about to find that pass, does well. And in position for the cutout there, finds Evans. Waiting for a runner's offer. Evans taking on her marker, does well, cuts inside, and a great challenge there from Firth just to shut that down. And now Pride can't quite muster that pass along the back line to maintain position. Ends up in a deflection off the WaiBOP power forward, and the Pride will restart play through White. It's on the ball now, plays it out to Firth. Now it's Jackson on the ball. Back to White. And Firth again. Finds Jackson on this right flank. Good press there from Jamie Evans, but Jackson still with the ball, and Evans turned over there. Good turn. Does she keep it in? She does. Maintains possession and puts the ball into a very dangerous area, but nobody making that run onto the back post to tap it home. Yeah, look at this good bit of footwork there. Good pass, and players just a little bit late as we see a good opportunity here for the Power, but cut out well from the Pride, and now counter-attacking opportunity here. Geoghegan thought about the long ball, decides better of it, drops it off for Firth, who plays White. And Firth back to White, and back to Firth. Looks across. Geoghegan now, bit of space on this right side, who errant touch, Power pounce on it, and now a shooting opportunity for Muspratt. Just hits it wide of that far post. Long ball in there for White. Took it down well, but Jamie Evans recovers, steals the ball and charges forward. White gets a foot in just to shut that down. And we'll get a kick in now on the far side. Just shy of 10 minutes remaining in the second half. Captain Courtney Stone on the ball now. Gets a shot away. Not troubling the goalkeeper there. Attempted long ball from Falco, but cut out there. And a great challenge in the end. Another one from Elena Firth. That's not the first time this game she's taken to ground and won the ball through a sliding challenge. We'll have Stone now, who just drops it off there for Carter and can't quite get that shot on target, wide of the post. And we hear some cheers on the far court there. Looks like Capital Futsal have scored another. Again, chasing confirmation of those scores. Bear with us, folks. And turned over in a dangerous position through White, who drops it off for Firth, who gets a shot away. Finds the feet of Boyd, but can't quite hold on to it. Now Stone, bit of room to drive into on their right-hand flank. Gets across well, though. There's Boyd to shut that down. And just again, a bit of miscommunication. Hand-on-head moment there for those two Pride players. Got over halfway in the second half, 9.5 minutes remaining. The Power still leading the Pride, 2-1. Be a huge result for them if it stays this way come the end of the game. Obviously a reminder, folks, Canterbury United Pride currently sitting first place on the table, 25 points, 8 wins, 1 draw, 0 losses, 60 goals scored and 10 goals conceded before this game. So they will certainly be looking to maintain that unbeaten record, but the Power will be looking to shake that up as a good run there from Emma Brown just results in a tame shot which rolls out to Kenzie Falco. Good turn there, bit of footwork on this right flank from Boyd, who can't quite maintain possession but manages to sprawl it out to White, who recycles in the end and ends up with Firth. Plays it across there. 1-2 with Lily Fisher. Pitcher Boyd on the ball now and just picks it back up with a good challenge there on McCormick, and the shot almost oozed from the crowd. believe a save was made in there. Or a deflection. And here it is, folks, confirmation of the current score in Capital Futsal versus Waikato Rapids. It was 1-1 at half-time, not 1-21 as our graphic suggested. The shot comes in there, another shot. The Pride chasing it up and can't quite get on the end of it there. So that was it, 1-1 at half-time. And just in the past few minutes, Capital Futsal have scored another goal to put it 2-1. So currently both games are 2-1. This game obviously to WaiBOP Power, and over on court number 2, Capital Futsal are leading the Rapids 2-1. Now, I've seen some crazy things in my time with futsal, but a 21 one-goal lead at half-time in the Super League is certainly would be up there with the craziest. There's a good opportunity there, a chance comes in, scrambling the goal box for the Pride, but they clear their lines, do the WaiBOP Power, and back on the ball there is Boyk, who rolls it off to White. And back to White now on that left flank. And again, good combination play there, cuts inside, beats one and rips a shot straight into the hands of Nikki White. Be happy that that one came straight towards her, bit of venom in there. Good defensive header, picked up by White. Drops it off for Fisher. Plays Boyk on the far side. Feeds Fisher through and earns a deflection off of McCormick on that far side. So it will be a Pride kick-in now, a relatively dangerous position. As they lay it off for Boyk, who rips a shot in, and that's not far away. Flashes across the face of goal. And we'll see some substitutions now for WaiBOP Power. Stevie Lee Tiller, Brooke Barkley coming on. And that press from the Pride straight away, but Power managed to clear their lines and get it out. Falco will just restart play here, and a cross-court ball to Fisher. A good challenge in the middle there on Fisher. And it results in a kick-in now. So Stevie Lee Tiller picks up the ball, driving on this left flank. Still going, but shut down well there. Good challenge from Firth. Maintains possession. Boyk lays White in the middle. Does well there. Fashions a shot and a good chance there. It had been a White, but also just wide of that far post. McCormick on the ball now, trying to roll Boyk. Does that. Does well, Boyk. Bit malicious there. Referee signalled for advantage, and it will be pulled back for that late challenge. So a free kick now to the Pride. Second foul of the half for Canterbury United. And a kick in now for the Power again in a relatively similar position. It's McCormick. The restart play as a chip long ball, trying to find Barkley, finds Nicholson instead. Referee signals to where he wants the ball placed. McCormick does so, and a relatively tame shot there from Tiller. The toe hack, just wide of this near post. Past the 7-minute mark here in Game 2 of Ford Futsal Super League National Series 2. And Nicholson back on the court and on the ball, driving forward on his right flank. Tries to slip Fisher through there, but can't quite get on the end of it. Good run from Nicholson, but nothing doing in the end. And that'll be a Canterbury United Pride kick-in on this near side, much to the amusement of Miss Chusky there, but right call. And Patel now back on the court, finds a cross ball to Fisher. Drops it off for Nicholson, brings it back to Fisher, and Patel now in a dangerous position, turns and just can't quite get the shot away. Good challenge on the ground there from Tiller as Barkley now with a bit of room to run into. Tiller on her left in support, but she opts to go inside, and no player in support there. Comfortable for Falco to pick that up. And Patel now, good ball to Brody, who gets on it, beats off one challenge, tries to drop off Nicholson, who skips past and rolls out for a goal kick. Great defensive work there from the Power. 6 minutes now in this game. Pride starting to get a bit nervous potentially, not wanting their unbeaten record to be lost in this last game of pool play for them. And the Power will be counting down the seconds. Only the longest 6 minutes of their life, I would say. Good ball there. Nicholson and Patel linking up with the 1-2, and a chance comes in. Good shot from Fisher. Just off the post there. I think a save in the end as well from Nicky White as they roll it back for Nicholson. Does well to beat one player and gets the shot across, but a good block there from Tiller, who... The ball ended up with Barkley there, who just cleared her lines. Starting to get to the territory of anywhere will do for WaiBOP Power defensively, and just a wide throw goes out for a kick-in on that far side for the Power. Pride win that kick-in. Lily Fisher to take. And rolling ball there, I think. We've seen something he doesn't like. So now it is Power kicking. And not too convincing of a pass there. Nicholson, bit of fancy footwork, gets a shot away, and Patel chasing up scraps, but White gets on the ball there. Comfortably into her hands. Should be thankful for it. And rolls it out for Barkley. He does a good little chip over a marker there, but a bit too much on it to get on the other end of it. Fisher now holding it up and dropping it off for Nicholson, who plays it wide there, and she's done well, has Brody to beat her marker, but just dribbles it out of play there. Hussein Ali to get us underway now. Drops it off to Tiller, who goes long, finds Barkley. She brings it down now, but Patel. And Nicholson. Close combination play there, but just not, again, quite on that same wavelength. Overhit the pass there, and it falls for a WaiBOP kick-in on the far side. Stevie goes long, trying to find Barkley. Lily Fisher with the header, falls back to Falco, and Fisher on the ball now again. And that's turned around, cut out from Hussein Ali, but Fisher does well to get back in time and get a foot on the ball to find Nicholson. Patel now with a bit of space to drive into. Nicholson on the left flank, driving forward, cuts inside, and Hussein Ali back there to clean that up and drop it off for Tiller, who just clears your lines. Pride piling on the pressure now. Patel drops it off short for Nicholson, who gets a shot away, and that's not far away at all. Good shot there from Nicholson, just wide of this near post. Looks like White got a hand to that, tipped it over for a corner, falls back to Nicholson, who looking to charge up another shot, potentially finding the feet of Patel, but either way, cut out there by Neve Simpson for WaiBOP Power. And Nicholson on the ball again, brings it across to Merkin. And Neve Simpson does well there, win the challenge, calls for foul from the WaiBOP Power side, but Patel gets a shot across, flashes across goal. They're knocking on this door, Pride, 4 minutes to go in this game. A good shot there, but again, just wide of the post for Merkin. Goes long, and Musprat finds a bit of space, gets a shot, but a tame one in the end. Falco comfortable with that one, and just can't quite find any players on the right flank for that ball. Get a kick in now for WaiBOP Power. Musprat sends it long to Bloomfield, does well, good hold up play there from Bloomfield, but a good challenge as well for Merkin. Musprat now picking up the scraps, gets a shot away and blocked in the end by Brody. As the Pride players just set that wall up. WaiBOP Power looking for the ball. There it is. And Bloomfield to get us underway with this corner kick. Not quite a corner kick, a kick in. Drops it off for Muspratt, straight into the hands of Mackenzie Falco, who looks to counter quickly with Patel. Turns, but Hussein Ali gets a foot on that, knocks it out. Now Nicholson on the ball, bit of space. Bloomfield engaging that press and brings that wide to Merkin, who slips in Patel on this right-hand side. Patel gets the pass inside, but can't quite wrap a foot around the ball, and we'll be out for another goal restart. Just over 3 minutes to go here, folks, in the second half. Score still, Canterbury United Pride 1, WaiBOP Power 2. The long ball comes in there. Bloomfield gets underneath it and just can't quite get enough on that, as now opportunity for Pride to counter, but Muspratt gets across to it and does well there. Just sees that ball run out of play. Clever use of the body. And they earn themselves a kick in, which they will find Bloomfield with. And Nicholson does well just to pick the scraps up there. Cheeky back heel from Patel, looking to link up. And we'll have a kick in a dangerous position here. Serena Patel running over to collect the ball and take the kick in. Nicholson with a shot, and well blocked from Muspratt, I believe that was. Ball falls back to Falco, who gets a long one, and again Muspratt in the right position just to shut that pass down. Tries to feed Hussein Ali through, but can't quite find her feed as Brody attempts to beat her, and she gets a good foot into that challenge and just knocks out a play for a kick-in on that far side. Now Merkin now driving forward. 2.5 minutes to go here, and just, again, not quite on the same wavelength, these Canterbury United Pride players. Long ball there, finds the feet of Bloomfield, does well to turn and get a shot away. Falco gets a leg across and manages to make the save. Now Patel with an ambitious effort, was on target. Potentially more of a pass than a shot, and the game's opening up a bit more now here as Patel tracks back well to shut down that pass. On the ball here again, Hussein Ali keeping that press high. Feeds through Merkin now, who's finding a bit of space, cuts inside. Time for the shot, and smashes into the advertising board as we pass the 2-minute mark here in the second half of game number 2, the Ford Futsal SuperLeague National Series 2. All Brody can do there with that one is knock it out of play. WaiBOP Power will have a kick in through Stone on the far side. Let's drop it off for Muspratt, who does well to skip past Patel and almost manages to beat Brody on the far side there as well. Earns a side a corner, which captain Courtney Stone will take. And she looks for the back post there, but not quite in the right place for her WaiBOP Power teammates. Will be a kick in now. Falco and Nicholson play a bit of interplay. Trying to find the feet of Patel, can't quite get on it, but Patel battling for it and brought down by Bloomfield there. First foul of the half for WaiBOP Power. Just under 100 seconds left in this half here, folks. If Canterbury United Pride can't find a goal in 100 seconds, they will find themselves for the first time in the 2023 Ford Futsal SuperLeague on the losing end of a result. They've played 9 games so far, 8 wins, 1 draw, 0 losses. So this will be a huge, huge result for this WaiBOP Power side, especially heading into day 2. The finals day tomorrow, and the confidence and momentum that this will bring will do wonders for this young WaiBOP Power side against a very, very good and well-drilled Canterbury United Pride side. But Canterbury not going to give up until the final whistle. They don't want their record to be broken. Great footwork there from Jamie Evans. Beats a couple players, 1-2 with Stevie Lee Tiller, and does well to link up with Bloomfield. And doesn't quite draw the foul there, but that was well played from her on this left flank. Just under 1 minute to go now. Nicholson gets us with a kick in. Is there any drama left, late drama in this game here? Canterbury United Pride will definitely hope so. But good defensive work there from the Power. Pride still come away with it. It's Nicholson now, deep on this right flank. Driving forward, linking up with Morrow on that far side. Patel now. Ooh, calls for foul. She's challenged in from behind inside the box. Referees don't think so. As 25 seconds to go in this match here. WaiBOP Power bench getting excited, cheering every single phase of play on. And they drop it off now. Trying to link up there was Rachel Brodie in the middle, but couldn't quite make it. 20 seconds to go now. You see them there, bottom right of your screen, the WaiBOP Power bench. The longest 20 seconds of their life. Long ball there from Tiller. Doesn't quite find the feet of her teammate, but anywhere will do at this stage. Patel now, what have the Pride got as we enter the last 10 seconds of this game? Slips in for a shot from Brodie, and a great sliding challenge there from Stevie Lee Tiller to block the shot there in a dangerous position. 6 seconds on the clock. Patel has, looks like it was a rolling ball potentially. 5 seconds to go now. Stevie Lee Tiller takes it, and Jamie Evans gets on the ball there. 0.6 seconds to go in this game, folks. I think the result is relatively tied up here. Barring the craziest finish in futsal history, it will be WaiBOP Power who deliver the first loss of the season for Canterbury United Pride. A 2-1 victory. What a game that was. 2-1 at half time. Goal scorers Bloomfield and Stone in the first half. And look at what it means to those players there. That's a huge result to take in to the playoffs tomorrow here at Ākau Tangi Sports Centre. The Pride, possibly a bit of a wake-up call for them ahead of the next game. They played well, a few unlucky chances with the finishes there, but full credit to WaiBOP Power team who set up well, countered the press that Pride laid out for them. A couple great finishes in there and solid defending all around. Nice compact shape the whole game there from the Power. So they will deservedly celebrate that win, a big win. Pride will look back and reflect on that game and set up for the final day of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague, which is tomorrow for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2-1 WaiBOP Power over Canterbury United Pride here in the second game of the day. Scores currently still 2-1 for Capital over Waikato Rapids on court number 2. And don't go anywhere, folks, because at 3 o'clock we have Papakura City versus Capital Futsal. Very exciting game, second place versus third place, and their respective final games of the group stage of the competition. And following that, we've got Canterbury United Dragons playing Waikato Rapids at 5 p.m. and Auckland City playing Capital Futsal at 7 p.m. So still plenty of futsal to go here today, folks, down in Wellington, National Series 2. We'll take a quick break and we'll get back to you very, very shortly with some more action here, Ākau Tangi Sports Centre.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love.
We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in for the third game today here on the Saturday, day one of National Series 2. We see Capital Futsal playing Papakura City. Currently third and second place respectively. Papakura City on 19 points, Capital Futsal on 18. So both teams definitely locked in for that second, third place playoff. A bit of bragging rights on the line here for both teams to see who will be finishing ahead of each other in pool play. Joined on the commentary bench by Dominic O'Sullivan. Dom, good to have you here. How you going?
National League futsal, so yeah, very excited.
Yeah, no, pleasure to have you here. We've had some good games today, obviously. Last on the live stream, we saw a WaiBOP power side beat Canterbury United Pride 2-1 for Canterbury United's first loss of the season. So a bit of a wake-up call potentially for them heading into the playoffs tomorrow. And on court 2 during the last game, it was Waikato Rapids versus Capital Futsal, and that ended up 3-1 to Capital Futsal over there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a big result there. Very unfortunate for the Waikato boys. Went and had a chat with them afterwards just to say hi, see how they're going, and yeah, naturally a bit flat. Very gutted to sort of go out in that fashion. Feel like having seen sort of the last 10 minutes of that game, they looked very, very good, and they certainly looked like they, I mean, like pretty much every team in that league, belonged in the top 4 at least. And yeah, look, they'll know that they had a lot to give there and they didn't quite make it, so it's unfortunate. But anyway, back to this game.
Yep, back to this game, and we're looking at the starting lineups now. So Papakura City on our screen. We'll start with the starting 5. Danielle Bradley this time gets the nod and goal, starting off as goalkeeper and captain, with Venmore, Bremner, Ella James and Hannah Reddy rounding out the 5, and Karina Brown, backup keeper on the bench, Chivy Anthony, Joyce Barroso, Mickey Buckley, Abby Wright, Maxine Cooper, Sophie Williams, Amy Waters and Kat Pretty starting on the bench for Papakura. Capital Futsal, their starting 5. We've got Aofi Gallagher-Forbes in goal, Sarah Elder, captain, stalwart of Capital Futsal Women's, Gemma Catherwood, Francesca Grange and Libby Boubier rounding out the 5, and Willis, Oliver Bell, Olsen, Barrett, Blanchnig, Lynch Gerard, Preble, Olsen and Hall on the bench, and the action's already underway as we were reading the team sheets. And obviously, not too much on the line here in this game. As we were saying before, both teams already confirmed for that second, third place semi-final tomorrow morning. But, I'm sure as you've experienced playing futsal, you never play not to win. You always want to go out strong, and sure bragging rights are on line here for these two teams. What can you tell us, Dom, about maybe some of the players that you're familiar with that you see here on the court?
Well, first one comes to mind here is Ella James at the back there. Yeah, she's just a very, very solid player. I don't think I've really remember seeing her make a glaring mistake. She's always looking to, sort of receive the ball and just get off into a good position, make a good movement afterwards. Hannah Reddy comes to mind. Very solid player, heck of a goal scorer. Yeah. Honestly, if she gets half a sniff, she'll just turn and shoot and usually hits the target, and a lot of the time it goes in. Francesca Grange now on the ball, another top player. I've seen her play in some international games. She's come a long way in the last few years. And Sarah Elder also on the ball, just passing it through there. Sarah Elder become one of a sort of senior player for Capital maybe a few years ago, and yeah, she's been a bit of a rock at the back there. And I've got to admit, a lot of new faces here.
I guess, over the past couple of years, futsal has seen quite a few young players in pretty much every side here in the Ford Futsal Super League. Most sides do feature a strong contingent of that younger generation, but it's good to see a significant amount of young talent coming through, as here's one of them, Catherwood, on the ball, and just can't quite complete the rollover, but battling for that is Grange, and maybe showing her experience there, winning her side a kick in as she tracked back in there on defence.
Also should have mentioned Danielle Bradley in goal there for Papakura.
Yep, Danielle Bradley, futsal fern, I believe.
She is.
Capped international. Quality players in this Papakura side. You look across the team there and you can't really see any weaknesses, but the same could be said for this Capital Futsal side. Both teams have been neck and neck in the competition so far, as reflected on the table, where only 1 point separates them. Obviously Papakura City in the first game this morning, as Hannah already completes quite a series of ball rollovers. Papakura City beating Southern United 5-1. They started off a little bit slow, you could say, potentially travel and, you know, shaking off the sleep from their eyes. Early start this morning. It was 2-1 up until, I believe, the second minute in the second half. 2 minutes to go, where they just knocked 3 goals quick fire succession. Pretty much as every goal replay was being shown, another goal got scored. So they're coming into this game in hot form. Obviously Capital's first game of the day. But both teams will want to finish their pool play strong as they head into the playoffs again, most likely against each other tomorrow in the semi-final.
Yeah, it's interesting you brought up the point just as the game was starting there about each team not really needing any points in this game, and sort of made me wonder what the messages might have been. And then it sort of makes me reflect on my own experiences in those situations, and although you know you don't need anything, all it takes is a good 5 or 10 minutes out there, and then it all just goes out the window. You just want to beat them, you just want to play, you want to score goals. Speaking of goals, there's a likely scorer there in Hannah Reddy.
Yeah,
sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, wouldn't be surprised to see Reddy get on the team sheet. We've actually got the Golden Boot rankings, the Resene Golden Boot top scorers for the competition here. And Hannah Reddy sitting in 3rd place currently on 8 goals. Very Canterbury United Pride dominant top 5 there, but both her and her teammate Ella James, who you mentioned as well, sitting high there. Ella James on 7 and Hannah Reddy on 8. So certainly for the individuals, they'll be wanting to add to their goals tally as another shot comes in there from Jordana Bremner. And for this Capital side, couple names in there, both Sarah Older and Francisca Grange sitting on 5 goals apiece in 5th place down there. So, you know, while the overall team rankings don't change too much, whichever way this result goes, there will be individuals on the court that are looking to impress and add to their tally. And as you say as well, you know, this is obviously National League, the Ford Futsal SuperLeague, the top level of futsal in New Zealand, and these are all incredibly competitive athletes, so they're never going to get onto a court and not try to play to win. But potentially, from the coach's perspective, you could be looking at a few rotations, you know.
I mean, yeah, that's what it comes down to at the end. I mean, the coaches, I feel like, having been a coach myself as well, although you do get sucked in a bit into the competitive nature of the game, you still have that ability to be a bit more removed from the action and to sort of make those decisions. I think as well, it's not surprising to see halves being started quite strong and quite fast pace. Try and set some sort of momentum for the maybe the players who haven't played as many minutes as the mainstays, for them to come in.
Yes, we see 4 rolling subs there from coach Marvin Eakins for Papakura City, replacing the starting 5. It's Shivy Anthony was just on the ball there. Kat Pretty up front. The goal scorer in her own right is Kat Pretty. Maxine Cooper, who I'm sure you're familiar with, another experienced campaigner, futsal firm. And Papakura City's number 4 here on the near side, Mickey Buckley, who is another one of those young players who are making waves over the past few seasons in futsal in the country.
So yeah, with some of those new players there, Maxine Cooper and Chevy Anthony, along with Danielle Bradley, I think I first saw them at the University Nationals in 2015. So they were playing for Auckland University at the time. And since that point, they pretty much got themselves straight into the national women's team as that got set up, and yeah, they haven't looked back since.
No. Yeah, been mainstays of the Super League as well, all the way through. Obviously, Shivy and Maxine Cooper, Shivy Anthony and Maxine Cooper on the ball now, part of the Papakura City side that won the Super League last year against the East Coast Bay side in the final that actually did feature the likes of Hannah Reddy and goalkeeper Karina Brown, who's on the bench here. So certainly a stronger Papakura City side this time round, if that was possible. As a nice through ball there, which can't quite find the feet of Zoe Barrett. Throws out of play for a restart through Danielle Bradley.
Seeing now Sophie Williams on the bench there for Papakura. She's another one who was quite an early addition to that first setup for the women's futsal Ferns. And yeah, I don't think she's really been out of the mix since. She might have had a couple of injuries potentially. But yeah, apart from that, no, she's been pretty solid. Must be a pretty senior player now in her ranks.
Yeah, also recently completed a law degree, I believe, Sophie Williams. So yeah, on and off the court, showing massive strides. There's a kick in there. Maxine Cooper dropped it for Shivy Anthony, but well shut down by Sammy Preble for Capital Futsal. And another long shot comes in there from Cooper. Tussle for the ball there from Cat Pretty. Earns her side a kick in, which Cooper will take on this near side.
Sammy Preble is actually a player I'm quite familiar with also. I coached her when she was at Wellington East Girls High School. She managed to be a very, very major player in that team that ended up winning nationals.
Yeah, and speaking of Wellington East Girls High School winning nationals, I believe they won the senior girls nationals earlier this week.
They did.
On this very court.
Technically back-to-back because there was a break the year in between, so it's quite cool. A couple of girls that were year 11 at the time when I coached them, they were big players. One of them actually got MVP,
Liv Dean, yep.
Yeah,
You wouldn't be surprised to see a few of those names making their way through the Capital Futsal ranks and even potentially all the way through to, Futsal Ferns ranks as the years go on. Certainly a lot of promising and exciting talent coming through the domestic setup. We get a breakaway here. Lays it off for the shot, which rattles the crossbar.
Good little breakaway there from Sammy.
Yeah, laid Danielle Olsen into a bit of space. Couldn't quite manage the shot on target. But you'd say if that was several inches over to the left, we get a replay to it, that would have had Danielle Bradley beaten.
Another player also that was in that Wellington East Girls side that I was coaching was Anna McCarthy. So she's in the South team.
Oh, that played this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. No, she had a good game, actually. Solid player, McCarthy.
I think she was our captain for that team. Yeah, she was. Yeah. Fantastic player. So, yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see her get a call up at some stage in some capacity.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when the next set of games get played for the Futsal Ferns. Obviously, exciting news tail end of last year where FIFA announced the start of the FIFA Futsal Women's World Cup. Surprising that it hadn't been a thing, it took till 2022 for that to be created, but now that it is officially a thing, it's super exciting and another sort of pathway for these players to aspire to in futsal. Very interesting to see what sort of group of players make up that Futsal Ferns side when qualification rolls around, I believe in 2024, 2025, might have my numbers wrong there. As Cat Pretty tries to fashion a bit of space there against Zoe Barrett, but makes his way out for a kick in, which Cooper again will take, and we'll see what Papakura have off the set piece as they roll it back for Anthony and charge down there by Olsen, for Capital Futsal. Again, you see it here, that press, Papakura City, happy for Capital to come towards them, not necessarily going out and hunting the ball back. They were doing a similar sort of thing in the first game against Southern United. They'll set the three up around the halfway mark and just stay strong, shut down the passing lanes and wait for that sort of final ball before they engage. Potentially, saving energy and, again, conserving players ahead of tomorrow's playoffs. As we say, as competitive as all these futsal games are, this is a bit of a bragging rights sort of game on the line here as Cooper tries to dance through the Capital defence, but Zoe Barrett comes away with it for a counter-attack for Capital. And that's good feet there from Preble. Olsen just finds Barrett, who tries to squeeze it down the line to Preble and cut out there by Pretty. Be a Capital kicking. And play just falls back to Barrett, who tries to cut inside past Buckley, but equal to it was Papakura City's number 4. As we get the ball roll out here for, it'll be a Papakura City kick-in once they get their 4 subs onto the court.
We're talking about experience on this court at the moment. Can't really look past the 2 coaches we have here, and Marvin Eakins and Shingo Ina.
No, you're right. Certainly legends of the game in their own right. Marvin Eakins, obviously. Oh, hold that thought as we get a counter-attack here through Zoe Barrett. Good shot comes in, but Danielle Bradley equal to it. But yeah, no, you're right. Certainly 12 right here, Marvin Eakins. Obviously a stalwart in that Futsal Whites team. He went from captain to player coach to head coach recently in their OFC Futsal Cup campaign last year, where they beat the Solomon Islands in the final. Very good performance there to pick up their first Oceanic Cup win, I believe, in Futsal White's history. So massive achievement for them and Marvin and the national setup. Last year, obviously, was his second year coaching Papakura as well, and saw their side, his side, win the Super League in 2022. And I'm sure he'll be looking to add to his extensive trophy cabinet this year with another stronger Papakura City side. Big challenge there, but all ball, says the ref. Dropped off there for Ella James and just scuffed that shot a little bit wide of this near post. Abby Wright was looking for the little header, the elusive headed goal in futsal to flick it on, but just sailed over her as well. Out for a Capital Futsal restart. And the instructions to press coming out there from Coach Eakins. And almost comes away with it, does Abby Wright, but does well to shrug off the challenge there was Pippi Oliver Bell. And Abby Wright is still up front, looking for any scraps, but Capital Futsal do well to get back in numbers and just get their foot on the ball. Bit of possession in the back court for them.
Yes, there's little benefits there for Papakura having the experience of Marvin Eakins there, being able to just identify himself as a player when the perfect moment is to press. And it was quite good there how, although they didn't quite win it, there was just zero danger after they had lost it. And then we've got a breakaway here for Papakura. Little James playing the back now.
Yeah, absolutely. That experience from both coaches there, constantly talking to their team, giving them little updates about when to go, when to engage, when to drop. Be invaluable for these players, having 2 experienced coaches in their own rights, just constantly in their ear, telling them, giving them, sharing, I guess, their experience, their many years in the sport.
Absolutely. I think I started playing National League probably 2012, and both these coaches, Shingo and Marvin, had been well established for at least 3 years by that point. I think Shingo might still be playing, obviously not playing this year, but probably finished last year, I'd say.
Yeah, and I mean, if maybe at the Super League level, they're a little bit behind it, but if you were to put them on a futsal court anywhere, I'm sure they'd still have quite a bit of skill. As a great goal there from Capital Futsal's number 11, Francesca Grange. We'll get a look at that replay, but a bit of dazzling footwork in the defensive third from Francesca Grange, in the attacking third, sorry. Here it is. So a good ball initially from Oliver Bell, and just fashions the space there for a shot across the goal. Beats Bradley, well placed. 1-0, Capital Futsal.
Great composure there by Grange. Just waited that half a second, just till the defender committed, then just slid it through the legs. Nothing Bradley could really do.
And again, that's the experience showing there from Grange. Certainly not an easy skill, composure in front of goal. But exemplified there as Capital still on the ball and good footwork again from Lynch Gerard there as Grange finds herself in a bit of space. Looking to fashion another opportunity, but this time Bradley out to it. In safe hands. And goes long, trying to find Wright, but just a little bit overshot there. Grange now on the ball, facing up right. As, yeah, good press there from Waters. Just shut down. And ref seen something he doesn't like, rolling ball perhaps on the far side.
I was about to say foot foul, but I think that changed a couple of years ago now.
Either way, it's something. And Capital Futsal restart the play. Good footwork there from Wright, beats one. Shrugs off a second. Room for a shot, but a good block in the end. As Marvin Eakins calls for some substitutions, all four for Papakura City. Just over the 10-minute mark here in the first half of Game 3 here today. Capital leading 1-0 thanks to a great finish from Francesca Grange. Dom, what have you made of the game so far?
Look, I think it's been a really good pace so far. I think, yeah, both teams have been quite smart. They haven't been looking to press too often. They've just been looking to, you know, move the ball around slowly at the back, try and find some spaces. But they haven't been holding back. They haven't been looking like, you know, there's nothing on the line here, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like as this game progresses, especially now with a goal in it, I think we're going to see a bit more energy come through. Both teams surely with a bit more to give. Ooh, shot there from Williams. Clever save.
Yeah, Gallagher Forbes out well there in the Capital goal just to shut down any threat. Read it well. Kicking in a dangerous position for Papakura as it falls out to Bremner. Tries to find the feet of Reddy, but cut out well there. Good tackle from Bremner just to shut down that counter-attack.
Yeah, that interception there from Oliver Bell was pretty crucial because if she didn't quite get there, Hannah Reddy was about to muscle her off and get a shot off, and you know how dangerous that is.
Oh, you don't want to give Hannah Reddy any opportunity anywhere really in that attacking third. She can spin on a dime and just whip a shot in. Probably one of the best goal scorers in the competition. Maybe even in the country, to be honest.
No, she'd definitely be in the conversation, no doubt.
And Capital Futsal initially given a bit of time there to knock it around, but as soon as that press engages from Papakura, they're on it, and they managed to win themselves a kick in, do that? No, a Capital kick in here, just rolling subs. Fan favourite making her way onto the field. I believe that applause was for Gemma Catherwood, perhaps. Papakura just set up defensively here. Sneaky ball into the middle. Danielle Bradley can't quite hold on to it, and it falls to the feet of Zoe Barrett and then Catherwood. Catherwood now on it again. She does play it back to Grange. Look to restart, and a bit of miscommunication there perhaps from Grange up to Catherwood. Sorry, that's not Grange back there. That's Sarah Older. My apologies. Number 6 for Capital. And a bit of space there for Wright to get the shot away, but Gallagher Forbes out well again, and crucial block on the line there. Clearance from Sarah Older. That looked like it was rolling in. If she hadn't been there, that would have been 1-1 Papakura. Sophie Williams will restart play with an attempted ball down the line to Reddy. Just not quite on the same wavelength there, and rolls out for a kick-in for Capital. And Older on the ball now. Capital with a bit of time just to set their lines. Wait for the right pass. Oh, it really does well there to bring that down and keep possession for Papakura. As Older just shuts that down. And come forward now again. Papakura happy for Capital to be in possession this part of the court. And a great ball there. Finds the feet of... confirm that for you. Finds the feet of Libby Boob, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah. But unfortunately, she couldn't quite hold on to it.
Tough ones, those ones. Feels like you got a lot of time, which you do, and it just sort of makes you think that a little bit more. Sometimes when it just comes at you and you're maybe a bit more closed down, more muscle memory comes into play.
Especially as it makes its way through a couple bodies, which you may expect them to get something on it, and all of a sudden it's at your feet, about like hip height as well. Not easy to bring those down.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Older.
What a breakaway here. Williams, 3v2.
Yeah, tied it up well there. Back by Catherwood. Bremner now on the ball for Papakura City. Finds Reddy, tries to turn, and Capital shutting that down straight away. They know the danger Reddy poses in those sorts of positions, and two players on her straight away. Force the ball out for a kick in on that far side, which maybe Venmore will take. Not a best work there. Wayward shot from Bremner. Crashes into the spectators on the balcony. Won't want to see that one on the highlight reel. Yeah, it's Capital Futsal. Kick in here. And Bubia now, hold it up, lay it back to Older, who does well to find the feet there, but can't quite hold on to it, and then that's the way we pass.
Long ball there from Bradley. Well dealt with there by Reddy. Can't quite find her player. Grange steps in. No, it's not Grange, sorry. That is Guanshin.
Yeah, interesting here. I think this is the fourth set of subs for Papakura City. And by my count, might be wrong, but Capital have only rolled out the 2 sets of 4. May have been a few cheeky, ones on that I've missed, but certainly a bit more rotation coming out from this Papakura City side. Good turn from Cooper there. Ooh. Collected though by Gallagher Forbes and goal for Capital. Again, Capital just with a bit of time now along the back court to build up a bit of possession, wait for that piercing pass forward.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed there's been a lot more activity with the subs from the Papakura bench there, and I think subsequently, as there's a couple of subs now for Capital, subsequently it has looked a bit like Capital might have just had their foot on the game a little bit more, been a bit more in control, a bit more team chemistry going on. Not that it's much to read into at this point, but they definitely look like a very, very organised team at this point.
Yes, they do, and I'm sure with your playing experience, it's maybe a little bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but how much would, constant changing of your 4 through those rolling subs play into that team chemistry? I know obviously their players will train together and they'll all know the system, but what are the pros and cons of leaving on a 4 like Capital, obviously, with the subs waiting to go on now, as opposed to, rotating it around?
Oh, it's a tough one. It really depends. I mean, it depends on the players you got. Myself as a player, I really did not like being on the bench, and I think sort of everyone's different. There comes a point where you need to get out there, you need to be involved. But, you know, on the other hand, were I to be left out there for a while, you'd really start finding your feet, and you do get a second wind. So yeah, for those players who do get to spend a lot of time out there, it's a lot easier to warm into the game, but just as a consequence, the ones that are sitting on the bench might not, you know, get to find their feet. But again, you know, if it's a lot of senior players versus younger players, then it's sort of a lot more accepted. But yeah, if you've got a lot of depth like a lot of these teams do these days, then it is tricky. Like, there are players who miss out, and there's a bit of man management on the bench there that is required.
Oh, absolutely.
But again, I've seen increasingly so that teams are opting for that just straight. Oh, here we go, Maxine Cooper with the shot.
And another opportunity initially saved by Gallagher Forbes, but muscled off the ball by Glanschnig there for Capital. And yeah, looks just to roll out of play for a kick in, no foul.
But yeah, like I was saying, the majority of teams looking like they're opting for just straight subs of 4 at a time, looking to sort of develop combinations in training, to develop sort of understanding between players. You know, it is a relatively limited amount of time that they do get sometimes to prepare for series, and to sort of condense that into just a 4, learning the ropes together does help. And again, you know, teams like in the men's side, we'll get a shot here. Ooh. Or dealt with by Danielle Bradley in the end. Teams like, you know, Auckland City in the men's league there, they've just got 3 lots of 4 that they just rotate through, and it's been looking really effective. All 4 players in each of the 3 rotations look very strong, and it really works for them. And I have seen it on other occasions, maybe in the past, where it hasn't quite worked so well for other teams. It entirely depends on the makeup of the players, really.
Yeah, there's a good opportunity here for Papakura City. Bit of space on that right side for Abby Rice. Rifles a shot in, just wide of that far post. Game's opening up a little bit more now, getting a few chances both ways.
Yeah, and this is around about the point where you start seeing all the team talks before the game in terms of managing the energy levels and stuff kind of going out the window. Maybe they'll refresh at half-time, but everyone's really wanting it now.
And a bit of a tussle in the middle there, but does well, does Bouvier, to maintain possession. Shrugs off a couple challenges. And Barrett comes across to Oliver Bell, who can't quite get a foot on that one, and it'll be a kick into Papakura. Just under 3.5 minutes on the clock now. 1 goal, all that we have in the way of Capital Futsal. Maxine Cooper just can't quite get the connection she was after with that left foot strike. There's the call for more subs. Comes in from Papakura City's bench. Sure, they'll be keen to get something on the scoreboard. The 3 minutes remaining in this half. Go into the break tied up. As we've said, you know, not too much on the line here in this game. Both teams know already that they'll be playing each other again tomorrow in the 2nd and 3rd place semi-final, but as we say, they'll both want to be finishing their pool play strongly with a win, and they've had some pretty exciting games so far against each other in the competition, so they're certainly not going to want to take their foot off the gas at any stage during this game. Maybe the coaches, as we get closer to the end of the second half, will be looking a bit more managing minutes, but right now it seems both going full pelt, helter-skelter, trying to get something from this game. Good hold-up play there from Abby Wright. Kept pretty, I apologise. And there she is again with a good challenge there, but still come away with it. Back heel to Oliver Bell, opens up a bit of space on the left for a shot, but never too convincing. Not worrying Bradley in goal. Shot came in there from Olsen, I believe, on the far side. Had a bit of miscommunication there. Sophie Williams just let the ball roll under her foot. Sure, not on purpose. Results in a Capital kick in a relatively dangerous position. Shot comes in. Forced a good save in the end from Bradley. It's on target from Oliver Bell. Sorry, from Olsen. And results in a Capital Futsal corner on this near side.
Not very many fouls in this game so far, just the 2.
Yeah, in the way of Capital. I think that's sort of been the nature of all the games today. Potentially, you know, with not as much on the line. Teams aren't throwing themselves in the challenges a bit more at the back of the mind, possibly wanting to conserve the body. Not want to risk any suspensions or sending off. As a cheeky shot comes in there from Williams. Almost snuck in at that near post, but looked like Gallagher Forbes had it covered. As I say, just the 2 fouls currently to Capital Futsal, none for Papakura.
Do the accumulated yellow cards, do they sort of disappear after the round robin phase?
It's a great question. I don't believe so, is my understanding of it, but I have not looked at the regulations in some time, so I'm not 100% sure.
I was just wondering because potentially that could come into play. Maybe someone could actually be looking to get a yellow card in their second to last round robin game so as to not miss any finals action.
Yeah, a bit of gamesmanship. I'm sure if anybody is on that, they would be thinking it at the back of the mind. But from memory, I don't think there's been too many suspensions or disciplinary issues so far in the Super League. It's been competitive and physical, but all teams, obviously good futsal players, not wanting to make any silly mistakes. There's an opportunity now for Capital Futsal through Grange. Just lays it off to Olsen on that far side, trying to find the feed of Grange again, and Williams turns to get possession back for Papakura City. And again, Capital just dropping all the way back, sitting up in there, 2 banks of 2, inviting the press from Papakura as a wayward pass there ends up with Barroso, after a couple shots and a bit of scuffling in the defensive third for Capital, they managed to clear it. Shot comes in from Barroso, another good block. And Capital now, opportunity counter, 30 seconds on the clock. Good shot there, just wide from Preble. So 20 seconds on the clock here, barring any last second drama of this first half. It looks to be Capital heading into the break with a 1-0 lead. Do you think there'll be any major shake-ups from the coaches in terms of how these teams are approaching the game, or thoughts?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Given the experience of both coaches, you'd imagine it would all be quite tactical. They'll be sort of noticing slight ways that the other team will set up and looking to sort of make some tweaks there, but apart from that, maybe just looking to try and find themselves in a ideal position with which to, you know, kind of make the substitutions they want to make in the last 10 minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. Still all to play for in this game, but obviously at the back of everybody's mind, they'll be thinking about tomorrow and the playoff stages. So 1-0 here, Capital Futsal over Papakura City in the third game of National Series 2 here in the Ford Futsal Super League. We'll run some commercials and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
But we're back in here, folks, as second half is just about underway. 1 minute to go here in the third game of the day. We're chasing down updates for you on court number 2, where Hawke's Bay and Bay of Plenty Surge are facing off. And we'll get an update there shortly for you. But as it stands on this court, Capital Futsal currently lead Papakura City 1-0. Quite an interesting tactical matchup so far. Both teams obviously thinking at the back of their mind towards playoffs tomorrow, where they'll face each other again in the semi-final. And you can almost see that starting to reflect a little bit in the lack of the press. Both teams happy to sit deep and sort of invite that pressure on from each other's side. So it'll be interesting to see how the second half develops, whether the teams start going for it and looking to, you know, take this game, get a grip on the game, or if they're happy to sort of keep the pace it's going and, you know, maybe squeeze a goal in there, get a draw. Papakura City, obviously, as it stands, are 2 goals behind Capital, 2 points behind Capital. So if the result stays as it is, Capital will finish the day in second place and Papakura will finish in third. However, if it's a draw or a win for Papakura, they will take the second place spot. Not that much changes, apart from bragging rights. They still play each other in the second, third playoff, but as competitive futsal players, they will be wanting to finish the pool play strong. What have your thoughts been on the first half so far here, Dom?
That was a great watch. Yeah, I mean, thought Capital looked very organised, very solid. I thought Papakura showed some signs that they could be very dangerous, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Capital looking to just defend what they have here, and, you know, on the flip side, seeing Papakura really trying to figure out ways that they can disrupt their defensive shape there, because at this stage, I think Shingo Ino would be pretty happy to see his team just sit back and be able to just hold them out.
Absolutely, and a bit of a dress rehearsal as well for the semi-final tomorrow. Maybe that is playing into it a little bit. Both teams not quite wanting to show their full hand ahead of the knockouts tomorrow.
That's a very good point.
So yeah, interesting to see how this game develops. Both teams have switched out their keepers. Karina Brown now in goal for Papakura City, and Megan Willis for Capital Futsal. replacing Danielle Bradley and Aoife Gallagher-Forbes respectively. As Karina Brown called into action straight away for Papakura City. And opts just to go Sophie Williams will turn and again just get a bit of possession on the ball here. Bremner, good ball forward to find Reddy and almost links back up with Bremner. Can't quite pull it off there.
As I was saying that Capital might be happy just to sit back. As soon as I said it, Shingo Ina's yelling at his player just to pounce on an opportunity to press there.
Ooh. And a great chance comes in there for Bouvier. Would have been a spectacular goal if she had pulled that off, the touch and the finish. And yeah, maybe with 20 minutes to go still in this half, a 1-goal lead is really nothing in futsal. Can change in the blink of an eye, so perhaps as we count down the minutes, 5-10 left, they'll be looking to set up as if the score stays the same, but I'll certainly like to add a goal or two to that tally just to make things a lot more comfortable for them heading into the dying stages of the second half.
Yeah, you don't often see games remain 1-0 in futsal, I've noticed.
Yeah, it is a rarity, although based on the game so far today, barring the flash fire that Papakura City lit in the final 3 minutes of their game against Southern United, went from 2-1 to 5-1 in about 120 seconds. They've all been relatively low scoring games. Auckland City obviously picking up a win 6-0 over Southern United men's. But throughout the competition we've seen 12-3, we've seen 8-7, we've seen some crazy score lines, not so much today. And a 1-0 will certainly be a bit of a unicorn for us here.
I think the wildest I've seen is about 15-14. It's Manawatu versus South back in the day, so about 2015.
That's why we love futsal, isn't it? 15-14, that's outrageous.
Yeah. I think they used to play those Southern series on a relatively small court, so you'd see a lot of goals. So anyone in the northern sort of half of the series would get a little bit frustrated around that point if they're looking for a golden boot.
I can imagine. Good hold-up play there from Bouvier. Turns and shoots. And well kept, Karina Brown. She did well there just to hold off, I think, 2 Papakura City defenders. And pivot slightly, fashion a bit of space for her to get the shot away. Oh, good shot there.
Great connection.
Capital just starting a bit higher now. Look at that pressing and winning the ball back. Space for a shot, Karina Brown, another good save.
Well, there goes my prediction out the window.
Still early doors in the second half here. Sure, if they can bag another goal or two, Capital, their approach might change, but they'll certainly be happier trying to... Ooh, the shot flashes across that far post. Certainly be happier setting up shop with a 2-3 goal advantage than they would be with a 1-0. And conversely also, they won't want to be letting Papakura City have too much time on the ball in their defensive third. We saw in the first game they'll just knock it around, get some combinations going, and then look for that final ball just like that, where they can play a 1-2 off Reddy, or Venmore as a chance, almost as I say it, for Sophie Williams. Can't quite direct it on target. But that's the danger of allowing Papakura to get on possession in that back line. I'm sure Shingo Ina was aware of that. Saw him watching the game this morning. And plenty of games both teams have played. They'll be familiar with their tactics. Good run there on the right flank. Barrett can't quite find it for Olsen.
Yeah, Shingo Ina will be well aware that when he's dealing with a team that has Marvin Eakins as the coach, they're going to be very purposeful with those moments that they do get. Any space near the back post, any space that they can create and with which to get a shot across the goal, it's going to be utilised, and there's going to be some sort of rhyme and rhythm to what occurs next, because yeah, he's had a lot of experience as a player and as a coach in these situations, and he must have been down at this point in games many times and sort of come back, and he definitely have a few tricks up his sleeve. Shingoen will be well aware.
Absolutely. Not many people know the futsal court better than Marvin Eakins. But they're doing well to hold off this Papakura City attack, Capital. Set up well. Pressing when they need to, but also happy just to sit back a little bit and just shut down passing lanes, perhaps for Capital. Always aware of where their pivot is, and James taking up that position now. And there it is, the press coming in. Instruction from Shingo Inu. Papakura still with the ball. Cross court to Buckley. Lays it down for James.
Great rotation there from James.
Oof, and a good shot as well. Willis, I believe the first save of the half. Tough angle to shoot from there on the turn. First time with a bit of pressure on her inside, but did well to get it on target with a bit of power behind it. The ball smashes into Abby right there. Cat Pretty, sorry, and rolls out for a kick in for Capital. Good ball forward. And the back heel, attempted 1-2 there, but Olsen trying to get around Ella James, can't quite manage it. Well defended in the end from James. Brought down well there by Lynch Gerard. A recycle possession. That press from Papakura City coming in, led by Maxine Cooper. Barrett goes down, but no dice from the refs.
Well dealt with there by Barrett. There's a lot going on in this game. A lot of balls being worked around in the periphery, but I feel like the majority of the real action is coming from the middle of that court, those battles there. Very physical.
Yeah, absolutely. Along both teams, you know, that the press isn't coming in along the back line, but as soon as it makes its way into the mid-court there, they're pouncing on it. I think both teams aware of the danger that they both pose if you give any of them time, just like that, to get on the ball and spin, and almost the back heel goal there from Pretty. I know you're right there. It's where the battles certainly are popping up the most. And as we see here, even it's time on the ball, and then they drive and then they engage. And Pretty does well there to maintain a liquor possession, but crowded out by Capital. Ooh, and a big challenge there. Wins the kick in, does Olsen. And I'm hearing lots of screaming and shouting over on court 2. We'll track down a score update for you between Hawke's Bay and Bay of Plenty Surge. Maxine Cooper now with the ball. Back to Ella James, who brings it across. Misplaced pass there to Buckley. And Barrett sneaks the ball up that right flank. Does well there. Capital to hold it, and a good turn coming out from Capital there was Oliver Bell up front. But well defended in the end by Buckley. Safe hands from the referee to save that from smashing into the commentary bench. And it'll be a Capital kick in for Olsen. Shot comes in from distance. Not far off there from Oliver Bell. Papakura City probably won't mind those.
There's a full 4 swap here for Capital. So we see Sarah Elder, Natalie Olsen, Sammy Preble, and Gemma Hall come on.
Yeah, let's see what they've got here. Interesting they do it just before a corner. Maybe a rehearsed set piece coming up for them. As the runners go out. And doesn't come away for them as Maxine Cooper. Chance to counter-attack, but a good challenge in there from Alder. Turns possession around. Good footwork there. Just runs away from Preble in the end. And Papakura City match those subs with 4 subs of their own. Looks like we've got Amy Waters, Abby Wright. A few others still being decided. Shivy Anthony there. And looks to be Buckley remaining on the court. It's a good challenge from Alder to shut that attack down. Oof. And it's Barroso there with the follow-up shot. Can't quite get a foot around it on second time asking. And we have an update for you over on court 2. Currently Hawke's Bay Futsal lead Bay of Plenty Surge 3-2. Quite a tight one over there for both teams, but sounds like a couple goals scored in the last couple minutes there. Heating up. Still only the 1 goal in this game for Capital Futsal. Alder on the ball now. Cut out by Barroso, but Preble back in there to tidy it up and feed it back to her captain, Alder. Cross court to Oliver Bell. And good play down that right flank. 1-2, finds the feet of Preble again, but just that final touch running away from her. Anthony plays up to right, trying to find the feet of Anthony running past her, but miscommunication perhaps. Rolls out for a Capital kick-in on the far side. Well, it looked to be a Capital kick-in. Apparently it's a Papakura kick-in. Nope. It will be a Capital kick-in. I never like to argue with the referees, but I was questioning that call a little bit. Right call was made, and now it is a Papakura City kick-in. The shot opens up there for Barroso, rips it. Willis manages to parry and stop it from going out for a corner. There's a searching ball there from Alder. It's Papakura City's assistant coach there. Wasn't expecting it. And Capital there, pressing. All the way out for, I believe, a corner there for Papakura. So we'll see what Anthony can cook up from the set play. Leaves it, drops it all down. Sorry, there was Anthony there taking the shot. On the left was Barroso on the corner kick, and right gets across to where corresponding number 6 over on Capital, Alder, make a challenge, and Capital restart play with the kick-in. Very
controlled here from Capital, very shallow rotation to start off with. think as soon as one of those three at the back there looks to advance forward, they just really go for it.
Yeah, well
It might
drilled.
pay off here with a shot from Preble. Dealt with in the end quite comfortably. Oh, looked like a bit of an ankle roll there for
Yeah.
Alder. Didn't not look good.
Grimace there from Alder and brought down Oliver Bell.
That'll be our third foul for the game.
Yes, I believe it will be.
Our first for this half. They're a wipe clean.
10 minutes in. And Alder just coming off there after that roll of the ankle. And not a pretty one.
So it's, the kind of things you can see, you start to get carried away with the game a bit. Then as soon as something like that happens, a player like Aldo, you don't want to be missing them for the semi-finals.
Certainly not. I'm sure they'll be getting the ice on that. And not wanting to run any risks as a shot comes in, almost falling for Waters in the middle there. And Papakura through Waters, another chance over the post. Substitutions here for Papakura City, another 4-on, 4-off. Williams, Bremner, Reddy and Venmore. And aware of the legality of that back pass. Capital keeper Megan Willis just let that roll out for a corner rather than facing the free kick. She touched the ball. Venmore now, what have they got? Rolls it back for Williams. Karina Brown, flying keeper, taking up this right flank. Good ball in for Reddy, brings it down well. Fashion a bit of space now. Bremner just can't quite link up again with Reddy. Miscommunication there. Crossing the halfway mark in this second half, just under 10 minutes to go. It's very much the same game we've seen since the start of it. Both teams happy to wait in possession and out of position as well, in the mid-court there, they're pushing, pouncing on any loose balls. There are still chances both ways. I think there's still goals in this game. But again, as we get closer and closer to the final whistle, you would imagine that Capital will be looking just to start taking away with this one, as a good chance from Papakura. Squeezes across and how's that not gone in? Looks like a foul here from the keeper and a yellow card, Megan Willis. See if we can get a replay of that one. Maybe just a challenge off the ball there on Bremner. Yeah. So certainly the most malicious piece of play we've seen. Player still down there. Not ideal for Papakura City. I believe that's Bremner, number 11, who felt the full force of that challenge. She's up on her feet, thankfully.
Papakura physio there, Sean Smith, having a quick word with the official.
Yeah, they weren't happy with that challenge with the Papakura staff, and rightly so, as you say. Don't want to be risking any injury to any key players this close to playoffs. But looks like Bremner's okay. Back up, got the magic spray on it. And now with the free kick earned, we'll see if they can get a goal for their troubles as well.
You might see a keeper shot here. No. Ooh. Dangerous position there, Sophie Williams. It's got under a little bit too much there.
Attempted through ball there, just cut up by Bremner, and Reddy comes away with it almost, and with a goal scoring opportunity, but Willis was out to it quickly. Read the danger. Good press there from Bremner, trying to force the turnover, but rolls all the way back into the advertising board for Capital restart. Grange on the ball now. That press still coming in from Bremner. And Capital through Bouvier does well to hold that up. Just lay it off again. And finding Grange in the middle there. That's a good play from Capital. Bouvier trying to fashion a half chance on the far side and tries to roll it in for Grange in the middle, but Brown read the danger and just made it out to it. Also look forward there from Marvin Eakins. He knows the opportunity's there and Reddy finds it as well. Good shot, good save.
Good danger right there, Hannah Reddy.
Yeah, she only needs half a chance, half an invitation, and she'll shoot from wherever she finds herself in that attacking third. More often than not, get it on target.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx her. I don't think I've seen her miss the target.
She is that type of player that just seems to know where the goal is. Pull back to Ella James, who also gets a shot on target. Bit of a tame effort. And a long throw there for Bouvier. Can't quite get underneath it. Difficult to bring down that one. Ball rolls all the way out there. Game. Oh, timeout. Timeout called, I believe, called up by Coach Shingo Inu there, Capital Futsal. And potentially this is a chance for him to tell his players, look, 1-0 up. Game plan's working well. Let's set up shop. 7 minutes to go. Not risk anything.
And also they've got those 3 fouls in the bag as well. So I mean they can afford to take a few risks if they want to try and step in, try and win the ball early, snuff out something in its inception, and if it doesn't go quite to plan, then yellow cards depending. Could see a couple of tugs in the shirt. I know it's not a pretty way to play, but it is part of the tactics.
Job done, yeah. Professional fouls, you call them. Yeah, I mean, certainly would be, I guess, unexpected based on how the game's been developing. The chances have been there, but to get many more goals in this, you'd assume, you know, especially if Capital can knock another one in here, that might be enough to see him over the line. And in saying that as well, if Papakura, the next few minutes, can peg one back, it sets up for an exciting final match. Of course, Papakura will know a draw will secure them that second place finish, so both teams, I'm sure, still will be hunting for that extra goal just for safety. Papakura maybe a bit more than Capital. Right, just picks up the ball from a wayward pass there from Capital. It's Ella James now on the far side. Gets a good ball across to Wright, who found herself in a bit of space. Opted for the pass instead of the shot. Maybe caught in two minds. And ultimately comes to nothing from that attack. And Capital now just slowly building up. Not too much pressure there, but a missed pass to her teammate from Grange results in a turnover. And Ella James driving on the right, cutting inside, looking for an option, lays it back off to Cooper, who looked to set up for a shot but couldn't quite sort the feet out, and they do get a kick in on that far side there. And well defended there, just to shut down that through ball on the left flank. No, got about 5 minutes, 45 seconds here left in this game. Dom, any predictions, any thoughts, if you can put them out there, as to how the game may end?
I mean, my predictions at this point haven't gone so well, so I may as well just hazard a guess. I think we are going to see this game finish 1-0.
1-0?
Yeah.
Capital?
I don't think that it's because Papakura aren't looking dangerous. They are. I just think Capital's looking really solid, and they're looking like they've really built a lot of momentum. And also, given the nature of the clash, that it's not a whole lot riding on it. I don't think we're going to see too much being pushed forward from Papakura. But yes, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it 1-0. And I don't often say that.
It has been quite an interesting game of futsal, this one. Two pretty evenly matched teams. Very tactical battle. But also just with the added factor of not too much riding on it, I think has resulted in what we're seeing here. But still an interesting game of futsal for the purists. Looking at two really experienced coaches and how they set their teams up. Play from the press and rotations on and off the ball.
I mean, yeah, if you're a young player watching this game right now, I mean, it's readily available to watch in a replay. I'd just suggest if you want to learn a thing or two about how to set up defensively, then definitely watch both these teams. If you want to, learn how to receive the ball and at the back and try and open out, look for your options, and then sort of assess where to go to from there. We've had some superb examples in this game. It's been really good to watch. Rubier now breaking away.
Almost smashes into the broadcast booth, destroying the live stream. Luckily doesn't, but that was a good opportunity there from Boubier and Buckley, I believe it was, from Papakura City, just scrambling back to put the pressure on, allowing goalkeeper Karina Brown to clear her lines there. Boubier in a dangerous position, rubs it off for a shot and charge down. And Buckley, and the ball from Older, it looks like, back on the pitch.
Good to see she's okay.
Yep, physio's cleared the ankle.
Didn't look too bad, just looked a little bit awkward at the time.
Yeah, just maybe one of those rolls. They're a bit sore, but luckily not a sprain or anything worse. I'm sure her Capital teammates will be happy to see her on the pitch. And the press coming out there from Capital, a 2v1 now for Boubier, who cries for a shoot. Shingo Inu, he saw the opening, but perhaps a little conservative there from Boubier as the chance goes begging.
I've got to say, if you'd asked me to predict the score if it were the other way around and we saw Papakura up 1-0, I'd say the exact same thing. Just both teams looking so solid defensively. They're both not scared to take a bit of a risk, you know, just sort of venture up forward, try and create something, because the way they set up behind that is just, they've got the right person in the right space at all times. It kind of does look like it takes a bit of a moment of brilliance, or maybe a bit of a moment of, you know, something doesn't quite go right, someone sort of misplaces a pass quite heavily or loses the ball at their feet, which can happen. But apart from that, it's going to take a lot to beat either of these defences right now.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there. Both teams obviously very well drilled, well coached, full of depth and quality across both sides. But I'm sure, as it stands, the Papakura City players won't be sharing that prediction. They'll be wanting to still fight for something from this game. Obviously a draw for them is all they need to confirm second place. Perhaps Marvin Eakins will be the wiser and realise the bigger picture at play. And
I'm sure he will.
Players too far there.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I don't think he'd be too concerned about this. I mean, obviously, professionally, he wants to win every game that he can as a person, but, you know, it's not going to take long to sort of rally the troops after this, no matter what happens, either team, and just say, hey, look, here's the facts, here's what it's looking like, here's tomorrow, here's what we're going to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure this game will be all but forgotten once the final whistle goes, regardless of the result, as both teams are done for the day after this one and look to prepare for what will be a pretty thrilling final day of Super League action. We'll confirm the playoffs for you as we get them. I believe a few placings still to be determined. And up next on the live stream here, 5 o'clock. Exciting game. We've got Canterbury United Dragons versus Waikato Rapids. And over on court 2 will be Central Futsal playing WaiBOP Power. Power, obviously, who served Canterbury United Pride their first defeat of the season earlier today. They'll be riding out high as a half chance flashes across goal there, but Brown picks it up. And then the final game of the day, going to be blockbuster Auckland City versus Capital Futsal Men's. First v second as it stands in the competition. Safe hands there again from Karina Brown. And then on court 2, Bay of Plenty Surge and Southern United Men's. So again, we'll keep you posted as those scores get confirmed. Chance for Abbey Wright there on the turn. Does well to hold off the challenge and maintain possession, but just jockeyed out of play as the timeout slip is handed in from Coach Marvin Eakins. And looks like they might be going for it here, Dom. They might be bringing out the flying keeper.
Oh, there we go. Why not, eh? Why not at this point? Like you said, the score, you know, 1-0, 2-0, 3-0 is not much of a difference. It's the same result. And look, if you can get something from it, it's just an opportunity to practice what they're going to need to do potentially tomorrow. An opportunity to sort of, you know, build upon something. It's all going to be positive stuff, no matter which way it turns out. The way they've both been playing, it has been really entertaining, and it's a lot of quality, a lot of depth from both sides. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see sort of, I guess, what they can do with this opportunity here. Looks like they will be keeping the goalkeeper on.
For now, I see Ella James there with a goalkeeper shirt on the bench.
Right. Yep.
So we'll see what happens here. Potentially, as you say, like a good, almost a dress rehearsal if Papakura, you know, find themselves down in the playoffs, similar sort of position. That may be the message from Coach Marvin Eakins. As this shot comes in there from Anthony and another one. Calls for foul on Older, no dice. But yeah, potentially this is a chance to put themselves in the position of needing a goal, you know, when it's all at stake. And almost a deflected own goal there from Anthony.
And also you've got, you know, there's a yellow card there for Coach Marvin Eakins, maybe a bit of back chat.
And
a bit more protest from the Papakura bench, but it seems to have been snuffed out early. Yeah, so on the other side of what you're saying there, you've got Shingo and his Capital side. They've got an opportunity potentially to practice defending against Whitman. Should be potentially invaluable.
Yeah, absolutely, especially this close to the playoffs. You'd guarantee we'll be seeing a lot of that fifth man as, you know, games that need to be won. All or nothing games get closer and closer to the wire. So I'm sure, yeah, Capital will be using this as a good exercise just in terms of setting up shop. 90 seconds on the clock. That's game management, seeing it out. Yeah, you hear that call there. The don't press, keep the shape, keep the structure from the coach for Capital. Still no sign of Ella James, but she's there on the bench, ready to go in her fifth man jersey. And Karina Brown, great long ball there, finds Abbey Wright. Just can't quite bring it down. See some substitutions here. Potentially the defensive four for Capital. Sure, they know their plans coming into this final minute or so here in the game.
Sammy Preble sitting up very high there.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see her up there. All the way in the corner. Almost came to her as well. As we see Williams come on, replacing Anthony for Papakura City. And the shot ricochets off the head of Buckley there. Sorry, Barroso. I saw one. A futsal ball smashed into the head from close range. Never nice, but worthy sacrifice. Blocking the shot. Corner here for Capital as we enter the final minute of this game. Heavy touch from Oliver Bell. Seems to be Karina Brown occupying that flying keeper spot. She's got it in her locker. For last year, she scored quite a brilliant goal from goal. About 40 seconds now on the clock, and Capital certainly in game management mode now. See if this press comes out from Papakura or not. I'm sure. When I say that, play it long and a shot. Calls for shape, calls for structure from Shingo Inu on the bench. Capital on possession, Oliver Bell. Bit of space here on the left flank, seal the game, but good save from Karina Brown there. 15 seconds to go. Shot comes in from Zoe Barrett. Rattles the side there. I think a save was made by Karina Brown. Looks like they're still sitting up for a corner. Did well to get down and get a hand to it. And she's off. 10 seconds on the clock, 8 seconds. If it's going to happen, it has to happen now. As a opportunity almost finds Abby Wright, but with 4 seconds on the clock now, anywhere will do for Capital. And that's that, folks. Third game of the day. Real close, interesting tactical battle between two incredibly evenly placed teams. Finishes 1-0, Capital Futsal to Papakura City. This result confirming that Capital will finish second in group play, and Papakura drop down to third. But both teams will be back in action again tomorrow, where they'll find each other in the semi-final playoff, second and third place. Now don't go anywhere, folks. 5 o'clock. Got our first men's game of the day. Canterbury United Dragons playing Waikato Rapids. Going to be an exciting one, that one. And 7 p.m, Auckland City playing Capital Futsal. Also going to be quite a good game. So stay tuned. We'll run a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more coverage of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague 2023 very, very shortly.
New Zealand's most trusted brand every year for the last 11 years. Resine, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to today's fourth game of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague 2023 in Wellington. Here we have Waikato Rapids men's versus Canterbury United Futsal. Starting lineup today for the Waikato Rapids is Patrick Steele in goal, Ethan Martin, Maxwell Erickson, Casey Sharplin and Jonathan Tobias, with Isaac Bates, Aidan Robson, Caden Rogers, Andrew Olsen, Ryan Sim, George Dixon and Corbin Fell on the bench. For the Canterbury United Futsal, we have Hamish Mitchell in goal, Cameron Emberton, Finn Gorpsit, Charlie Bailey and Jacob Grosvenor starting. On the bench we have Tyler Klink, Kosei Oikawa, Daniel Ribeiro, Daniel Oakman, Samuel Mitchell, Mark Zimmerman, Sam Richards and Finte Montgomery Monty Joseph. Tough game earlier today for the Waikato Rapids as they went down 3-1 to Capital Futsal, thus eliminating them from the competition. They are no longer able to make it through to the semi-finals of the competition. So today is just their last game of the competition, but they'll be looking to give it their all. Canterbury United Dragons, on the other hand, they'll be looking to build a lot of momentum going forward as they will be partaking in the semi-finals tomorrow. Two very quality teams, two young teams, two teams that will be looking to give it their absolute all today. Massive shout out today, huge occasion for the Rapids, for Jonathan Tobias, who's wearing the captain's armband. It is his 100th appearance for Waikato. Jono first starting in 2012, I think around October 2012 in Dunedin. Played his first ever futsal game for Waikato, which was then at the time WaiBOP, Waikato Bay Plenty Futsal. There he is there, going up for the toss. Jono Tobias, his 100th game for Waikato. He's the first player from Waikato to reach this milestone. First starting in the competition, I think, when he was 16 years old. Still going strong. Canterbury United Futsal today without Hemi Innes. He, I think, got his third yellow card in the previous game and serving suspension this one, but sure he'll be happy enough to rest and get ready for tomorrow. Big player for the team, Jimenez, very experienced. Had some international experience over in Portugal last year, playing for the men's university side. Looks like Jono Tobias won't be starting. Looks like perhaps Aidan Robson is on the court instead. First referee today, Anthony Riley, gets the game underway, and we're off. Good interception there from Ethan Martin through to Maxwell Erickson. Back to Sharplin. And then looks to rotate again. Both teams looking up for it already. Some tricky footwork there from Maxwell Erickson. An ambitious shot from an angle. A lot of noise early here from James Valance, head coach here for Canterbury United. Very, very experienced coach. Asked him earlier today how many titles he's won as a player and as a coach, and it took him a long time to remember if he even got there. Very successful. I believe the conclusion was that the only thing left for him to win is the title of the men's National League competition, which is now the Futsal League, Super League. And got to be honest, I think this team he has here is good enough to do it. The question is, will they, as they break away here? Good ball there from Gortsit to Charlie Bailey, can't quite get his foot on it. And we'll restart here with what looks to be a pretty deep kick in for Waikato Rapids. Yeah, so as I said earlier, Waikato Rapids are effectively out of the competition in terms of they can't advance through to the semi-finals at this point. However, having a chat with a few of the lads and their coach, they're certainly keen to win it. It's just a matter of can they bounce back from their disappointment not too long ago now. Adam Robson charging forward with a shot, quite harmless in the end. Canterbury looking very focused early on in their warm-up. In the first national series a couple of weekends ago, they managed to get a bit of a shock result against Auckland City. They managed to win that game 3-0 in the end. And yeah, I think, like I said, they're a good team, they're a young team, but it would have been a really, really key result for them just mentally, just to understand that, look, you know, they can beat anyone here. Auckland were at the time sitting on top of the table. It's going to look to consolidate their momentum in this series as they advance forward. A fantastic little Maradona move there from Ethan Martin as he threads the needle almost. Not quite on the same page here as Max Eriksson. Promising signs for Waikato. Gorpsit now. Charlie Bailey. Good technique there from Charlie Bailey to find Gorpsit once again, who spreads the ball wide there to Samuel Mitchell. Been around a long time in this team here, Samuel Mitchell. Very experienced player. Like I said, young teams, both these teams, but certainly not lacking overall in experience. Waikato looking to press. Mitchell on the ball here wide, looking to recycle with Bailey. Bailey wide to Gorpsit. Gorpsit looking to go back post, but cut out there by Ethan Martin as Casey Sharplin has a think about it and decides, no, I'm not going to go straight for it. I'm going to recycle the ball for my team this time. Good rotation, but also a very good setup there from Canterbury just to put them under pressure from the offset. Emberton. Ball punched into Bailey. Bailey and Gorpsit linking up once again. Emberton to Mitchell. Mitchell, good turn there. Bailey, can he turn for the shot? He can. He's looking to glance at back post to find a potential runner. Wasn't to be at that occasion. Adam Robson. Good tackle there from Sharplin. Dispossessed by Mitchell. Emberton, Mitchell. Ethan Martin cleaning up this time. Casey Sharplin is currently joint equal in the race for the Razine Golden Boot on 12 goals, equal with Auckland City Futsal's Baram Ahmadi, his former teammate. Baram Ahmadi actually coaching Casey Sharplin when Casey Sharplin was year 11 at Hamilton Boys High School. I remember actually on this court seeing Baram Ahmadi make the decision to bring Casey Sharplin on for a very clutch moment in a very tight game. In the last 2 minutes, Casey Sharplin hadn't played at all at that point, and he came on and scored the goal that basically decided the game, so it was a pretty big moment in his young career. There's Canterbury come out of nowhere with a very threatening ball there from Emberton. Finding Gopsit at the back post, but he couldn't quite put it away. You can see Isaac Bates on the court now for Waikato, as is Caden Robson. Jono Tobias now on his 100th cap for Waikato. I did detect a bit of sentiment from the lads, sort of talking to them earlier on before this game. As Mitchell goes for the shot, luckily for Waikato. Isaac Bates is on the line. My apologies, I've just sort of picked up the fact that Corbin Fell is in goal instead of Patrick Steele. So it's Corbin Fell's third appearance, I believe, for his side. So yeah, I picked up a bit of sentiment that the Waikato team are quite keen, particularly to make this a really good game for their teammate Jonathan Tobias on his 100th cap. Jonathan's mum, Ellie Tobias, had featured quite predominantly in the early WaiBOP futsal teams as a physio and somewhat of a manager, to be honest, as well. And camp mum, I've got to say. So there's our father Benny Tobias as well, always present. So there'll be a very, very proud day for the two of them, as I can see them in the crowd now watching on. Hamish Mitchell. And cut out there as Ākau is looking to threaten early. Finton Joseph also on the court here for Canterbury. Ooh, and a cheeky shot there from Emberton. Goes a bit wide in the end. Ferocious press here from Canterbury as Ākau wins the ball up high. Fortunately for Waikato, Isaac Bates manages to grab hold of it and usher it to the halfway line, where they managed to win themselves some territory back in what seemed like a very dangerous position. Andrew Olsen and Caden Rogers here leading the lines. Good work there from Joseph. Been very threatening here, Canterbury United. Caden Rogers here. Isaac Bates, two very promising young players in the mix for Waikato. I do recall them in my days living there. They're much younger than they look now. Looking very promising, and it's great to see them here. Caden Rogers looking like a young Logan Wisniewski on the ball. Jonathan Tobias with the shot, looking to score on his 100th cap for Waikato here. It was hitting top bins, but unfortunately for him, Hamish Mitchell, when he's on his game, can be quite unbeatable. Hamish Mitchell, a very, very experienced player here for Canterbury. Very vocal, huge personality. Oh, and a shot there from Olsen. Scuffs it reasonably wide. Could have been dangerous, as we see Ribeiro coming onto the court, as is Daniel Aikman for Canterbury. Ribeiro looking to rotate out. Ribeiro to Joseph. Bit of a press here as Olsen advances on Ribeiro. Ribeiro doing well just to hold it up. Pressure keeps coming as he gets away with a nutmeg. Won eventually by Caden Rogers, who is fouled by Ribeiro, and there's a bit of a Bit of argy-bargy here. Anthony Riley intervenes and snuffs it out early. Just a warning here for Olsen. Isaac Bates. He's got a rocket of a right foot, this young fella. Isaac Bates' father, Wayne Bates, former coach of the former Waikato Bapani side, and we have a goal here. Andrew Olsen. Tight little work there as Bates looks to find Olsen's run. Just caught Canterbury United napping, and see the replay here. Bates shaping up for the shot, but just sneakily finding Olsen there as he just finds himself in a good little pocket of space. Brilliant first touch finish, and there we have it. Waikato Rapids lead 1-0 over Canterbury United. As Caden Rogers darts away, Olsen again. Rogers with the shot, and wide. Got the momentum here for Waikato. James Valance, the coach here for Canterbury United, as always looking relatively calm. He just has a few words with a couple of his lads, I guess reminding them how early it is in the game, how much more of this competition they have to play potentially. As Jonathan Tobias intercepts and goes for the shot. No, he finds Olsen. Olsen with the shot. Fantastic save there by Mitchell. And the clearance there by Oakman. Tries to regather it, but concedes a deep kick in here. How will Waikato shape up? Jonathan Tobias goes for the shot, blocked out early. Back to Olsen, Isaac Bates, Rogers. Fantastic first touch there from Rogers. Bates, back to Rogers. Tobias looking to get his head up and find Olsen, who, to be fair, did have a player on his back. So in the end, they'll be happy just to maintain position where they are and look to find a way to rotate out of this press. Ribeiro loses footing but regathers it very smartly. Great feet there, but Jonathan Tobias is on fire today. Good rotation there by Bates as he regathers the ball from Tobias. Well dealt with in the end by Caden Rogers and Bates as Tobias fires it into the mixer. Sort of spills out in the end back to him and he can't quite regather it. And I think he's signalling there, he wants to take a bit of a break. Certainly throwing everything into his 100th appearance for his team is Jonathan Tobias. Good to see. Oakman. Zimmerman on the court now, looking to get the ball back from Oakman. Oh, clever there from Jacob Bailey. Really getting his teeth into that one. Canterbury's turn for a corner set piece as they fire in bottom corner. Routine as you like from Mark Zimmerman. He's only been on the court for a number of minutes now. It's a tidy left foot finish into the bottom corner as he salutes the camera. 1-1 we have it. Waikato versus Canterbury. Not even a full 10 minutes into this first half and we've already seen two fantastic goals. Max Eriksson kicking off, and we might see a replay of that goal. It sort of seemingly came out of nowhere. Bit of a tricky set piece through the legs and just like that, bottom corner. Bailey looking to rotate. Sam Richards on the court now. Waikato advancing forward. So we see Sharplin and Ethan Martin back on the court, accompanied by number 9, Ryan Sim. This is first appearance in the game. Maxwell Eriksson also on the court now. Good work there from Oakman to dispossess him as Charlie Bailey looks to press the keeper. Keeper manages to find Ethan Martin, who finds Maxwell Eriksson, who gets it back for the shot from Ethan Martin. Once again, Hamish Mitchell to the rescue. If anyone was wondering about the score in the earlier game on the court that was not covered by our live stream between Hawke's Bay and Bay of Plenty, I think the end result was 4-4. And a shot there, just covered off the line from Waikato. Canterbury have responded very well to that early concession of a goal, and they're looking back to the focus they started the game with. I think they looked a little bit ruffled with that tussle between Ribeiro and Olsen. Quite spread out here is Waikato. Casey Sharplin back deep, looking to defend Finn Gorpsett. Combination there of pressure from Canterbury, but also maybe Waikato still not being as switched on as they'd like to be. Sharplin there, finding Max Eriksson, who doesn't often find himself in this position. He's usually sitting up high on the court as Sim goes for an attempt. I think looked like Gorpsett had got a foot to it in the end, but seems to just be a keeper's ball. Cam Emberton now. Sam Richards looking to go high, a little bit too much to ask there of his teammate Zimmerman. Casey Sharplin, I wonder if he still has the Rosine Golden Boot on his mind, as his counterpart Barama Marty for Auckland City Futsal is equal with him on 12 goals. Barama Marty is into the semi-finals and has a remaining game today. So I mean, you'd imagine a player like Barama Marty would be likely to score at least 1 or 2, and if Casey Sharplin still has his eyes on the prize there, he might be thinking about getting a few himself this game before a season's over. Here he is now, Casey Sharplin on the ball. Young Futsalite. Ethan Martin playing quarterback at the back there, looking for the Hail Mary attempt to Ryan Sim. Slightly too much on it. Richards, good rotation out there as Gorpsett thought about it, decided to continue recycling. Richards now going for the first time pass there to link back up with Gorpsett, but just got away from him in the end. Isaac Bates, Caden Rogers, Jonathan Tobias and Aidan Robson all stepping back onto the court for Waikato Rapids. And Caden Rogers with the shot and the goal. Fantastic there. You're good to see a replay of that one. It sort of looked as though it sort of bobbled out of the mix there, and here we go. So a ball there from Tobias. So an attempted chance at defending it, and it just falls very kindly to Caden Rogers, who, like I said earlier, is showing signs of a young Logan Wisniewski. Just side foots it, top corner, composed as you like. And there we have it. Waikato Rapids lead the game 2-1 over Canterbury United. Well, Canterbury looked to respond early like they did to the last goal, as Isaac Bates cuts that ball out from Richards. Good defensive shape here from Waikato. Canterbury United also doing quite well to cope with it. Caden Rogers looked like he did well, looked like he might have been fouled, but not given. As Gorpsit sets up for the kick-in. Back to Mitchell. Cam Emberton now. It's been looking good this game. Richards, oh, clever attempt there. Isaac Bates steaming forward, like his old man. Mentioned before, Isaac Bates' old man, Wayne Bates, former coach of the former Waikato Bay Plenty side. He also was himself a capped member of the New Zealand Futsal White setup back in the day. Great guy as Wayne Bates. Jonathan Tobias can't quite keep it in there. Mitchell kind of looks to stitch up Cam Emberton, who in turn stitches Mitchell up back then, and Canterbury looking to regroup. Oh, see a bit of fifth man out of nowhere from Corbin Fowle stepping up, getting pressed. Boy Ākau just gets it away. Bates finds his keeper. It's a risky attempt there as Ākau goes for it. Jonathan Tobias on his 100th cap, blocks that out. Suppose it wouldn't be me commentating a Waikato Rapids game without a shout out to Nicole Mills. Nicole, hope you're enjoying the game. Gorpsit does well to hold that up. Going to be closed by Rogers. Mitchell fires it to Ākau. Ends up going out in the end. Just as well actually for Canterbury, because Jonathan Tobias looked like he was going to break away there, the head of steam. Shout out also to Sophie Daly. Good work there from Gorpsit to keep that in, but only for so long. Tell you what, for the amount of work that Rogers has been doing in this game so far, he doesn't really look tired at all. Waikato Rapids looking like they're pinning Canterbury back a little bit more now. They're not quite able to sustain the level of press that they had going on earlier in the game. I wonder if that's tiredness or tactics, or maybe just sort of feeling naturally a bit more on the back foot after conceding that brilliant finish there from Caden Rogers. And just wondering how James Ballant's going to approach this. Either taking a timeout at this point, or we're just waiting till the half time to have a chat with his lads. Okay, they're slightly looking in control, but as always, Canterbury, you've got to remember that they're going to be dangerous. You give them a sniff, they're going to take it. Brilliant work there from Isaac Bates to find Rogers, who's going to go for it again. No, he cuts back to Bates. Bates with the finish. Yes, it's a goal. Beautifully worked goal there from Waikato Rapids. The initial ball from Isaac Bates just to flick it through somehow. Eventually Caden Rogers looking like he had a pretty good position right here to hit it first time, but he just sees the option there for Isaac Bates, who cleverly finishes, just like his old man. It's a classic Wayne Bates finish, that one. Brilliant goal there from Waikato Rapids as they take their lead now to 3-1 over Canterbury. Isaac Bates once again looking to skip forward through, but cut out by Oakman. Rogers. Sorry. Robson. You can see how I got that one mixed up. Casey Sharpland back on the court now for Waikato. And the number 11, George Dixon, makes his first appearance in the game. Patient build up here as Tobias is questioning whether he steps on. He does. Gets cut out, and just like that, Canterbury threatened. But well dealt with in the end by Waikato. Robson looking to rotate out. Oh, it's a misplaced pass there from Dixon. As Oakman shapes up. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does, and comfortably collected in the end by Corbin Fell. Ethan Martin on the court now. Robson. Dixon. Very patient here from Waikato. Good electric movement as well. Sort of checking away to lose their man and come back to find some space in a safe position. But not safe when Ākau around. He's looking very dangerous as he wins the ball in the middle of the court there. It's not where you want to lose the ball. It's the middle of the court, especially against a side like Canterbury, who look to be a very, very adept counter-attacking side. It is, however, where you want it. At the feet of Max Eriksson, higher on the court. Mitchell breaking away. Mitchell finds Emberton. Emberton with a fantastic composed finish. What a goal. See in the replay here, that's a great ball there from Mitchell too. Even better finish, gotta say. Look at that, 3-2 it is. 3 minutes 30 remaining on the clock for the first half. Good press there by Dixon, but comfortably gathered by Hamish Mitchell. And Charlie Bailey. Can't quite put that pass where he wanted to. Max Eriksson looking to get clever there with Ethan Martin. Eventually gets a shot, but I think it was a foul given in the end. Stepping up higher, Waikato Rapids. Richards. Charlie Bailey. Couldn't quite get his teeth around that, sorry, feet around that. Well, one there from Oakman. Eventually earning his side a corner kick. They've already scored one from a corner set piece this game. Can they do it again? Opting to go short. Nice little ball there from Charlie Bailey. But into a cul-de-sac in the end. Restart here with a kick in. Back here with Richards. Puts it up for a goal throw. Canterbury United looking quite comfortable here, just to, I guess, let Waikato advance forward They're seeming quite comfortable having the ball in their sort of defensive third. Canterbury's okay with that, but I think Canterbury are looking to force some sort of mistake from Waikato where they're trying to thread the ball through. There isn't a lot of space to work with there. When they do lose it, Canterbury are looking very, very dangerous. Ethan Martin with the shot. Casey Sharplin naturally can't quite get in the end of that one. And that is a timeout called there from James Valance, the coach of the Canterbury United side. Max Eriksson having a word there with the official. So it looks like a pretty thorough use of this timeout here from James Valance as he is looking to communicate something quite key to his team. Maybe just trying to get them back focused on track. They started off really well and they've been looking very good at times. But nonetheless, they are down by a goal. And knowing James Valance, he'd be pretty keen to go into the half at least level. So we'll see what they've come up with here. And the game restarts with Richards. Finds Ribeiro. Looking to rotate in a shallow position here. Charlie Bailey joining in the action. Oakman closes out, and once again Ethan Martin just pulling the strings at the back there. Now advancing forward. Great little touch there from Maxo Eriksson. Somehow Ethan Martin still manages to maintain the ball for a little bit, but in the end it is Canterbury with the ball as Waikato press very high. Ribeiro finding himself some space. Oakman with a shot very wide. Great touch from Ribeiro. Back to Richards. Charlie Bailey. Oh, looking for the Megs, doesn't quite pay off, but they still maintain possession. Ribeiro looking very comfortable on the ball. Oh, there's the Megs here. He's looking for Ribeiro with a shot cut out. Goal scorer of their first goal, Mark Zimmerman, back on the court. Charlie Bailey's been looking good this game. Just 50 seconds remaining in this first half, folks. Been a very fierce contest so far. Although Waikato Rapids can't advance through to the semi-finals, they're definitely putting their all into their last game of the series. Dixon back on the court. Good rotation here from Waikato Rapids as Sharplin looks to thread the ball through to Maxwell Eriksson, can't quite get his foot on the end of that one. Just bounces up at a pretty awkward height in the end. I think he's claiming a corner and he's getting it. Here it is, just makes his way through. Yeah, no, just misses it altogether. Not an easy one to deal with that. I think if it's at least a half chance for Maxwell Eriksson, he's at least hitting it on target for the most part, and he usually puts those away. Quite a difficult one that, as Ethan Martin gets pressed and does very well to find Eriksson. Holding the ball up as usual. Sharplin with the shot, looking to get that goal tally just rising further and further. Good work there from Bailey, very quick feet. Canterbury does well just to get the ball back to Richards. Looking for Bailey and audacious attempt to try and bring that down, why not? And looks like that'll be it for the first half. Corbin Feldis rolls the ball away. And a fantastic first half here. Waikato Rapids 3, Canterbury United 2. Join us back here for the second half in a few minutes, and until then we'll have a quick ad break. Thank you, see you there.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
All right, we're back with the fourth game of the men's Futsal Super League 2023 in Wellington. Here for the second half of Waikato Rapids versus Canterbury United Futsal. Score is 3-2 to Waikato at this stage. It's been a fantastic start to the game. Canterbury United looking to press very early on, looking very, very energetic. Waikato coming back with some brilliant goals, and yeah, it's looking pretty balanced, but I've actually got Jack Stenning joining me for the second half. Jack, good to have you here, mate.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Missed the first half. A few errands to run. You know how it is, but saw bits of it, and yeah, exciting game of futsal we have on our hands here. Obviously, yes. A bit of a relatively dead rubber one for the Rapids. I was looking at the table earlier, and as it stands, Rapids need to make a plus 30 goal difference to their current score to qualify for the top four should they beat Dragons. They're 3 points behind but 30 goals down, so unless we have some absolute outrageous scenes here from the Rapids in the second half, they will just be missing out on that fourth spot. But Canterbury Dragons will be wanting to pick up a win and put themselves in the best placed position to hopefully finish third overall, depending on the result of Southern United, who play next and are currently in third place. But all other games aside, this is what we've got right now, and yeah, thrilling half of futsal up ahead, Dom.
Yeah, well, if it's anything like the first half of this game, then it's going to be a bit of a cracker. Seen some really good goals. Some like I said, really good defence from both sides. But for the most part, the goals have really come from a bit of magic. So it's always good to see. And yeah, hope we see more of it. And we see game back underway here.
Also important to acknowledge, I'm sure it's already happened, but Jonathan Tobias for the Rapids making his 100th appearance for the side in this match. So congratulations to him. I believe Rapids all-time appearance holder.
He is. Yes, he's the first person to make 100.
So congratulations, Jono. I think I'm joined by Dom, who is the joint second place holder, with a few other legends of this Waikato Rapids side scattered amongst those rankings.
Yeah, so myself and Sean Morgan actually joint second on 85. Sean Morgan now with the Auckland City Futsal unfortunately suffered a bad knee injury in the last series. But, you know, at least him and I can share that title together, if it's much of a title.
We're sharing it for some time. Shout out to Sean Morgan as well. He obviously never loved to see injury like that. So hopefully recovery goes well. And we look forward to seeing Sean back on the futsal court in the near future.
Yeah, mate. Oh, shot there from Ribeiro. Look, you hate to see anybody get injured. It's never a good thing, but someone like Sean Morgan, he's the nicest dude. He's a really good bloke. He's a hell of an athlete. He's been fantastic. He's been with the Futsal White setup. He's been looking brilliant. His team's been loving him, and it's just such a shame to see that happen. But you know, he's a really positive dude. He's really young. Like I said, he's a machine. He's built different. So he'll be back, I'm sure. So Sean, mate, if you're listening, shout out to you, and all the best with your recovery. Ribeiro. Oh, another bit of a shove there, this time from him towards Andrew Olsen. Andrew not looking to respond. He's had his warning.
Wise move there. Keep his temper. Pick up the first foul of the half. Away the Dragons, and a free kick here for the Rapids. Take it quickly. See there the Auckland City players just behind. The Rapids kick in there, getting ready for their game. Coming up next at 7 o'clock against Capital Futsal. Exciting game, that one. Both teams currently tied equal on 28 points. Auckland City have their share of the goals with, quick math, believe about 31 goals ahead. But being equal on points, whoever takes the win there will be finishing first in the playoff stages. And likely coming up against Canterbury United in that playoff semi, of course, barring 30 goals from the Rapids. There's a chance for the Dragons, and narrowly wide there.
Yeah, Mark Zimmerman looking to get a second of the game. Couldn't quite get his foot around it.
Scored a good goal in the first half, did Zimmerman.
It's a great goal.
There he is, 100 can't make it to Tobias. Hanging through to Bates. Good block in there though from Zimmerman, I believe it was.
Got to say, I've been very impressed with Caden Rogers this game. Do remember him as a bit more of a youngster back in the day when I used to live in Waikato and sent him around. He looked pretty promising, but it's great to see how he's turned out thus far.
Yeah, I think this whole tournament, Rogers has been putting in good performances, as well as this whole Rapid side, to be fair. The results haven't always gone their way, but any time I've seen them play, they've certainly looked good, looked confident. Tight at the back and always full of goals, the Rapid side are. Few star players, few futsal whites among their rankings. You can see number 1, Patrick Steele, not in goal for them at the moment. But he's joined by Ethan Martin and Casey Sharplin. Might be missing a few names there, but they certainly featured for the futsal whites in their 2022 OFC Futsal Cup campaign. They picked up a big win against Solomon Islands. So some good players on the court for both teams as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Canterbury, like I said earlier in the game, Hemi Innes suspended for this game. He's had a couple of appearances internationally for the men's university side. In Portugal last year. Adam Rogers steaming away. Oh, it's a ferocious tackle. Charlie Bailey really getting his teeth into that one.
Yeah, to be made. Came across well there, Charlie Bailey, with a danger. And does well, actually, to have a Waikato touch on the way out, so getting the kick in as well. That ball can't quite find Bailey on this right flank. We see 4 subs coming on, rolling on and off for the Rapids. Looks to be Martin was on the ball there, number 7. On the ball now. And a great challenge there.
Adam Robson. What a challenge.
And Robson still with the ball now.
Opting not to shoot in the end. And cut out in the end there, who's that? Is that Joseph? It is.
Yeah, Monty Joseph there. Good little play there, finds Martin on the edge of the box. Does well to pick that back up and calls for foul. Advantage is the call from the referee. Falls back into Martin in a pocket of space out there.
Good to see Ryan Sim back on the court. Good little cameo in the first half, did quite well. Certainly a new face for me. Have you seen much of him in this series?
Can't say. I know he's been in the squad for sure. I can't say I've noticed him too much, although this Canterbury United side have put in quite a few good performances, and he has been on the team sheet. So I would say he's been getting amongst it, getting involved. But yeah, as you say, another one of those relatively younger players coming into this Canterbury United side. Best years ahead of him. Apologies, this Waikato Rapids side.
I wasn't going to say anything, it's okay. No. I'm sure everyone out there knew.
They were screaming at the televisions.
Good rotation here from Canterbury. So get a shot off Cam Emberton. Looking for his second of the game.
Connected well with that one. You heard the hit all the way over here through the headphones.
He's a good player, that Cam Emberton.
He is, yeah. Scored a couple great goals this season in the Super League. And a battle in the mid-court there. Eriksson turns it round. Does well to drop it off there, but that press coming in from the Dragons.
Adam Robson and Ethan Martin, both initially from Hawke's Bay side. Both sort of finishing high school and going over to university in the Waikato and eventually jumping ship. So much to the benefit of the Waikato side.
Yeah, both very key players to this Waikato setup. I'll be honest, when I think of those two players, I definitely think Rapids more than I think Hawke's Bay.
Especially when he's doing this, Ethan Martin.
And draws the foul too. Well played on that far side there, Ethan Martin. Calls for a red card from the Rapids bench. Not quite sure it was that drastic of a foul.
I think under the circumstances, a yellow is just fine.
That third foul for the Dragons, and they'll want to be careful with that. Still just over 5 minutes gone in the second half.
Yeah.
Plenty of game time to be played.
Yeah, no, that's looking quite dangerous for the Canterbury Dragons there, isn't it?
You can understand, a little bit of intensity here, a lot on the line for them from this game. Want to make sure they get the win and find themselves trailing to a Rapid side, but they want to make sure that they're keeping their composure. As a good ball played across there from Martin. Finds number 9 for the Waikato Rapids, Ryan Sim. Can't quite do anything with the finish there.
Gorps it with the toe poke. Well dealt with in the end by Fell.
Yeah, good save there.
Yeah, on that note, with the potential 10 metres danger that Dragons have at the moment, with Waikato having the likes of Ethan Martin and Max Eriksson, Casey Sharplin, they do pose a genuine threat from the spot. I mean, it's not quite the same as, say, a penalty would be in football. The 10-metre spot with the size of the goals there, it's not always a given. It does take a certain type of player to be able to put those away consistently, and Waikato definitely have that. And yeah, if Canterbury's going to want to get a foothold in this game, they're going to have to really watch those fouls in the next sort of 10 minutes, which is not an easy thing to do in a game like this.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Rapids will be well aware of that foul count, especially if one more comes in the next few minutes. They'll be doing everything they can. Draw them out. As you say, they've got goal scorers from that 10-metre line. Richards on the ball now. He's had a good game so far.
Yeah, he's been pretty solid at the back there. He's been pulling the strings quite a lot. I think Waikato have been looking to put a bit of pressure on intermittently against this Dragon side, and whenever he's been there, they've been looking pretty safe. They've certainly been looking solid when old mate Mitchell's been on the court as well. He's a long-time Canterbury player, that guy. I think I've played against him a few times. Very strong, very smart.
Between the two of them there, it's a very, very solid back two there. Lots of experience. And I'll just get play restarted here through Richards, man of the hour.
Gorps it. He's been looking good too. I'm just gonna say it. I think everyone's been looking very good this game.
It's been a great game, honestly. Yeah, there's both teams have come out firing. Didn't get to see too much of that first half, but whenever I looked up from my computer screen, I was impressed with the quality of play I saw. The two very good sides when they're both on their day. Obviously, this season in the Ford Futsal SuperLeague, they haven't quite had the results that they wanted to across the board. Both teams, a little lower maybe than they would have liked to have been initially, maybe where they think they should be, but when they're on form, both of these sides are a joy to watch, and I think that's what we're getting here today as Martin, good footwork in the middle there, does well, hold possession and turn out of danger. And a long shot comes in from Eriksson, not far away at all. I think a save there in the end.
We have a full rotational sub here from Waikato. Sharplin stepping back in, as is Andrew Olsen, Caden Rogers and Isaac Bates. Try not to be biased here as I am from the Waikato a few years ago, but seeing Isaac Bates and Caden Rogers out there linking up the way they are, it's a joy to watch. I think Isaac Bates is very fresh out of the secondary school competition playing for Hamilton Boys High School. I'm sure a few players might be in the same boat, but I'm sure he pulled in some big minutes for that competition as well, so he's looking fit as ever.
Yeah, so just strapping on his knee there, maybe precautionary. Sure, as you say, lots of minutes, especially. Oh, deflection there.
Yeah, referee sees it.
But yes, no, they'll be wanting to manage his minutes, although young whippersnapper like he is in the secondary school age bracket, sure he's got a lot of running in those legs.
Oh, no doubt. I was just saying before as well, Caden Rogers reminds me of a young Logan Wisniewski. It's the way he sort of plays, the way he runs around, and he's a player who himself could basically play every minute if he really wanted to. So showing signs there of not giving up anytime soon.
Logan Wisniewski and his brother Kyle, along with Geordie Dipfit, obviously all Waikato exports, I believe.
Yep. All lads over in England.
Yeah, applying their trade over with Bloomsbury, I believe.
Yes.
And
that's very exciting to see. They were initially with Reading Royals. They went over with Braden Lissington and Sam Masterson. So Braden and Sam, huge figures of the futsal community over in the Waikato for a number of years. They eventually sort of left on very good terms. Sam Masterson having coached Waikato to their first national title. Braden Lissington playing a huge part as a player. He's also done some player coaching beforehand. The two of them setting up over at Reading. Brought the Wisniewskis and Geordie along. It's very good to see.
Yeah, and obviously now I believe a tier up, Reading in tier 2 of that competition, Bloomsbury tier 1.
Yep, that's the one.
And if they do manage to get a result there, there's a qualification process to the UEFA Futsal Champions League on the line for them. So very exciting to see. They're doing well over there. And just great for futsal in the country, really, that those pathways do exist. We've got some of the futsal ferns also over at Bloom 3 on the women's side. I believe Dana Manick, Tessa Leong and Hannah Crackman applying their trade there. So, yeah, you love to see that.
Yeah, it's great to see.
Hamish Gray is another one.
Yep, Adam Paulson.
Adam Paulson, yep.
I think Max Ericsson's saying he might be going to Spain sometime. I'm sure futsal will be in the mix there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
His brother Tyler picked up somewhat of a sponsorship deal recently as well, so he's probably got his eyes on the overseas pathways as well. It's building a lot of momentum.
Absolutely, yeah, it's just brilliant and super exciting. We'll hold that thought as a couple rollovers, step-overs come in. And counter-attacking opportunity. Great footwork there if he can come away with it, but can't quite. And Rapids now get a bit of possession on the ball. But no, as we were saying, yeah, it's super exciting times for futsal in the country. Obviously later this year, qualification for the FIFA Futsal World Cup, which little birdie told me might just be in New Zealand. Watch this space. And obviously never qualified for the Futsal World Cup yet, but especially off the back of their recent international success over in the OFC competition, the Futsal Wives will be eyeing that up and hoping to make history. But international stuff aside, we've got a long shot there. There's just flies a little wide from
Isaac Bates, I think, isn't it?
Bates, yep, on the far side there. Or Rogers, potentially, 5.
Either or, just as dangerous. Olsen does well there.
Yeah, just pounced on that loose touch there from Waikawa. Regained possession for his team.
I'm loving the active defence here from Canterbury. They're really on their toes, always looking to advance forward at least a little bit. Really energetic.
Yeah, and moving in packs as well. It's not just one player or two players going for it. See there, that press engaged. Although they managed to beat it that time, Rapids.
Watching the likes of Bailey and Gorpsit, if you had no context to this, you'd have no idea that they're already through to the semis and they've got 2 potentially massive games tomorrow, at least one, the way they're moving about.
Yeah, absolutely, and just testament to the competitiveness of these futsal players here. Like, they certainly wouldn't be blamed for taking their foot off the pedal a little bit with qualification already in their sides, as a good save comes out there from Tyler Klink in goal for the Dragons. But no, players on both sides giving it their all. I don't think they're really thinking too hard about tomorrow. All that's on their mind is getting a win here. It's a great shot there from Bates, I believe it was.
The sheer level of power from the young lad.
Down his sore leg as well, judging by the bandage there. Fair play. Pass cut out there from Waikawa. Regained straight away. Olsen on the ball now. See what he can do. Great challenge there. Solid tackle from Bailey, I believe it was.
I think a bit of credit has to go as well to Jet Lim, the coach of the Waikato Rapids side. It's his first time coaching at this level. And although they haven't quite got over the line in terms of the results, from what I've seen, there's been some really good performances, some really good goals, some really, really powerful momentum at times, and really
absolutely.
promising signs from the young lad.
Yeah, very excited. We were talking in the, I believe the last game, the Marvin Eakins and Shigo Huna there. There's a lot of futsal coaches. There's familiar faces in all these competitions. So it's great to see a young coach like Jet Lim coming through and making waves. Sam Coyle, another one. Obviously not so young, but over in Auckland City. Won it with East Coast Bays last year.
Yeah, he's a good coach from what I hear. Great lad.
Great lad too. So no, it's great to see. We talk about the futsal challenge. We get a timeout here called by the Dragons, I believe. The players, the talent, the pathways and everything there, but also in the coaching space. It is just great to see futsal kind of taking leaps and bounds really over the past few years.
Well, it's been fantastic to see over the years the number of people who have participated in the sport in either a playing capacity or maybe they have friends and family involved and they sort of just get into it. And honestly, once you see somebody get into a full-on competition and maybe go a little little bit through the competition, get some good results and stuff, they're hooked, and you see them for years. They just see every competition. I mean, a great example is James Valance for the Canterbury United Dragons. He's I've known him for a long time as a player for that side, and but also as a coach the whole time. And the amount of times I've seen him pick up silverware just left, right, and centre at youth nationals, high school nationals, whatever it is, he's always in the thick of it. University champs, he's won that before. So yeah, there's all these different pathways that sort of just get their claws into people, and they just fall in love with the sport and can't stay away from it.
Absolutely. I certainly feel most people that do get introduced to futsal, especially if you're coming from a football background, it's once you're into it, once you see the sport for what it is, you can't really go back. I don't know of anybody that once they start actively watching ever do go back. So
I can't stay away. I haven't played for a few years and had a weekend off, and put my hand up. Hey, why not commentate?
Yeah,
I want to be involved.
Definitely as well, getting more and more competitions around the board. Obviously, COVID had quite an impact on the amount of futsal that was able to be played. There's a great ball there for
Next
Ericsson. He gets a shot.
That's the post.
The follow-up.
Dixon can't quite make it happen.
Great
Good
opportunity
there
there
of them.
from the Rapids. Can't count out the goalkeeping there from Clink. Good save initially and shut down the angle for the follow-up. Oh, went for the lead there. And now 3v1, the callers, but well cut out by Ākau, and rolls back to Clink. Potentially dangerous there for the Dragons, but they got back in numbers, defended well. Worst communication there over on the far side. Score update for you as well at half time. Over on court number 2, we see WaiBOP Power playing Central Futsal in the women's competition. Currently 2-0 to WaiBOP Power following their good form. Their giant slaying, if you will, of the Pride earlier today. And I think that's a handball call. So that will be the 4th foul for the Dragons. Certainly dangerous signs, although they've done well not to drop too many more since that flurry at the start of the half. And yeah, seen out for a corner there. Oakman just nudging it past the Rapids player waiting at the back post to tap it in. Good ball there for Martin, toe poke, and a good save from Clink and goal. Spice floats it in, looking for the hit of Ericsson, but harmlessly rolls out to Clink. Bailey on the ball now, just drops it for Gorpsit. Good turn there to beat Ericsson and plays man out on the left. Bailey still involved.
Shot here from Oakman. Sorry, Oakley. No, it was Oakman.
Speaking of the sunglasses. Well played there though from the Dragons. Bailey heavily involved in that, and he's on the ball again. As cut out by Martin. A bit of trickery. That is class. He's still going. That's outrageous. Rapids bench loved it. Don't know if you saw that on the camera. Big smile on his face. That was some beautiful, beautiful skills there, Ethan Martin. Yeah, we're getting a replay of that one. Look at this.
Oh, what a bad man.
Too good, too good. Love to see that from Ethan Martin. And Ericsson called for a foul there. Apologising to the ref. I'd like to think apologising for the ref. Can't quite hear him.
If we're talking about experience as well, like we like to do, Anthony Riley.
Oh, yep. Well, across the board here, also Chris Sinclair on timekeeping. And referee
Both featured in Futsal World Cups, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you're right there. Both have also been present for this week in the secondary schools competition, helping pass some of their knowledge on to some of the younger referees in the space, which you love to see as a good shot comes in on the right flank from Olsen there.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about the growth of every other aspect of the game, I got to say the level of refereeing has gone up leaps and bounds since I've started. And that's not, a slight on how it was. It's just, sort of starting off and everything, but just the way that experienced referees have taken sort of new learning referees under their wing and just sort of created the space and the atmosphere and everything, and the culture with which they can really thrive and learn, and that alongside the pathways available in which people can just get involved and really fast track their learnings. It's been really good to see, and I think it's probably the most important element of the game, and it allows everything else to function the way it does.
Absolutely. I think the impact that quality referees have on futsal is honestly quite underappreciated. A lot of the time these games can't run, obviously, with no referees, so it's always good to take a moment to be thankful and appreciative of the guys and girls who come out, often a relatively thankless task, refereeing, but we're thanking you now. And you're right, the quality, I would say, has certainly gone up as the pathways and the opportunities as well for people that want to get involved just becomes easier to do. I think there's certainly on each federation website ways to get involved with reffing, coaching as well. All across the country, if any facet of futsal you want to get amongst, there's ways to do it, which hasn't always been the case, so it's really good to see. We enter the last 5 minutes here, still goalless in the second half. Maybe I've jinxed it on the commentary bench.
We love to do that though, don't we?
Try our best.
Edmonton, cut out by Bates.
Yeah, good ball there. Finds Joseph, whose shot flashes across goal. Thumbs up from Edmonton. Idea was good. And Olsen just shrugs off his defender, goes for the chip. Almost. Not quite. Wrapped his foot around there, but good idea.
Definitely was on. The keeper did well to get out as fast as he did and close that angle. So they managed to dink it over his shoulder. So not an easy skill. Nor is that there from Gorpsit.
Nothing quite came of it, but it was very flash footwork. Yeah, they called a press coming out from the Dragons as Olsen now has a bit of an opportunity. Good play there. Great save from Klink. Great bit of link-up play there from Olsen and Sharplin up top for the Rapids.
Really enjoying how animated the Rapids bench is, some of these things.
They're certainly playing every ball with their players that are on the court. And the young Isaac Bates on that far side just drops it up for Sharplin. Bit of space to drive into. Calls for foul. Nothing doing. Good tackle.
On that note, 4 fouls for Dragons. They've managed to do well. Only 1 in the last, 10 minutes?
Yeah, I know. I think maybe they heard us on the commentary bench. And
I think they did.
Message was passed on. Let's settle things down. I think their 4th foul was a handball as we get the 5th man coming out here through Richards.
Out of nowhere.
3.5 minutes on the clock. Good time to do it. 1 goal down.
Charlie Bailey going for the shot. Deflected out for a corner.
And the Dragons will know that even if they do lose this, they've still got that 4th place locked in for tomorrow's playoffs. But a win here and some other results later today going their way would put them into 3rd. And
I'll tell you what, if they don't win this game, they'll still be frustrated, and they'll still be, you know, potentially long term it's a good thing. Potentially they're going to jump into an extra gear that they might need to, but they will want to win this game. They're a very, very competitive bunch. They know that they're young, but they know that they're good enough to beat anyone.
Oh, absolutely, and they've had a great game here as well. I mean, you know, all credit to the Rapids as well, who might have a fourth goal here through Olsen, and they do. The fifth man caught out. Brilliant first time finish. Just rolls it into the empty goal. We'll get the replay of that one. But that's great knowledge from Olsen, just awareness.
That's a really, really good finish that under the circumstances. You've got number 14 there, Zimmerman, sort of closing in from right to left. And he's just got that narrow little bit of space, and he just reacts really fast. And it's not easy for that distance, slight degree either way. It's just, you know. Yeah,
well, pretty much on the turn with the front of his foot, the toe poke there. Trying to get that on target is difficult when you're 5 metres out from the goal, let alone over the halfway line. So that's a good finish from Olsen, and much needed for the Rapids as they...
Zimmerman going for a second. Oh.
Yeah, Rapids will be very happy with that 2-goal buffer heading into the last 2.5 minutes here, where Dragons will just throw everything at them.
Yeah, that's huge. Because, you know, you saw the way they're animated, you saw the way they're quite buoyant, but 1 goal, then it's you know, you're drawing. It's 3-3.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's dangerous momentum. No one wants that, but at least you're still ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess that's the danger of the fifth man there as well. High risk, high reward. Bring it out to, you know, close that gap. 1 goal, and it's a different story. But then a great shot comes in and a good save there. Calls for impeding the keeper.
I've seen yellows for that.
Referee's happy with it though. Play goes on. Charlie Bailey.
Good work from Bailey there. Nice first touch from Richards. Oh, dangerous shot across the goal there from Zimmerman.
Yeah, Bailey, but unlucky, didn't quite get his feet sorted out, and almost able to just poke that into an empty net. Good ball across there initially as the corner comes out to Richards. And Zimmerman just tucks it in for Bailey. Zimmerman again lining up a shot. Good block there from Rogers.
And that's who you want on the end of that right there, Casey Sharpland.
Minute and a half to go now in the second half. Rapids 4, Canterbury United Dragons 2.
And Jonathan Tobias there on the court now, looking just to seal this 100th game of his for Waikato with the victory.
Yeah, certainly will be a nice little cherry on top for him. He can mark this milestone with a well-deserved win against a good Canterbury United Dragons side. And he does well there to create the 2v1.
And selflessly, is he going to? Nope.
Maybe that was the right decision. Ericsson open on his right, but he saw his name in lights.
You could see his mum over there in the stands with the phone out.
But it wins the side of corner. And keeper tying his laces there, almost unaware. Bit of miscommunication. Ericsson now on that right flank, does well to skip past his man.
Ooh, how's he done that?
I think it's gone out on that far side already.
Yeah.
That's very off the inside. Those square posts doing bits there. And there he is, the Centurion, knocking it in. Good idea there from Martin, but not quite quick enough to get on the end of it there with Sim on their right flank. Final minute of play here. Game 4, day 1. National Series 2. Is there more drama to be had as Tobias draws the foul. It's 5 fouls now for the Dragons. And I think ref has a card out here. Not sure who's that gone to. Play continues. Great play there from the Rapids. And a goal! There he is!
Jonathan Tobias on his 100th cap for Waikato seals it with a goal.
Oh, it just had to happen, didn't it?
And you can see how much it means to him.
Yeah, the whole Rapids team up on their feet applauding that. That's brilliant. Captain's armband.
What a touch, what a finish,
Oh,
what an
man.
occasion. There used to be a bit of a running joke back in the day with Jono because he wasn't much of a goal scorer for a bit there and kept coming close and couldn't quite do it. Seems to have overcome that, especially under those circumstances.
Certainly. He had one attempt not 20 seconds ago. He drove it short, but the fifth man, Canterbury Dragons, not out of this game yet. Most likely just a consolation, but the fifth man, Richards, there at the back post.
Makes that Tobias goal all the more important at this stage because, you know, with 28 seconds it's enough to tie the game up, but now you'd imagine it's out of reach.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. 4-3 with 30 seconds left is a completely different proposition here. The Dragons, 2 goals in 30 seconds is a tough bound to climb for any team. And Rapids now will see, try to just keep this ball, bit of game management. Doing well so far, chewing down valuable seconds. That's Eriksson who plays a good ball there for Sim and almost lifts it over the keeper for goal number 6. Yeah, cheeky spar from Charlie Bailey there. I think wasn't the hardest of contacts, but
if there was any contact.
letter of the law. Gone down and earned his side of foul. 8 seconds on the clock now. Richards, good turn, but nothing doing, and good footwork there, Willie.
There he is.
You can ask too much sometimes.
You can. I think he's given us what we want. We're just getting greedy. We're getting greedy.
So 1 second here on the clock, and that will be that. The Rapids, 5-3 over Canterbury United Dragons. Jonathan Tobias, the captain, 100 caps, marks it with a goal, an important goal to seal the game for the Rapids. Dragons played well, both teams. I think could have gone either way, if I'm completely honest, but the Rapids deservedly getting the win here. Dragons won't be too upset, they still find themselves sitting in 4th place. The Rapids couldn't quite score 30 goals to overturn that deficit. So the Dragons will be entering into the playoffs tomorrow in 4th place. And the game up next, Auckland City v Capital Futsal, will decide who they'll face in that first v 4th playoff. So that game's kicking off at 7 p.m. Last game of the day. Don't go anywhere, folks. And we'll be back very shortly after a quick commercial break.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The fern is a symbolic representation for all New Zealanders and has been reimagined to represent all of football in Aotearoa, New Zealand. A circular shape not only symbolises the round ball used by all those that play the game, but also, and more importantly, represents the strength and infinite connection created by all those that play a part of the game. With each piece of the fern recognising and acknowledging those that make the beautiful game beautiful. The stalk represents our grassroots, our communities, our clubs, our volunteers and our fans. They are the foundation and are at the centre of all we do. The pinna represents our federations across the whole of New Zealand. Our federations guide and protect our clubs and communities, allowing everyone to be heard, to be represented and provide guidance and opportunities at every pathway. One brand identity with regional differentiation. Federations in New Zealand football working together to serve our communities, creating more than a game, creating a sporting whānau where everyone is welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in for the 5th and final game here, day 1 of the Ford Futsal SuperLeague National Series 2, 2023. Last game of group play here, action-packed game lined up. It's Auckland City versus Capital Futsal, both currently tied on the table points-wise, sitting together on 28 points. Auckland City have a considerable margin of goal difference on Capital Futsal, plus 52, whereas Capital is sitting at a plus 21. But regardless, whoever gets the result from this game will be finishing the series in the first place, and the other team finishing in second. So plenty to play for both sides as we look at the starting lineups. First up, Auckland City. Vaughan Somerville in goal, and Stephen Ashby Peckham, the captain, futsal white. Number 9, got Dylan Manicum, Josh Margetts, and young Dominic Hawkins. Very strong starting 5 there for Auckland City. And on the sub bench, it doesn't get any weaker as I've got Mike Antamanov in goal, Thomas Picken, Denny Twig, Bara Mamadi, Sam Twig, Alok Pordell, Art Twig, the 3 Twig brothers, Adam Paulson, and Eduardo Exposito Espinoza, rounding out that team that's coached by Nick Downs. And looking over at Capital Futsal here, starting 5, Seth Mitchell-Webster in goal, Matthew Peden, Thomas Peterson, the captain, Luke Saker, futsal white, and Jonathan Steele, number 14, rounding out starting 5. And on the bench is Sean Beresford in goal, Tyler Erickson, Dominic McCann, Janish Bana, Jonathan Sims, Michael Plim, Khalid Razuk, Lucas Silva, and Jerson Heredia. Coached by Grant Baker and Thomas Withnall, the assistant coach. Worth mentioning, the assistant coach for Auckland City is Sam Coyle. So we're getting straight into the action here. Referee Chris Sinclair to give us the all clear, and Capital Futsal kicks us off. Joined on the commentary bench by Dominic O'Sullivan. Dom, exciting game lined up for us here.
Oh man, super exciting game. I've been looking forward to this one all day. I've got to say, it's Clash of the Titans. We're kind of missing Bruce Buffer from the UFC to really give us the proper intro that this deserves.
The lights go down. Strobe lights come out. Don't quite have the budget for that here in the Ford Futsal Super League, but a start from Chris Sinclair is royalty enough. And be interesting to see how these teams approach this one. Obviously, first place on the line, and you could say the easier of the 2 semi-finals on paper, first v 4th. But you know, no easy games really. All those top 4 teams will be strong and will be putting up a fight here in the Ford Futsal Super League. Anybody can beat anybody really. So, as we say, and as the past few games have shown, whether it's dead rubber or not, these teams are coming out to play, and certainly for both sides here are going to be wanting to finish the series strong, and also individually rack up a few more of their Rosine Golden Boot placings. We've got a few.
It's a hot topic for this game.
It sure is, yeah. It's more of a case of who's not in the top 5 than who is, looking at these teams as we just look for the Golden Boot goal scorer sheet. Here it is. So
yes, we've got Barama Amadi on 12 goals for Auckland City Futsal, followed very closely on 11 goals by Thomas Picken. And also in this game we've got Art Twig, also for Auckland, and Mickey Malavook, sort of not far behind them on 8 goals for Capital.
Yeah, if you're talking experience, it's hard to find someone more seasoned campaigner than Mickey Malavook, although looking at the team sheet here, it doesn't appear that he's been selected for this game, so perhaps a knock in the last match that they played, resting up.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on there. I think I've heard whispers that he will be good to continue for the rest of the tournament as of tomorrow, but for now I think he's just taking a bit of a rest.
Yeah, probably the safe call there. With experience, potentially comes at the risk of a few injuries, aging bodies. Not to say that Mickey isn't a fit and healthy athlete in his own right there, but looking to the playoffs, you're going to be wanting to make sure that you've got your best players available, and Mickey certainly finds himself in there. A National Series 1 a couple weekends ago, he crossed 100 caps, or 100 goals.
100 goals, I believe it was. Yeah. He's been around for a long time. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 100 goals. I'm pretty sure it was, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
in the best way.
Yeah, confirming that 100 goals, and also another couple ridiculous milestones for Capital Futsal last series, National Series 1. Luke Saker, who is number 8, on the left side of your screen, crossed his 100 match milestone a couple weekends ago, so he'll be up around 102, 103. And Khalid Razouk, number 10, who's currently on the bench for Capital, also passed that 100 match milestone. So some seasoned campaigners in this Capital Futsal team, but just the same with the Auckland City team. It is really a who's who of top futsal players in this match. Arguably 2 of the best sides in the country. And super exciting game as Stephen Ashby-Peckham, the captain, just can't quite find the feet of Josh Margetts. Those two would have had plenty of passes between them throughout the years.
Yeah, it's pretty scary to think of how how dominant of a force Auckland have been at times throughout the series. They've done it all so far without having Dylan Manicum in the side. He's back in at the moment. Bit of a heavy clash there. See Cameron Emberton hitting the ground.
Yeah, not sure if there's anything malicious in that one. Emberton did well to skip past Margetts, but just left a little bit his leg trailing as he's bring him down, and first foul goes the way of Capital Futsal.
So Jack, how do you think fouls are going to come into play this game?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, with intense, 2 great teams, both going to be fighting for it. It's going to be a physical one. We've already seen one. But in saying that, both teams are full of smart futsal players, and they'll be very aware of the danger that racking up the fouls comes into play. So we might get a few early ones. I wouldn't be surprised. And towards the end of the game, as maybe tired legs start setting in and late challenges come into it, might get a few more. But I would be very surprised if tempers flare and these players succumb to making lots of fouls, as a call for another one, as I say that, on Josh Margetts. That's 2 in the space of a minute for him. Be interesting to see how it develops.
Yeah, like I was saying in the game previously, it's one thing earning the foul, it's another thing scoring it. It's not very easy at all to score a 10-metre free kick, spot kick, should I say, in futsal. And both sides got enough players easily to put it away. So yeah, I think it's going to really be something they're going to have to look at if they start racking up fouls, especially Auckland City at this point.
Oh, absolutely. And, as you say, it's not easy to score from that 10-metre mark, especially when you're facing goalkeepers the like of Somerville and Chaminov, Beresford, Mitchell Webster. They're all class. And I believe a few weekends ago in the Ford Futsal SuperLeague, there was a game, from memory, Hawke's Bay, Canterbury United Dragons, where I might be getting my facts wrong here, but 4 or 5 10-metre penalties for both teams. Only one was scored. The rest were all saved.
Yeah, no, I've seen that before. It happens. It's not easy.
As you say, yeah, Manicum there on the ball. Oh, saw one there for Luke Saker. They'll try to press on, but the grimaces. Nobody wants to be a part of that. He's just been pulled off. A good save. Pulled in there from Somerville. Trot away from Sims, I believe it was. And Lucas Silva also joining the court there for Capital Futsal, rolling on.
Janish Barna on the ball now.
Yeah, well cut out there from Margetts. Bit of space on the right flank to rip a shot in. Wide of that far post.
And here we see one of the classic 4 substitutions coming on for Auckland City Futsal.
And yeah, you're talking depth and quality of this side. You lose the likes of Ashby-Peckham, Manicum, Margetts and Hawkins, and you replace him with the 4 that we've seen come on, and Adam Paulson, Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, Bara Mamadi, and hey, look, poor Dell there. Those players there's no drop in quality across the Auckland City bench. Same can be said for Capital as well, to be fair. And I think with the 2 teams obviously finding themselves first and second on the table, that depth has gone a long way in their Ford Futsal Super League campaign. As Espinosa just gets cut out there by a crowd of Capital players, and they regain possession. And looking back, as you see across the bottom of your screen there, some of the results from the day today. Some interesting games. Obviously not all of them had stuff at stake, with a few playoff spots already decided. I'd say the result of the day, probably WaiBOP Power's 2-1 win over Canterbury United Pride at I believe 1 PM today on the live stream here. Pride went into their game unbeaten, 10 goals conceded, 8 wins and 1 draw over their 9 games, and WaiBOP managed to put 2 past them and hold them only to 1 goal. So a huge upset for them. They followed it with another win against Central Futsal in the last round of gameplay here, and booked themselves a spot in the playoffs tomorrow. So WaiBOP Power will be going to sleep quite happy with their efforts this evening. As Paulson now going to just roll it off for Espinosa, who a great ball up to Amadi, does well to bring it down. And they've regained possession there, but a wayward pass from Fulson. There's the job for Somerville, who goes long for Espinosa and cut out well in the end there by Plim for Capital Futsal. Now Marty on the turn, looking for a bit of space. Trying to link up with Cordell, running off him, but well cut out in the back there from Silva.
Marty's definitely going to be a player to be super keen to get on the score sheet as much as possible. Being currently in the lead, joint with Casey Sharpland for the Rosine Golden Boot.
I believe, did Sharpland score in the last game?
Don't believe he did, and I think he's out of the competition now that Waikato have failed to progress. So 1 goal for Amadi will take him clear ahead of Sharpland, but he's also got Thomas Picken breathing down his neck.
Yeah, very well might end up sharing the award between the two of them. Maybe week on, week off throughout the year, looking at the trophy. But still plenty of futsal to be played here. And plenty of goals to be scored across the 2 games, 2 days, as Silva now cuts inside and lays a good ball off to Plim, who rips a shot in. And looks like maybe an injury there. See Barner just hobbling, feeling his shin off the back of that challenge. Thumbs up to the bench, signals he's all right, but he's moving quite gingerly. And there he is.
Much of Marty there from Paulson.
Again, as much as both teams would like to finish first and enter the playoffs in pole position, won't be wanting to risk any injuries to their players. Obviously see Mickey Malovic rested for this game. Barner there with a slight tweak. I just pulled him off, better safe than sorry. Both teams obviously have confirmed placings, being first and second. They will be a part of the playoffs tomorrow. And Paulson just sizing up his man on that far side. Drops it off here for Espinosa, who does well to find Pordell and cut out there.
Don McCann with the strength. Good little block there from Pordell.
It had to be made. Good, showing the experience there, just sneaking onto the line. Some of them also looks being a bit of discomfort. There's a strong challenge there from, I think, 2 Capital players sliding in, trying to get on any scraps. But experienced goalkeeper there, Somerville, used to the knocks. They play on. Oh, that's well played from Espinosa. Can't quite find the feet of Amadi, but sweeps it through the legs. Capital, though, themselves on possession. It's Plim now on the ball. Links up with Silver, back to Plim. Good one too, but cut out there by Espinoza, and it's a counter-attack for Auckland City. And Espinoza does well, shrugging off the challenge. In the end, it took 3 Capital players to bring him down, and he's won himself a foul over on that far side.
Got to bring it to 2 apiece now, would it? For the fouls?
See if the scoreboard goes up. That could be the first foul.
Otherwise, that was very fast.
Yeah. I think that is just the first foul there for Capital. Obviously, the 2 from Margetts earlier in the half.
I think you're right. All right. Paulson on the ball. Oh, the shot straight away. Forces a save.
Great free kick there from Paulson. Through a crowd of bodies. A lot of power behind it. We see 4 more substitutions for Auckland City. Thomas Pickin, the captain, Stephen Ashby Peckham, Sam Twig, and his brother Art Twig.
It's the first time I think I've seen the 3 Twig brothers be split up in a 4.
I think you're right. They certainly do like to get on the court together, that natural chemistry between the 3 of them. I'm sure we'll see it at some point in this game.
Actually, I just remembered, I think I heard Denny Twig. I don't think he's suspended. I think he's taken a knock and he's sitting this one out. So that'll explain that.
Yeah, looking over to the bench.
He's there.
He's there, yeah, maybe
so
he'll
suspended.
feature, but he's on the team sheet. Could be a safe call again from Coach Nick Downs, just to give him the break. Obviously a late game here on day 2, and they're coming back into action tomorrow morning, nice and early, so short turnaround.
Could just be mind games. So to see the 4 come out. Hold up, where's the 3 Twig brothers together?
It certainly makes it easier on the commentary bench when the 3 Twig brothers are on. Say Twig, and chances are you'll have the right player. And Sam Twig there, he lays it off to Pickin. F by Ashby Peckham, and a good ball there. And Thomas Pickin with a great through ball, trying to find the feet of Twig there, and potential counter-attack here. Jonathan Steele shut down there by Somerville. Well read by the Auckland City goalkeeper, just to stop to any threat there.
Good to see Khalid Razouk out there for Capital. He's a player who's been around for a long time. Very knowledgeable player, very good decision making.
Yeah, scored a few bangers as well this season. There's a great switch of play there. Finds Art Twig on the right flank, and I believe a vital save from Mitchell Webster.
Definitely going on target. Yeah, it was a great save.
As Ashby Peckham lines up to take this corner kick. I'm sure a planned set piece routine coming out from Auckland City. Doesn't quite come off for them. But he does well to track back there and stop it from a capital kick in, but a loose back pass from Pickin to his keeper.
Very dodgy back pass that one, but dealt with in the end by the keeper.
And well played there from the Capital back line. Saker in possession now. Steele finds Razouk. And almost.
Oh, well read there by Stephen Ashby Peckham.
And that's their experience showing there. Just knew the danger signs and stepped in immediately.
Excellent tackle there from Razouk. Showing his experience once again.
Again, Ashby Peckham just tracking back, mopping that up. Good player, Ashby Peckham, part of the Futsal Whites setup. Captained the Futsal Whites on numerous occasions. I believe captain of the Auckland City team as well when they won the Super League in 2020.
Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, and there he is.
Oh. Another good save by Mitchell Webster there.
Thomas Pedersen steps back onto the court there for Capital.
It'll be Sam Twig here to take the kick in. A good ball out to Pickin, who winds one up on the volley. Would have been an outrageous goal if that had gone in. First half has flown by here, 9.5 minutes left. Still scores tied up at 0-0, but not for the lack of trying. I certainly would be surprised to see this game finish without a fair few goals from both sides. Does well there. Hold off, and Peckham just gets a foot in. Can't quite find the feet of Twig. Tussling for the ball on his near side. Hasn't gone out yet. And it spills out to Peckham.
Great battling there from Razuk.
Yeah, well, it was showing his strength there. Hold off a couple Auckland City players. Twig drops it back into Peckham, who drops it out to Twig, and Ashby Peckham on this right flank, taking on his man, cuts inside and rips a shot away. Good save, Mitchell Webster. Casual roll back there to Ashby Peckham. And Capital turn over the ball. Saker now on this left flank. He's done well to keep that in and get a shot across. Somerville gets a foot on it and another save. Well played defensively from Auckland City there. And Capital fighting to get possession back. Again, the ball just does not want to go out of play here. Ashby Peckham finds Pickin on the far side. He cuts inside, cuts back, sends two defenders and gets a shot across. Webster had it covered.
You see Josh Margetts come on for Stephen Ashby Peckham. Often a bit of a presence in the Auckland City team is Josh Margetts. Very experienced. Formerly playing for Manawatu a number of years ago.
Also, I recall used to have a blinder of a moustache.
He did.
Best moustache in futsal, I heard people say. Don't see him sporting that this time. But the futsal skills still absolutely there, moustache or no moustache. And Manicum sees the court again. And it seems Pordell and Hawkins are also joining in there for Auckland City. Hawkins, obviously younger brother of Oban Hawkins, futsal white. Member of the Southern United team. We've got a 2v1 here for Capital Futsal, trying to find the feet.
Cut out well there by Manicum. Looks to calm things down and recycle once again.
Talking young talent coming through. Dominic Hawkins, one of the most promising. Great challenge there. Cut out by Jonathan Steele.
I mean, for starters, it's a great first name. He's really got that going for him. But yeah, no, he's been looking pretty brilliant. He's scored a couple of blinders, this series so far.
Absolutely, and you know, it's testament to his ability at such a young age to be not only part of this Auckland City team, starting today, and a pretty integral, feature in the lineups throughout the series. Dominic Hawkins has been featuring pretty significantly.
Yeah, he's pulled some big minutes. He's had some pretty big moments. For a young player, he's been looking at home pretty quickly on this side.
Absolutely. 7 goals in the Resine Golden Boot rankings. Looks like tied 5th place. A few other players on there as well.
Also got Eduardo Exposito Espinoza.
Yeah, another great player.
7 goals. Luke Saker from Capital.
On the ball now. Espinoza, the Resine Golden Boot top scorer from last season for East Coast Bayers. And Sims will restart play when this issue is sorted out. Not quite sure what's happened here. Some discussion between referees through their communication devices. But the thumbs up, the smile, all good to go. The shot comes in on. Not quite sure who that was there for Capital, but certainly got some power behind it. I think forced a save from Somerville as well.
We mentioned, Jack, Chris Sinclair and how much of a prominent referee he's been in New Zealand over the years. I've got to say Ben Norman has also been around for a very long time. He's just gotten better and better as the years have gone on. He's a great dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them featuring on the court here in this match. And it's good to see, you know, those referees sticking with the game, getting better and better as time goes on, and I'm sure the players appreciate that familiar, consistent presence that these two referees bring. Auckland City with a rare moment of space and possession along the back line. Not for long as that capital press comes in, but well played from Margetts. Linking up with Pordell on the far side, and now Dylan Manikin. Does well to keep that in and finds Margetts, and again with 1-2 with Manikin. Cut out there, but Dominic Hawkins on the far side. Strong challenge put in there from Matthew Peden, and wins his side for kicking. Luke Sagan now. The ball good. Forward pass to Sims. Shoot is the call. He passes, and the right decision there. Just a shot didn't quite come off for Captain Peterson. Nuggets now, bit of space to drive into. Takes a shot, comfortable for the defence, and the follow-up will be goal restart.
All right, with just 5 minutes remaining in this half, Jack, what are your thoughts on the game so far?
Honestly surprised there hasn't been more goals, to be honest. It's a very close matchup. Both teams matching each other. Great bit of play there, but just out of touch. Obviously, you know, over the course of the season, they've been going par for par, represented by the fact they're both sitting on 28 points heading into this match. Two very evenly placed teams. Doesn't look like they're showing any signs of, you know, taking it easy with the playoffs in mind tomorrow. They both want the win here. And I think, as you said at the start of the game, it's just a bit of clash of the Titans so far. Oh, there's a chance there. Half chance for Pordell. Slightly in front of it. I think as soon as the first goal does go in here, that if both teams stay set up like this and it stays 0-0 for a while, that, you know, I wouldn't be surprised by. But I would say if we do get a goal here, especially come this first half, I think we'll see the game open up a bit more as whoever's on the conceding end just looks to, you know, commit a few more numbers forward. There still is a little bit of leaving players a bit more, what's the word, conservatively, I guess,
yep,
with their rotations.
Yeah, I've definitely been picking up on that as well. I think just judging from what I've seen from both sides historically, all I can really see right now is a sort of special moment from a Lucas Silva or a Barama Mahdi either side. Someone like that just sort of hitting it top bins from a set piece, you know? Like they're not really giving each other much to work with.
No, and both keepers, when called upon, have pulled out some great saves. I mean, the players that have those moments of quality in them are all over the pitch for both sides, so certainly on the cards. I would be very surprised to see this game end 0-0 though. Good press there from Capital through Plym, shutting down that angle. And Manikin now with a kick in on the far side. That press from Capital, very high line, straight in their faces, and forcing a mistake there. That's good setup from Capital. Lucas Silva does well to find Sims. Turned over. Margetts now driving through the middle, taking on his man and Sims. Gets a foot in there, cuts it out, rolls out for a corner. As subs for both sides here. Auckland City, we see Picken, Amadi, Paulson, Espinoza. Lots of firepower coming on there for them. And for Capital, I believe just the one substitution. Dominic McCann coming on.
I think statistically, if I'm not wrong, I think the forward that's on for Auckland right now has scored the most goals for them over the series.
Yeah, I think you're right. Looking at these numbers. And
especially when they had Dominic Hawkins in the mix as well.
Yeah. Well, I know all 4 of these players, all very versatile. They've got, of course, lots of goal-scoring prowess between them, but they're also defensively a tight unit. See Espinoza here, not afraid of getting up further, playing that target man role, but also likes to drop deep. Will sort of turn provider when called upon. He's got a pass in his locker and almost finds Amadi with one, but good defense from Lucas Silva. So across from me on the left, coaches and staff of Auckland City just referring to the tactical whiteboard. Planning a few changes for the halftime talk, and almost a moment of brilliance from Amadi as a first-time back heel. Beats Mitchell Webster, but can't quite make the target with it. But that's what you're talking about, right, Dom? Just those flashes of brilliance.
Those flashes. That's what it's going to take, I think. That or sadly an error, and that does happen. We don't want to see that, but I don't see much else happening.
I think you're right. I mean, obviously, the quality on both sides here. An error would be certainly a tough thing to take for the team that potentially concedes it as a 3v2 here. Plim finds a good ball. And Somerville out to it, equal, and counter-attacking opportunity on now.
Picking with a shot, Picking with a goal.
It's a goal!
And just like that,
Auckland City, they take the lead. Great finish there from Thomas Picken, snuck it in at the near post. Let's get a replay of that as they...
It's an assist there from Vaughan Somerville.
I think it is. Boom! Yes, great
Clinical.
Finish. And that's why he's probably actually first equal now with teammate Amadi. We're seeing Golden Boot rankings, 12 goals apiece. Now some finish there, and that certainly changes the halftime team talk for both coaches. Got 2 minutes left.
Shout out to Ian Anderson. Ian, I hope you're enjoying the game, mate.
As the spectators there, just turn ball boy, help get the ball back in play. And dropped off and cleared by Paulson. Still in play, and a good touch from Silva. Can't quite get underneath it, and Amadi's on him straight away. Oh, they do well there. Good composure again. And Capital now looking to build, looking to get something back in this half. But that pass just slightly wayward. Rolls out as Paulson comes off for Twig. Confirming that's Sam Twig entering the field.
Still no sign of Denny?
Still no sign of Denny. Looking relatively relaxed there on the bench. Significantly less sweat on his forehead than the rest of his teammates. But ready to be called upon should he be needed. There's Twig on the ball now, shut down immediately by
Justin Heredera.
Now it's a good play from him.
Turns him inside out somewhat. And is that Don McCann there? No, it's Khalid.
Great shot from Khalid there. Forces the save from Somerville. Minute 30 now, still time on the clock for Capital to get something back this half.
Ooh, Heredera there trying to find Don McCann near the back post.
Yeah, good intervention from Twig there just to shut that down. And Lucas Silva now forced backwards by the Auckland City press. they've done well there. Capital just can't quite get on it.
I was going to say it's a great press, but they've done so well to get out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've done it a few times this game. Have Capital there. Combination play, breaking that press. Auckland City are one of the most organised teams when it comes to their press, and they find Sam Twigg, who's tussling with the Capital defence. Here it is again, that press, but Khalid can't quite find his forward man there. I sort of noticed, especially throughout the competition when I've seen Capital, they are so good at just that composure when pressure's coming in.
Yeah.
There's not many teams better at pressing than Auckland City. And even in the last game that the two sides played, they're cool under pressure.
They really are. Someone like the likes of Lucas Silva, it's really hard to get him into a corner. He just has all sorts of different ways that he can get out of sticky situations. He's probably one of the most experienced players in the country.
And the understanding there from the teammates around him as well, knowing when to offer outlets, knowing when to come wide and be ready for the long ball. Has a bit of showmanship from Sam Twigg there, just running the clock down with a few seconds on it, and long shot comes in off the face of Iridia. Saw one, 3 seconds left. And surely Espinosa will just roll this off for a long shot from Pickin. And there it is. First half, complete. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got to say it's what I expected. It was a pretty fierce competition. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more goals. We haven't seen more goals, but I mean, at the same time, it makes sense. They've demonstrated they're both very, very good at defending, and they're very well set up. And look, although Auckland are ahead at this point, I think anything could happen in the second half, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we does get an explosion in the second half here, but 1-0 Auckland City heading into the halftime break. Don't go anywhere, folks. Got the second half coming up right after this commercial break.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in two principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa united, legacy starts now.
Ford has a long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know, and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
All right, we're back here for the second half, final half of the day. Day 1, National Series 2. Very interesting matchup. Two incredibly talented teams, two evenly matched teams, Auckland City and Capital Futsal. Auckland City currently hold a 1-goal advantage thanks to a brilliant finish from Thomas Pickin. And as it stands as well over on court 2, where Bay of Plenty Surge are playing Southern United. Southern United lead 6-1. So absolutely action-packed half full of goals over there. Not so much here, but that's not to say that the action hasn't been here. It's a very interesting tactical matchup that we're seeing from two incredibly good teams. Thoughts on the first half, Dom?
Yeah, really tight contest, really well set up both sides. You can tell they both want it. I think, yeah, this would decide who comes first and gets, I mean, you want to say the easier game. I don't think any game's going to be easy, but I think just someone, you know, you want to win it. You want to come first regardless any game, and you want to finish top of the table. And yeah, I think, do they get an easier time for the semi-final if they come first? Is it the?
I believe both semis play at the same time.
Okay.
I could be wrong there, but I guess another factor to consider here is these two teams, obviously through pool play, have been first and second, and they might be thinking that they'll find each other again. All goes well in the final, so you know, whoever gets the win here will have that mental advantage should they face each other in the grand final tomorrow. As you say, these sorts of players, they never want to. They play every game to win, every game like it's their last. So the coaches will be leaving a little bit behind, you know, behind closed doors, maybe not showing their full hand of cards, so to speak, in terms of tactics up their sleeve. The players, they'll be wanting to leave it all on the court. We're underway in the second half here. And back and forth from both teams, but Auckland City, good possession around the back there. Manikim links Twig up and a bit of footwork, beats one player but can't beat two. Tied it up by Seiko.
Nicely read there by Sam Twig. His brother Art links up with him nicely. Two of them combine pretty well, but I think it's going to go for a keeper's ball and end that.
Out to Steele on the far side, who gets a shot in. Turned over now for Twig. Calls for foul, but nothing doing as he's fighting to win possession back and does so. Pickin almost caught his keeper out there. They do well, Auckland City, and Capital just drop back. Happy for possession if he had there. Waiting to engage that press. Mannequin, bit of space on this left flank to drive into. And turned around, great play there, good pass. From Steele as calls for ref. No dice, crowded out from two Auckland City players, was Peterson there. And Peckin will just drop it off to Sam Twig. Plays it back. Tries to link up with Art Twig on that far side, but can't quite get a hold of it. Sagan now, linking up with Steele. Manikim holding him off and can't quite get it past Twig, who sees the pressure coming in from Steele, just plays it off to Manikim. Can't quite get the return ball there. Back and forth, Capital on the ball though, chops it off to Steele. And cut out well there by Manikim, who's got a bit of room to drive into now. Clever footwork. Good challenge in the end. Legal, deemed by the referees. And Steele flicks it up to Peden, who flicks it back in to Steele. Not quite enough on that. And some rolling subs here from Auckland City, all in possession. Ashby Peckham replacing Art Twig. And we see some subs there for Capital as well. Sims. Saker on the ball now. Silva, one of those subs. And Peterson there, the captain, who finds the feet of Saker. He drops it off there. Oh, that was great play.
That was brilliant.
All around.
That would have been one hell of a goal if that went in.
Yeah.
That initial take from Luke Saker was fantastic.
Ball over the top from Silva to find Saker, and then also the save from Somerville. Had to react fast there to get a strong hand on it.
And credit to Pedersen as well for actually getting to the ball under those circumstances and making that kind of connection.
Yeah, it's good futsal all around there.
Those are those moments I'm talking about. Those moments of brilliance.
Sure we'll see a few more of those moments. 16 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock.
Michael Plym there, finds Jonathan Sims. Almost gets away from, looks like a bad tackle there.
Yeah, late one. It's Margets again there. That's 3 fouls for him. Smiles from the 2 players. I'm sure there was nothing malicious in that, but certainly a sore one. The ref looks like, here's the replay of that foul there. Let's see. Yeah, he's just going for the ball, and Sager's done well to shift it past him. As they look to set the wall up here. One man. And that press coming in from Auckland City, but Capital again do well. Find the through ball there. Got options on his left and right, but crowded out well by Paulson. Paulson now drops it up to Margit. Seen a few more changes for the Auckland City side. We've got Hawkins now on bottom left of your screens. And on the ball, Dominic Hawkins. Margit can't quite find that link-up play with Hawkins on the left side, turned over for a Capital futsal kick-in. And there's a good link-up play here from Capital. Lucas Silva just all runs away from him. Paulson now will drop it off to Ashby Peckham. Lays it off to Margits and back to Ashby Peckham. Heavy touch there. Right idea, but Plym across to it, shut it down.
One thing I've noticed from both Ashby Peckham and from Josh Margate so far is sometimes, naturally like you go for something, you try to take a touch forward. If it does get away from them slightly, they recognise it straight away and they almost double down just to sort of immediately close down anything that the defender can make of it. And it's been really effective. It's quite impressive to see.
Yeah, they've both been there, done that, played a lot of futsal, a lot of Super League, international futsal as well between the two of them. So I'm sure they recognise those danger zones. And just the timing and the flow of the game. When you've played that much futsal, they'll kind of know exactly when to press, know how, quickly they can and can't get to the ball, and microseconds will be able to identify.
Yeah, so it's quick judgments, they have to just, they get point something of a second just to make the decision, do I continue, do I retreat? Some players you can really see it's just muscle memory at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
relatively tame start. A few good chances from both teams, but nothing too outrageous apart from that one capital chance, which would have been quite some goal. 5 minutes into the second half here, still Auckland City leading 1-0. Oh, turnover here for Capital though as they find the feet. Plim tries to link up with Sims and just too far ahead of him. Good ball there. Hawkins trying to bring it down, but Mitchell Webster equal to it. See McCann into the court for Capital. Placing Bana. Margets now. Gets us underway. And Ashby Peckham will find Paulson. Lays it off to Margets, calling for the return. Good bit of link-up play there and tight space between those two. And attempted chip there for Paulson making the run down the left. Doesn't quite come off, but it rolls to Ashby Peckham, who again, just reads that situation well. Margets calls for foul, but good challenge, and it'll be a Capital kick in here on this near side. Michael Plim gets us underway, finds Khalid. And just can't quite link up with Sims on that far side. And Paulson cuts inside, evaluates his options. Peckham providing an outlet on the left. Great ball there, outside of his boot, and another good switch. Paulson now, good bit of footwork, comes away with it, does well, and a great shot. Great save by Mitchell Webster.
For a right foot player, Adam Paulson is extremely good at waxing defenders to his left side, because not only do they know he can cut him with his right foot, it's a given, but he just sells it so many times and just makes himself some space down the line and just whips something dangerous in.
Yeah, karate kick attempt there, Espinoza. No, I think you're right. I mean, a player like Adam Paulson, so dangerous on both feet. He can. That'd be hard pressed to say if anybody is necessarily. I know right foot dominant is. Sorry, we got a bit of scuffle there. Shot comes in from McCann, but nothing doing. But you're right, but defenders will be looking and aware that even if they show him down the outside on his left, as we've just seen there, he can still do him, still get something from it.
It's the pace which he takes off. He's obviously trained it a lot. So I noticed last series, sort of watching on the live stream, it was pretty incredible the amount of times he would just sell something just a little bit to the right and they'll just go for it and he's just away.
And again, that's those split-second decision-makings, right? He knows, as he trained that technique time and time again, he knows just as soon as the defender leans too much to either side, he can just shift his body weight, drop the shoulder, and drive down in the opposite direction.
That's a bit of a sore one there for Dominic McCann.
Never nice.
Great first name.
Yeah, you must be stoked. We got Dominic representation all across the court here.
I know, it's probably the first time we've done the treble. If you count myself, that is.
I might be wrong, but I don't think there's a single Jack playing in the Ford Futsal Super League this season. So
it'll come.
We'll put that into the futsal development team, the scouts across the country. Marty almost getting on that one, but a good challenge in there from Khalid, I believe it was, for Capital.
Yeah, and there it is. A good run. Khalid brings it down well. That was some touch by Khalid. Espinosa now. Tries once, tries twice to find Amadi. Can't quite. And advantage played here from Capital. It'd be interesting to see that one back. Not sure if it was entirely malicious. I think just paths have crossed as they've run there. Yeah, I'm not sure Espinosa knew too much about that one. You never know. Disguised it well. One foul apiece for both teams. And a bit of confusion there down on the right flank, but looks like it'll be Capital now to have their go at the kick in. As a shot comes in, rifled off of Amadi. Good block there. And still going, gets the shot away.
Dodgy place to mess around there. Got away with it.
And Bordell now at the kick in, trying to find Amadi, but again.
It's a pretty good battle here between Khalid Razzouk and Barama Amadi.
I'd say Razzouk coming out on top over the past few minutes, but a great challenge there from Amadi. McCann gets us underway with a good ball there from Razzouk, finds a bit of space for Steele up front, he gets a shot across, crashes into the advertising board and doesn't quite make anything from it. There was a good opportunity there for Capital. Found a bit of space in behind Auckland City.
He's an industrious player, as old Jonathan Steele.
Oh, this is good footwork here from Espinosa. Took 3 Capital players in the end to shut that attack down as he kept moving inside.
Amadi with a shot.
Ooh, foul called there. It was a good save nonetheless by Webster, Mitchell Webster.
Well, if we're lucky, if Jonathan Steele scores a goal in this game, we might be able to see one of his famous, I think it might be a front flip. Probably been a while.
That's ambitious. You sort of have to be confident about your ability to front flip if you're whipping that out in a futsal celebration.
Guess it depends on the occasion, right?
I'm sure it does. A few good celebrations across the Super League. But I don't think I've seen a front flip yet, so that would be certainly something to finish this day on a high note, as a turnover in the mid-court for Capital. Shut down by Espinosa and does well. So skip past Steele there. Yeah, Capital kicking. Sakin now on the ball, finds Peterson in the middle. And battling for it, still Peterson, does well there, Steele. Oh, can't quite keep it in there. Some substitutions coming on for Auckland City. Another 4, Pickin, Mannequin, Ashby Peckham, and I believe that's Art Twig up in the target roll up front. Twig now, but a room to drive forward. Does well to get it across the Mannequin. And yeah, just a bit of miscommunication there between the two players. Steele now on the ball. Great ball there to find Peterson in the middle, but crowded out by Auckland City on the counter now. Steele gets a foot in, brings it down. Again, finds Peterson. Good turn, Peterson, shot! And a good save from Somerville. Good bit of futsal all around there. Steele for Capital, featuring heavily. And Saker restarts play here. Finds Peterson, who links up well with Steele. Asking a lot there of Peden in defence, but does well to deal with it. And that's great play there against Steele. Bit of space, turns, the drive, beats one, tries to beat two, Mannequin tidies it up. And Auckland City just get their foot on the ball. Oh. Almost cut out there in the middle, ended up to Saker on this right flank. That's in for Peterson, out to Peden on the left. The shot comes in and a well-placed block. Ashby Peckham. Mannequin now finds Peckham. Almost links back up with Mannequin, but Peterson was there.
Yeah, great position there from Peterson. He read that very well. Luke Saker there trying to protest the referee, saying that it touched Mannequin on the way through, but he's having none of it. That was a great little setup there from Luke Saker. Jonathan Sims almost putting it away.
Yeah, applause from the Capital bench. They recognise that still very much goals in this game for them. They're getting the chances. So far, Auckland City's defence and Somerville and goal have been equal to everything that Capital have thrown at them. As Saker comes in with a long shot. He took a deflection off Ashby Peckham on its way through.
So, Jack, what do you expect to see from Capital in this last 7.5 minutes of the game, being 1-0 down?
I think much of the same, really. They still getting the chances in. They're arguably having the share of possession over the past few minutes. Anytime Auckland City do look to threaten, which they have been, Capital will be well organised. They'll pounce on it when the time is right, press together, and then look to fashion something out of it. And to me, I don't see the game plan changing as Mannequin finds a bit of space now. Good little bit of play. There's the Megan. But no, I think instructions are probably keep doing what you're doing. Goal will come. Maybe you could say a bit quicker in finding that final pass. Or taking a bit more chances with getting bodies forward. They do try to all get behind the ball when it's turned over, but they're not down for the lack of trying. As Peckham now, the good shot, and there it is, the second goal. Oh, against the run of play. Peckham has the first shot, saved by Mitchell Webster, and I believe it was Art Twig there in the end who finished it off. That certainly changes things for Capital. Replay of that.
That goal there from Art Twig takes him away from the pack of 3 on 9, takes him to 10 goals. So he'll be third after the 3 equal of Barma Marty, Casey Sharpland and Thomas Pickin in the Racine Golden Boot, that is.
Yep, certainly not the flashiest goal that he'll ever score in his life, but a case of good positioning, and it was well played by both of the two players to win that ball back high against Capital. And now the questions start coming out for Capital. Do they resort potentially to a flying keeper? Do they go for it?
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about what does it look like for them going forward in this game, being 1-0 down. And now that it's 2, I think, yeah, I'd agree. Knowing Capital, I think they're good at it. They're good at fifth man, for sure. But I think, yeah, I mean, the last 5 minutes perhaps, yeah, the way the game's been going, they've created some hard-earned but really good opportunities, and still it's not enough. Perhaps they need to just, yeah, try and stretch Auckland out. I mean, they're down 2-0 now. It's not going to change the outcome in terms of where they're going to finish. Goals aren't really an issue. I think it's worth for them just going for it.
Yeah, I'd agree. Although they don't, again, want to show too much off both this Auckland City side and the other two teams that no doubt will be watching back this footage ahead of tomorrow.
Have we seen much of Capital Swift Man in this series?
Not from memory. I'm not sure. To be fair, they haven't been in too many positions where they would have needed it. Most games, Capital will dominate.
Actually, one comes to mind, and it was against Auckland. It was the last 2 seconds of the game. Tyler Erickson smacked it top bins to make it 2-2. So yeah,
no, you're right there actually.
Just remembered that.
Speaking of Tyler Erickson,
we haven't seen him. No,
another player there. So yeah, this Capital side with no Mickey, no Tyler Erickson. Certainly missing two key players.
Yeah, he's a good player, Tyler. Coached him under 16s back in the day.
It's all you, mate.
It's all me. It's all me. No, he's a hard worker. You hear what people get up to behind the scenes. You see it here, but sometimes if you know them, you hear about it. And I tell you what, he really epitomises working hard as a young player.
Yeah, no, and he is quality. A key player in this Capital side, full of goals. And you're right, does fancy that fifth man. It's a cracking goal he scored as well to equalise it.
Yeah, well, I taught him that as well.
There's a counter-attack here. Not looking to rush things as Twig wins the kick in, and we'll have some substitutions soon in roughly 30 seconds. If Coach Nick Downs' call is time accurate. Long ball there. I think it's taken a deflection off a Capital player on the way through. Not sure exactly that happened. But we see those substitutions slightly earlier in 30 seconds. So Hawkins, Paulson, Margett, and Twig. Sam Twig. Interestingly with Auckland City, Dom, they are liking the 4 on 4 off, but it's not the same 4 every time. They'll have different banks coming out.
Yeah, it's definitely changed a lot for this particular series. I think having watched them sort of previously in their campaign, it was quite consistent. They're mixing it up quite a lot. I think with Sean Morgan sadly injured and Dylan Mannequin back into the frame, it's maybe they're sort of playing around with some new stuff. Maybe they've been doing it in training and they've been seeing combinations have been working, but to be honest, every combination they've been putting out today has been very effective and it's looked very tidy, and I guess that comes down to the sheer depth of the squad.
Yes, also credit to the coaching staff there, both Nick Downs and Sam Coyle, two very experienced coaches, know how to win games and certainly know their futsal as well. So I'm sure they'll be setting this team and these players up for success. There's a charging run there by McCann, almost. I think rattles the cross, the post on the far side as it flashes across.
He's a centre-back in outdoor footballers, Dominic McCann.
You wouldn't guess it.
You wouldn't.
Virgil van Dijk-esque, I guess, ball-playing centre-back. Lucas Silva just
it's a brilliant little flick there by Michael Plym. Don McCann almost threads the needle to find him, but ends up on the ground.
Saw one there, goes down right in front of the commentary bench. Felt it. But he's back up now, he's moving. And a turnover now through Sam Twig, gets a shot away. And blocked out by Plym on the far side, I believe. Final 3 minutes here. Certainly on the face of it, there's still potentially a goal or two in this, but if you're Capital right now, you might be wondering exactly where those goals are going to come from. Auckland City side, equal to everything that Capital have thrown at them so far.
Brilliant work. Lovely from Josh Muggett. He's had a good game.
He has. Yeah, a few fouls in there, but I don't know if there's anything malicious.
Nothing costly.
No.
Setting the tone.
That's what you want to get involved. Get, straight up to the physicality and the pace of the game. Straight off the get-go as Dominic Hawkins with a half chance there. Shut down by Silver and Mitchell Webster. No, you're right. Margets has been having a good game so far. And Stephen Ashby Peckham also worth noting. Thought he's been solid wherever he finds himself on the court, whether in this back line or providing an outlet out on the flank. And Sam Twigg now on the end of a great ball from Dom Hawkins.
Maybe not quite on that note, but Sam Twigg, I've noticed he's been quite an unsung player this campaign. From what I've seen of him, he's been all-round very, very solid. He's really added a lot to his team. The way he moves, the way he gets the ball flying about, the way he's talking, just his general presence, he's added a lot. Some of those things are maybe not quite as noticeable as maybe his brother Art getting on the score sheet as many times, but he's definitely been there.
No, absolutely. And, in a squad with the depth and quality of Auckland, you do have flashy players that sometimes take the headlines, but every single player here is there for a reason. And that's not to say his technical ability as well. Sam Twigg is not there. He's certainly a good player in his own right. As he drops it off there for Dominic Hawkins. Good back heel. Find Sam Twigg again.
Oh,
Margets, that's beautiful. Does well.
It's like he can hear us big upping him.
And that was good, guys. You just wait. Good ball across the court to Hawkins, who, does well to beat Saker and get the shot away. Straight into the hands of Mitchell Webster.
He's been watching Adam Paulson.
Ooh. That was a solid challenge there from Twigg.
Giving us a close-up of the action.
Yeah, that's a sore one. On the end of it is Steele, as you say, robust player. I'm sure he'll shake that off, but still be feeling that. And Peterson finding the fit of Steele. Saker. Going across there. Peterson now, but a chance for a shot. Well blocked. Ashby Peckham sensed the danger and just got across in time to snuff it out. Coming into the final minute of this game here, we see Mitchell Webster creeping forward, offering an outlet. There he is on the ball now. So they're going to set up. Oh, that's good play there as they just can't quite get the ball across from Lee Razouk. And caught on the ball there is Sam Twigg, but earns the foul. Luke Saker doesn't think so. Be lucky that foul came away there. Didn't happen, they were in trouble. We're Auckland City, a 3v2 now. Great ball there, finds Saker on the right-hand side, gets a shot across. And I think Steele got on the end of that, but couldn't quite turn it goalwards. Rattles off the post.
30 seconds.
Good challenge there, Sam Twigg. Just over 30 seconds on the clock, just under, sorry. pretty safe to say Auckland City will be walking away in first place with 3 points here over Capital Futsal. But worth noting, this Capital Futsal team, this is a chance comes in there on the right flank. And a kicking. Obviously worth noting, yes, this Capital Futsal team missing a few key players. And Ericsson and Mickey. And I'm sure they're holding a few aces up their sleeve, not wanting to show Auckland everything that they've got ahead of tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, we're talking about pulling something brilliant out of your hat any time in the game. Mickey Malavook, he is an absolute wild card when you consider him getting back in the mix.
Oh, and Sam Twig with a shot in the last second of the game, doesn't quite get it away. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of pool play in the Ford Futsal Super League. Tomorrow morning, nice and early, 8 a.m, we've got the start of the playoffs, so keep an eye on the website and social media to see those confirmed fixtures. Dom O'Sullivan, it's been a pleasure having you on the commentary bench.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, mate. Thank you very much.
And ladies and gentlemen watching at home, get some rest and set your alarms nice and early as we're back live from Ākau Tangi Sports Centre from 8 a.m. tomorrow for the finals, the last day in the Ford Futsal Super League 2023.
long history of building the cars you love while leading the charge on innovation. Harnessing the strength, style and capability you know and electrifying it. Because every generation has its own defining moments. The Ford EV and hybrid range, and coming soon, the Mustang Mach-E. Ford, built for now, ready for tomorrow.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Resene has been voted New Zealand's most trusted paint brand every year for the last 11 years. Resene, the paint Kiwis trust for years and years.